Chapter 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 1, Hatteras and Port Royal. One of the first questions which the British Cabinet asked of the new American minister sent to England by Mr. Lincoln was, whether the President was serious in his proclamation of a blockade of all the ports of the States in insurrection. The coast was very extensive, said Lord John Russell, stretching some 3,000 miles along the Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico. Was it the design of the United States to institute an effective blockade in its whole extent, or to make only a declaration to that effect as to the whole, and to confine the actual blockade to particular points? Mr. Adams replied that he had every reason for affirming that the blockade would be made effective, that although the coastline was in reality very long, yet the principal harbors were comparatively few, only some 7 to 10 in number, and those not very easy of access. It would therefore not require so numerous a fleet to guard them as might appear at first thought. This reply to some extent satisfied the inquiry, but even had it been strictly accurate, the ability of the American government to fulfill its announcement might naturally have been doubted by foreign powers. Our Navy was rapidly falling into decadence. Of its 90 ships, more than one half had become useless. Among the remaining number, there were only about 24 that might be called really serviceable vessels, that is, those supplied with the indispensable modern adjunct of steam power. These, however, were, at the date of Mr. Lincoln's inauguration, not immediately available. 13 of them were on distant foreign stations, 2 were returning home from Vera Cruz, 2 were stationed at Pensacola, tied up by the conditions of Mr. Buchanan's Sumter and Pickens truce, and only 3 steamships were in loyal ports where they could be with certainty called to the instant service of the government. If the government had been compelled to deal with an established naval power, if the administration had been less vigorous and prompt in its action, or if the patriotism of the people of the North had lacked its striking unanimity, the want of a large fleet ready for service at a critical moment might have been followed by very serious consequences. On the whole, the favoring conditions were on the side of the Union. Notwithstanding the rebels had received an acknowledgment of belligerent rights, the vigorous diplomacy of Mr. Seward deterred European powers from extending further concessions and led them to await the actual experiment of establishing the blockade which had been announced. Secretary Welles made all possible haste to improvise a navy, and the rapidity with which he accomplished his task will remain the marvel of future generations. In awarding the credit of the achievement, a due share must be allotted to the accomplished Assistant Secretary, Gustavus V. Fox, who had suggested and fitted out the Sumter expedition. Mr. Fox was a man of exceptional abilities with an exceptional experience. He had passed 18 years of his life in various grades of naval service, from midshipman to lieutenant, including also detached service as captain of one of a line of coast merchantmen. Resigning his commission in 1856, he had since passed 5 years in charge of an important manufacturing establishment. To his thorough professional training was thus added a familiarity with the personnel and qualities of the Navy on one hand, and the currents of thought and action in civil life on the other, which was of great value in his departmental duties. He had affable manners, a quick and accurate judgment, and an equipoise of personal bearing that neither elation of victory nor depression of defeat appeared ever to disturb or change. With such an assistant at his elbow, Secretary Welles from the first was able to apply to every administrative act a professional scrutiny as to its need, fitness, and future effect, which avoided many mistakes at the beginning and secured cumulative advantages. The absent ships were ordered home, but with the exception of the steam frigate Niagara, which returned from Japan a fortnight after the fall of Sumter, help came slowly owing to the long distances orders had to be sent by mail. The ships of the Mediterranean squadron did not get back till midsummer, and those of the African squadron not till autumn. The first increase had therefore to be made by purchase and charter of merchant steamers, a resource which was promptly and largely resorted to. Every species of craft propelled by steam, which could be strengthened and fitted to carry a gun, was made to do war duty. The result was a motley collection of vessels. Nevertheless, under the peculiar conditions, many of them rendered admirable service in the blockade, particularly those capable of considerable speed. While these extemporized cruisers were sent as rapidly as possible to blockade stations, the Navy Department began building new vessels with all the haste of which our public and private shipyards were capable. 7 sloops of war had been authorized by Congress prior to Mr. Lincoln's inauguration. These, with another of the same class, were immediately begun at the several navy yards, while 23 smaller gunboats were put under contract at private establishments, and some of them were ready for service in the autumn of 1861. 3 ironclads were also designed and contracted for, and the early achievement of one of them became historic. Foreign powers looked with incredulous eyes on these hasty and makeshift preparations. They could not recognize a warship in an armed tug or ferry boat, or expect that a vessel whose keel was not yet laid would be afloat in 90 days. More especially, they could hardly anticipate that within a 12-month there would occur a sea fight between novel maritime inventions so unlooked for and startling as to revolutionize by that single contest the naval warfare of the world. It is probable that while politely listening and apparently accepting our diplomatic promise to establish an effective blockade, they mentally reserved the expectation that in the actual condition of affairs we must inevitably fail, at least so far as to justify their intervention, either to raise the blockade or recognize the Confederate States as an independent nation, whenever their convenience or interest should dictate. One phase of American events was calculated to give foreign nations a truer impression and to make them hesitate in their evident inclination to accept prematurely the dismemberment of the Republic as a fixed fact. This was the popular unanimity of the North in its war sentiment and its unprecedented activity in pushing war measures, in furnishing volunteers, provisions, ships, and armaments in every available form, and in demonstrations urging upon the government energy and action commensurate with the popular enthusiasm. Under the proclamations of the President and instructions of the Navy Department, the blockade did not begin simultaneously at all points, but by notifications from the various ships or fleets at their several stations. Considerable time thus elapsed before it became actually effective, as international law required. That this did not give rise to serious complications was due to 2 causes. First, that foreign nations did not hastily press their inquiry, and second, that the insurgents were themselves so destitute of vessels and seamen that they could take no efficient countermeasures either to break the blockade or evade it. Some advantage came to them from the unobstructed importation of war material during the delay. Gradually, blockading ships appeared before their several ports and cut off their commerce. By the middle of July, the blockade had become reasonably complete, and contraband trade could be carried on only by means of regular blockade runners, a class of English-built steamers afterwards specially devised for concealment and speed. A little later, the whole question of the blockade underwent a new discussion. The President's proclamation establishing it was issued after the fall of Sumter, when war measures had to be adopted under the stress of an immediate necessity which left no time for deliberate examination. In the absence of statutory provisions, this seemed the only expedient at hand to shut off the commerce of the world from the rebellious States. At the special session of Congress, an act was passed and approved by the President, giving the executive authority to close insurrectionary ports, and many persons contended that this procedure ought even now to be adopted. The Cabinet was divided on the question, and the Secretary of the Navy submitted a long written opinion favoring the latter course. He contended that a blockade was in some degree a recognition of belligerency, that we had a right to treat the question as a municipal one, that such an attitude would better conform to our denial of the right of secession or of de facto separation. He did not, however, propose to withdraw the blockading fleet. That would need to remain on duty as a police force to prevent actually the interdicted commerce. While there was much force in this argument as a theory, it had to give way to considerations of expediency. Foreign powers almost unanimously protested against a change of this character. They seem to have based their objection chiefly upon the fear that what is known as a mere paper blockade would be attempted in this form. Mr. Seward asserted our municipal right to close the ports equally with Mr. Welles, but thought it wiser to adhere to the blockade under rules of international law, as offering less room for misunderstandings with foreign nations, and the President's well-considered policy from the first was, by every prudential act, to avoid any pretext for intervention or the dangerous complication of a foreign war. The Confederates resorted to a judicious and energetic use of the limited naval resources at their command. They made all haste to extemporize and commission privateers, but so great was their lack of vessels that only one of them made anything like a successful cruise during the first year of the war. This was the Sumter, a screw steamer of 500 tons, formerly in passenger service between Havana and New Orleans. Fitted out and armed with 5 guns, she succeeded in making her escape through the blockade at the mouth of the Mississippi towards the end of June, and continued her cruise mainly in the Caribbean Sea and along the South American coast, capturing and burning American merchantmen until the following January. A number of warships were sent in pursuit, but they failed to find her till she sailed for European waters and entered the harbor of Cadiz for repairs. From there she went to Gibraltar, where, unable immediately to obtain coal, she was delayed until 3 United States vessels arrived and maintained a watch from neighboring ports with a view to her capture, and this circumstance with others compelled her abandonment and sail, after having made in all some 18 captures, of which number she bonded 2 and burned 7. Other privateers extemporized during the first year of the war, while they became a serious annoyance to American commerce, generally had a shorter career. Of those captured, only the Savannah requires special mention. She was a schooner of 53 tons burthen with 1 pivot gun, and was fitted out as a privateer at Charleston, from which port she sailed on her cruise on the 2nd of June, 1861. She captured a merchant brig on the following day, about 50 miles east of Charleston, and the same afternoon gave chase to another vessel which she supposed would fall an easy prey. She soon discovered that she had made a serious mistake. The stranger proved to be the United States brig of war Perry, which in turn overhauled and captured the Savannah about nightfall. The privateersmen, 13 in number, were taken off their vessel and sent to New York. They were given in charge of the United States Marshal and placed in confinement, and on the 16th of July the grand jury of the United States Circuit Court indicted them for the crime of robbery on the high seas. The capture of the prisoners, of course, came to the knowledge of the rebel government at Richmond through the reports printed in the Northern newspapers, coupled with rumors of their probable trial and execution as pirates under the President's proclamation. On the strength of these reports, Jefferson Davis, some 10 days before the actual indictment, wrote a letter to President Lincoln, which he transmitted by flag of truce through the military lines. In this letter he gave notice that, as a measure of retaliation for the alleged treatment of the privateersmen, he had caused certain Union prisoners taken by the rebel forces to be placed in strict confinement, and that the Confederate government will deal out to the prisoners held by it the same treatment and the same fate as shall be experienced by those captured in the Savannah. When, a short time afterwards, the Battle of Bull Run occurred, in which the Confederates captured a number of Union colonels and other officers, this intention of the Richmond authorities to make summary retaliation was further manifested by a rigorous treatment of the new captives. President Lincoln made no reply to the letter of Mr. Davis. The indicted prisoners were brought into court, and on July 23rd pleaded not guilty. An array of eminent counsel appeared for both the prosecution and the defense, but on account of the illness of Justice Nelson of the United States Supreme Court, sitting with the district judge, the trial was finally postponed till the third Monday of October. Before that date, the operations of the war, both military and naval, were expanded to such a degree, and the number of prisoners captured of other privateersmen as well as of the land forces had already become so considerable as to compel a radical change of practice in their treatment and disposition. It grew evident that even if the crime of piracy could be legally proven against these offenders, their wholesale punishment by execution could not be thought of, particularly by an executive whose humane impulses were so active as those of President Lincoln. When the Savannah prisoners were brought to trial in October, after long and exhaustive arguments of opposing counsel, the jury failed to agree and was discharged by the court. The prisoners were remanded to custody. But in January of the following year, negotiations were begun for a general exchange, and though some delay occurred, the arrangement was brought into effectual operation in August 1862, at which time the Savannah privateersmen, together with some 70 or 80 others, were exchanged, and the question of their legal status was not thereafter raised. Among the earliest needs which the actual beginning of the blockade pointed out was the possession of suitable harbors on the coast of the insurrectionary States, which might be used as coal depots and as points of rendezvous or harbors of refuge for the blockading fleet. The Navy Department convened a board of competent officers early in July to study this problem. Meanwhile, another opportunity for a successful naval exploit presented itself, which was promptly taken advantage of, the success of which, amid the gloom of recent disasters, was hailed with eager joy by the people of the North. The sea front of the State of North Carolina has a double coast, and behind the outer one, which is a mere narrow belt of sand not more than 2 miles wide, there expand the great inland waters of Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds. There are but few practicable entrances through this outer sandbank or false coast. In latter times Hatteras Inlet had become the most important. Here the rebels had built 2 forts and armed them with guns brought from the Norfolk Navy Yard. Fort Hatteras, nearest the inlet, with 15 guns, and Fort Clark, half a mile to the north, with 7 guns. The blockading fleet soon discovered that this was a point of the utmost importance, that the light rebel privateers could lie here securely in wait for passing prizes, dart out and seize them and quickly retire beyond pursuit. Also, that an unfrequented point like this offered special opportunities for the comparatively safe and easy entrance of blockade runners. An expedition for its capture was therefore organized as soon as the necessary vessels could be collected in Hampton Roads. On the 26th of August, Flag Officer Silas H. Stringham sailed from Fort Monroe in command of 5 war steamers and 2 transports carrying about 800 troops under command of Major General Benjamin F. Butler. After a little more than a day's sail, the fleet appeared before Hatteras Inlet, and on the 2 days following, both forts were captured by the attacking vessels with a comparatively short and easy bombardment, the delay having been occasioned by unfavorable winds. The casualties were slight. In the forts, 12 or 15 were killed or died of wounds, and 35 wounded remained. On the fleet, there was not a single loss of life. The garrisons, comprising 750 men, were formally surrendered on August 29. The original design was to block up the entrance by sinking vessels, but upon examination both commanders united in the more prudent determination to hold and utilize the place. This inlet, reported Stringham, I consider the key to all the ports south of Hatteras, and only second in importance to Fort Monroe and Hampton Roads. Major General John E. Wool, who had been sent August 17 to take command at Fort Monroe, joined in this opinion. General Butler immediately returned to Washington to report the joint victory, and upon his representations the President and Cabinet at once decided and ordered measures to hold possession of the captured forts. What was still more to the point, cheering evidence soon came of the existence of a friendly sentiment among the scattered residents of Hatteras Island and points on the neighboring mainland. The officer sent to command Fort Clark under date of September 11 expressed his belief in the loyalty of the people on Pamlico Sound, and that troops could be raised here for the purpose of suppressing rebellion in North Carolina, upon the assurance that they would not be called on to go out of the State, which was the occasion of the following characteristic letter from President Lincoln to General Scott. My dear Sir, since conversing with you, I have concluded to request you to frame an order for recruiting North Carolinians at Fort Hatteras. I suggest it to be so framed as for us to accept a smaller force, even a company, if we cannot get a regiment or more. What is necessary to now say about officers you will judge. Governor Seward says he has a nephew, Clarence A. Seward, I believe, who would be willing to go and play colonel and assist in raising the force. Still, it is to be considered whether the North Carolinians will not prefer officers of their own. I should expect they would. Before the expedition against Hatteras set sail, preparations for another naval expedition on a more extended scale were under way. It will be remembered that the Anaconda plan of General Scott contemplated that the insurgent States should be completely enveloped. Such a course necessarily comprised eventual military possession of the entire coastline, and this was a part of the problem to be studied by the Board of Officers who had been convened by the Navy Department on June 28. Careful reports made by the Board on July 5 and 13 recommended that either Bull's Bay, Port Royal Sound, or Fernandina should be, if possible, captured and occupied, both to facilitate the blockade and to furnish a base for military operations. Accordingly, orders were issued on August 2 and August 11 to Brigadier General Thomas W. Sherman to proceed to New England and recruit an expeditionary land force of 12,000 men, while Captain Samuel F. DuPont of the Navy was instructed to gather a fleet of vessels at Hampton Roads to be used in the same movement. When General Sherman, who must not be confounded with General William Tecumseh Sherman, afterwards the famous leader of the March to the Sea, was called to Washington, President Lincoln, in presence of the Cabinet, explained to him that this expedition was specially favored by General Scott. described in a general way its extent and purpose, directed that the utmost secrecy be observed, both as to its organization and probable point of descent, and expressed the wish of himself and his Cabinet that it should be ready to start early in September. Fuller consideration, however, recalled the fact that this was the unhealthy season, and the time of starting was afterwards postponed to October. The details were settled by General Scott and a military council of the most experienced officers. Obstacles and delays arose as a matter of course. Before Sherman had more than 3 of his 12 regiments in camp on Long Island, where he proposed to drill and equip them, he was summoned to Washington with his whole command to help meet the danger of a rumored movement of the enemy against the capital. Here the remainder of his force was gathered, in constant competition with the all-absorbing accumulation of the Grand Army of the Potomac, and not without apprehension that his command would be dribbled away in fragments to this or to some one of the many urgent calls for troops which beset the administration from every quarter. To guard against misunderstanding, wrote Lincoln to the Secretary of War, September 18, I think fit to say that the joint expedition of the Army and Navy, in which General T. W. Sherman was and is to bear a conspicuous part, is in no wise to be abandoned, but must be ready to move by the 1st or very early in October. Let all preparations go forward accordingly. Instead of the 1st, it was the end of October before the expedition got off. On the 29th, a fleet of 50 sail, including transports, went to sea from Fort Monroe, the naval force under command of Captain DuPont. The following day brought a severe storm in which 2 or 3 transports with supplies were lost and others put back for safety. The main fleet, however, assembled on the 4th of November before Port Royal Sound, and on the 7th 14 war steamers, carrying a total armament of 130 guns, stood in to the attack of the rebel forts at the Port Royal entrance. To the north, on Bay Point, stood Fort Beauregard, mounting 20 guns. To the south, on Hilton Head, stood Fort Walker, a much stronger work, mounting 23 guns. A broad sheet of water, 2 miles in width, spread between the 2 forts. Both were formidable earthworks, scientifically constructed and armed with ordnance of no mean power. Fort Walker had a garrison of about 250 men, and the plan of attack marked this out as the principal obstacle to overcome. Everything being ready and the weather fine, in the early forenoon of the 7th 9 of the principal war steamers, with a total of 112 guns, formed in a line following each other at a distance of little more than a ship's length, with DuPont leading in the flagship Wabash of 44 guns. Moving slowly and taking continual soundings as they proceeded, the line steamed by the mid-channel into the entrance between the 2 forts, firing to the right against Fort Beauregard in the distance and to the left against Fort Walker at close range. When the Wabash had passed perhaps 2 miles beyond the forts, she made a short circuit to the south and led the line outward through the entrance, and as near Fort Walker as the depth of water permitted, the ships successively delivering their fire at a distance of 600 yards. When the proper point was reached, the Wabash again turned and led the line inward, repeating the circular maneuver. Meanwhile, a flanking column of 5 ships with 30 guns had also passed in and stationed itself at a convenient distance, where it could at the same time bombard Fort Walker and watch the little rebel fleet which hovered up the Sound beyond range. A description of such a maneuver may be read in a minute, but it took more than an hour to execute each circuit of the ships. During this time, the Confederate garrison of Fort Walker was defending its station with courage and persistence. Amid shot and shell, which plowed up their embankments, buried them in showers of sand, dismounted their guns, and swept off the gunners, they replied to the fire of the ships, though the damage they inflicted was trifling and mainly to the rigging, showing their wild aim and the disturbance and difficulty under which they fought. When near 1 o'clock the Wabash turned and for the third time led the line inward past the forts, the battle was decided. Fort Walker gave no response. Commander John Rogers, who was in the Wabash as volunteer aide to the flag officer, wrote: "Shell fell in it not 28 in a minute, but as fast as a horse's feet beat the ground in a gallop. The resistance was heroic, but what could flesh and blood do against such a fire? The Wabash was a destroying angel, hugging the shore, calling the soundings with cold indifference, slowing the engine so as only to give steerage way, signaling to the vessels their various evolutions, and at the same time raining shells as with target practice too fast to count. Commodore DuPont had kindly made me his aide. I stood by him, and I did little things which I suppose gained me credit. So when a boat was sent on shore to ask whether they had surrendered, I was sent. I carried the stars and stripes. I found the ramparts utterly desolate, and I planted the American flag upon those ramparts with my own hands, first to take possession in the majesty of the United States of the rebel soil of South Carolina. The Confederate forces were in an utter panic. They deserted everything. Arms, tents, personal property were abandoned, and by men intent only upon safety and spurred by overwhelming fear. The casualties numbered in the forts: killed 11, wounded 48. On the ships, killed 8, wounded 23. Fort Beauregard was abandoned the same evening, and the Union flag was raised over it at sunrise next morning. Upon examination during the few days following, it was found that the terror and flight of the enemy extended to all the adjacent islands. It had been intended, after the reduction and occupation of these forts, that the expedition should immediately proceed to the attack and capture of Fernandina, Florida, but the large expenditure of ammunition in the attack just made compelled the warships to wait for a new supply, while General Sherman, on landing, found the conquest so extensive as to require all his force and facilities. He said, "We had no idea in preparing the expedition of such immense success. We found to our surprise that instead of having difficult work to get one harbor, after one harbor was obtained, we had a half a dozen important harbors at once. Such a panic was created among the enemy by the fall of Port Royal that they deserted the whole coast from the North Edisto to Warsaw Sound. This threw into our possession not only the harbor of Port Royal, but the magnificent harbor of St. Helena and the harbors of North Edisto, South Edisto, Tybee Roads, Warsaw Sound, and Ossabaw Sound. There is a network of waters and inland water communication running all the way from Charleston to Savannah." The Fernandina expedition was therefore deferred, and the army bent its energies to the erection of suitable forts to protect the territory and harbors which had been gained. It was indeed a magnificent acquisition. Port Royal was the finest harbor on the southern coast, deep enough for the largest vessels, roomy enough to hold the navies of the world. 20 miles from Savannah, 30 miles from Charleston, nearly midway between them, this was, if not the territorial, at least the agricultural heart of South Carolina, the famous Sea Island region which grows the best cotton in the world, the seat of fine plantations, of aristocratic families, of idyllic Southern homes, the pride and the delight of a society upheld by slavery, hospitable mansions embowered in gardens of roses, oleanders, and oranges, terminating picturesquely long and venerable live oak avenues. Nearby was Beaufort, the salubrious pleasure town of the wealthy planters, where the aspiring statesmen of South Carolina had plotted treason and rebellion for a generation. Instead of realizing the dreams of splendor and power which led them astray, this grim visitation of the Lincoln gunboats was their first fruit of the war they had kindled. Every white inhabitant in flight, every homestead deserted, and the slaves wandering idly over the abandoned plantations or pillaging in unrestrained license among the furniture, clothing, and trinkets which lay scattered and desecrated in the once proud homes of their masters. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 2, The Trent Affair. The public mind would probably have dwelt with more impatience and dissatisfaction upon the inaction of the armies, but for an event which turned all thoughts with deep solicitude into an entirely different channel. This was what is known as the Trent Affair, which seriously threatened to embroil the nation in a war with Great Britain. The Confederate government had appointed 2 new envoys to proceed to Europe and renew its application for recognition, which former diplomatic agents had failed to obtain. For this duty, ex-Senator James M. Mason of Virginia and ex-Senator John Slidell of Louisiana were selected on account of their political prominence as well as their recognized ability. On the blockade runner Theodora, they, with their secretaries and families, succeeded in eluding the Union cruisers round Charleston and in reaching Havana, Cuba. Deeming themselves beyond danger of capture, they made no concealment of their presence or mission, but endeavored rather to magnify their office. The British consul showed them marked attention, and they sought to be presented officially to the Captain General of Cuba. But that wary functionary explained that he received them only as distinguished gentlemen. They took passage on board the British mail steamer Trent for St. Thomas, intending there to take the regular packet to England. Captain Charles Wilkes, commanding the United States war steamer San Jacinto, just returned from an African cruise, heard of the circumstance, and going to Havana, fully informed himself of the details of their intended route. The Trent, he learned, was to leave Havana on the 7th of November. That day found him stationed in the old Bahama Channel, near the northern coast of Cuba, where he had reason to believe she would pass. At about noon of the 8th, the lookout announced the approach of the Trent, and when she was sufficiently near, the San Jacinto fired a round shot across her course and displayed the American colors. The British steamer did not seem disposed to accept the warning and failed to slacken her speed, whereupon Captain Wilkes ordered a shell to be fired across her bows, which at once brought her to. Lieutenant D.M. Fairfax, with 2 officers and a guard of marines, left the San Jacinto and rowed to the mail steamer. The lieutenant mounted to the deck alone, leaving his officers and men in the boat. He was shown to the quarter-deck, where he met Captain Moir of the Trent, and informing him who he was, asked to see his passenger list. Captain Moir declined to show it. Lieutenant Fairfax then told him of his information that the rebel commissioners were on board, and that he must satisfy himself on that point before allowing the steamer to proceed. The envoys and their secretaries came up, and hearing their names mentioned, asked if they were wanted. Lieutenant Fairfax then made known in full the purport of his orders and the object of his visit, to seize the Confederate officials. The altercation called a considerable number of passengers around the group. All of them manifested open secession sympathy, and some indulged in abusive language so loud and demonstrative that the lieutenant's 2 officers and 6 or 8 armed men from the boat, without being called, mounted to the lieutenant's assistance. In these unfriendly demonstrations, the mail agent of the Trent, one Commander Williams, a retired British naval officer, made himself especially conspicuous with the declaration that he was the Queen's representative, and with various threats of the consequences of the affair. The captain of the Trent firmly but quietly refused all compliance or search, and the envoys and their secretaries protested against arrest, whereupon Lieutenant Fairfax sent one of his officers back to the San Jacinto for additional force. In perhaps half an hour, the second boat returned from the San Jacinto with some 24 additional men. Lieutenant Fairfax now proceeded to execute his orders without actual violence, and with all the politeness possible under the circumstances. Mason and Slidell and their secretaries, foreseeing the inevitable, had retired to their staterooms to pack their luggage. Thither it was necessary to follow them, and there the presence of the families of Slidell and Eustis created some slight confusion, and a few armed marines entered the cabin but were sent back. The final act of capture and removal was then carried out with formal stage solemnity. Captain Wilkes's first instruction to Lieutenant Fairfax was to seize the Trent as a prize, but as he afterwards explained, I forbore to seize her, however, in consequence of my being so reduced in officers and crew, and the derangement it would cause innocent persons, there being a large number of passengers who would have been put to great loss and inconvenience as well as disappointment from the interruption it would have caused them in not being able to join the steamer from St. Thomas to Europe. The Trent was allowed to proceed on her voyage, while the San Jacinto steamed away for Boston, where she arrived on the 24th of November and transferred her prisoners to Fort Warren. The whole country rang with exultation over the exploit. The feeling was greatly heightened by the general public indignation at the unfriendliness England had so far manifested to the Union cause, but perhaps more especially because the two persons seized had been among the most bitter and active of the secession conspirators. The public press lauded Captain Wilkes. Boston gave him a banquet, and the Secretary of the Navy wrote him a letter of emphatic approval. He congratulated him on the great public service he had rendered in the capture, and expressed only the reservation that his conduct in omitting to capture the vessel must not be allowed to constitute a precedent. When Congress met on the 2nd of December following, the House of Representatives immediately passed a resolution without a dissenting voice, thanking Captain Wilkes for his brave, adroit, and patriotic conduct, while by other resolutions the President was requested to order the prisoners into close confinement in retaliation for similar treatment by the rebels of certain prisoners of war. The strong current of public feeling approved the act without qualification and manifested an instant and united readiness to defend it. President Lincoln's usual cool judgment at once recognized the dangers and complications that might grow out of the occurrence. A well-known writer has recorded what he said in a confidential interview on the day the news was received. I fear the traitors will prove to be white elephants. We must stick to American principles concerning the rights of neutrals. We fought Great Britain for insisting by theory and practice on the right to do precisely what Captain Wilkes has done. If Great Britain shall now protest against the act and demand their release, we must give them up, apologize for the act as a violation of our doctrines, and thus forever bind her over to keep the peace in relation to neutrals, and so acknowledge that she has been wrong for 60 years. The Cabinet generally coincided in expressing gratification and approval. The international questions involved came upon them so suddenly that they were not ready with decided opinions concerning the law and policy of the case. Besides, the true course obviously was to await the action of Great Britain. The passengers on board the Trent, as well as the reports of her officers, carried the news of the capture directly to England, where the incident raised a storm of public opinion even more violent than that in the United States, but very naturally on the opposite side. The government of England relied for its information mainly upon the official report of the mail agent, Commander Williams, who had made himself so officious as the Queen's representative, and who, true to the secession sympathies manifested by him on shipboard, gave his report a strong coloring of the same character. English public feeling, popular and official, smarted under the idea that the United States had perpetrated a gross outrage, and the clamor for instant redress left no room for any calm consideration of the far-reaching questions of international law involved. There seemed little possibility that a war could be avoided, and England began immediate preparations for such an emergency. Some 8,000 troops were dispatched to Canada, ships were ordered to join the English squadrons in American waters, and the usual proclamation issued prohibiting the export of arms and certain war supplies. 2 days after the receipt of the news, Lord Palmerston, in a note to the Queen, formulated the substance of a demand to be sent to the United States. He wrote, November 29, 1861, The general outline and tenor which appeared to meet the opinions of the Cabinet would be that the Washington Government should be told that what has been done is a violation of international law and of the rights of Great Britain, and that your Majesty's Government trusts that the act will be disavowed and the prisoners set free and restored to British protection, and that Lord Lyons should be instructed that if this demand is refused he should retire from the United States. On the following day the formal draft of the proposed dispatch to Lord Lyons was laid before the Queen, who, together with Prince Albert, examined it with unusual care. The critical character of the communication and the imminent danger, the almost certainty, of a rupture and war with America which it revealed made a profound impression upon both. Prince Albert was already suffering from the illness which terminated his life 2 weeks afterwards. This new and grave political question gave him a sleepless night. He could eat no breakfast, is the entry in Her Majesty's diary, and looked very wretched. But still he was well enough on getting up to make a draft for me to write to Lord Russell in correction of his draft to Lord Lyons, sent me yesterday, which Albert did not approve. The Queen returns these important drafts, which upon the whole she approves, but she cannot help feeling that the main draft, that for communication to the American Government, is somewhat meagre. She should have liked to have seen the expression of a hope that the American captain did not act under instructions, or if he did that he misapprehended them, that the United States Government must be fully aware that the British Government could not allow its flag to be insulted, and the security of her mail communications to be placed in jeopardy, and Her Majesty's Government are unwilling to believe that the United States Government intended wantonly to put an insult upon this country, and to add to their many distressing complications by forcing a question of dispute upon us, and that we are therefore glad to believe that upon a full consideration of the circumstances of the undoubted breach of international law committed, they would spontaneously offer such redress as alone could satisfy this country, viz., the restoration of the unfortunate passengers and a suitable apology. It proved to be the last political memorandum he ever wrote. The exact language of his correction, had it been sent, would not have been well calculated to soothe the irritated susceptibilities of Americans. To the charge of violating international law, to which Palmerston's cold note confined itself, he added the accusation of wanton insult, though disclaiming a belief that it was intended. But a kind and pacific spirit shines through his memorandum as a whole, and it is evident that both the Queen and himself, gratefully remembering the welcome America had lately accorded the Prince of Wales, shrank from the prospect of an angry war. In this the Queen unconsciously responded to the impulse of amity and goodwill which had induced the President to modify so materially his Foreign Secretary's dispatch of the 21st of May, the unpremeditated thought of the ruler in each case being at once wiser and more humane than the first intention of the diplomatists. It was from the intention rather than the words of the Prince that the Queen's ministers took their cue and modified the phraseology into more temperate shape. Earl Russell wrote, Her Majesty's Government, bearing in mind the friendly relations which have long subsisted between Great Britain and the United States, are willing to believe that the United States naval officer who committed this aggression was not acting in compliance with any authority from his government, or that if he conceived himself to be so authorized, he greatly misunderstood the instructions he had received. For the government of the United States must be fully aware that the British government could not allow such an affront to the national honor to pass without full reparation, and Her Majesty's Government are unwilling to believe that it could be the deliberate intention of the Government of the United States unnecessarily to force into discussion between the two governments a question of so grave a character, and with regard to which the whole British nation would be sure to entertain such unanimity of feeling. Her Majesty's Government, therefore, trusts that when this matter shall have been brought under the consideration of the Government of the United States, that Government will of its own accord offer to the British Government such redress as alone would satisfy the British nation, namely, the liberation of the 4 gentlemen, and their delivery to your Lordship, in order that they may again be placed under British protection, and a suitable apology for the aggression which has been committed. Should these terms not be offered by Mr. Seward, you will propose them to him. In the private note accompanying this formal dispatch, further instruction was given that if the demand were not substantially complied with in 7 days, Lord Lyons should break off diplomatic relations and return with his whole legation to London. Yet at the last moment Lord Russell himself seems to have become impressed with the brow-beating precipitancy of the whole proceeding, for he added another private note better calculated than even the Queen's modification to soften the disagreeable announcement to the American Government. He wrote to Lord Lyons: "My wish would be that at your first interview with Mr. Seward you should not take my dispatch with you, but should prepare him for it, and ask him to settle it with the President and the Cabinet what course they will propose. The next time you should bring my dispatch and read it to him fully. If he asks what will be the consequence of his refusing compliance, I think you should say that you wish to leave him and the President quite free to take their own course, and that you desire to abstain from anything like menace." This last diplomatic touch reveals that the Ministry, like the Queen, shrank from war, but that it desired to reap all the advantages of a public menace, even while privately disclaiming one. The British demand reached Washington on the 19th of December. It happened, fortunately, that Lord Lyons and Mr. Seward were on excellent terms of personal friendship, and the British envoy was therefore able to present the affair with all the delicacy which had been suggested by Lord Russell. The Government at Washington had carefully abstained from any action other than that already mentioned. Lord Lyons wrote: "Mr. Seward received my communication seriously and with dignity, but without any manifestation of dissatisfaction. Some further conversation ensued in consequence of questions put by him with a view to ascertain the exact character of the dispatch. At the conclusion he asked me to give him tomorrow to consider the question and to communicate with the President." Another dispatch from Lord Lyons shows that Mr. Seward asked a further delay, and that Lord Russell's communication was not formally read to him till Monday, the 23rd of December. If we may credit the statement of Secretary Welles, Mr. Seward had not expected so serious a view of the affair by the British Government, and his own language implies as much when, in a private letter some months afterward, he mentions Lord Lyons's communication as our first knowledge that the British Government proposed to make it a question of offense or insult, and so of war, adding, "If I had been as tame as you think would have been wise in my treatment of affairs with that country, I should have no standing in my own." But while Mr. Seward, like most other Americans, was doubtless elated by the first news that the rebel envoys were captured, he readily discerned that the incident was one of great diplomatic gravity and likely to be fruitful of prolonged diplomatic contention. Evidently in this spirit, and for the purpose of reserving to the United States every advantage in the serious discussion which was unavoidable, he prudently wrote in a confidential dispatch to Mr. Adams on November 27: "I forbear from speaking of the capture of Messrs. Mason and Slidell. The act was done by Commodore Wilkes, without instructions, and even without the knowledge of the Government. Lord Lyons has judiciously refrained from all communication with me on the subject, and I thought it equally wise to reserve ourselves until we hear what the British Government may have to say on the subject." Of the confidential first interviews between the Secretary of State and the President on this important topic there is no record. From what remains we may easily infer that the President clearly saw the inevitable necessities surrounding the question, and was anxiously searching some method of securing for the United States whatever of indirect advantage might accrue from compliance with the British demand, and of making that compliance as palatable as might be to American public opinion. In this spirit we may presume he wrote the following experimental draft of a dispatch, preserved in his autograph manuscript. Its chief proposal is to arbitrate the difficulty, or in the alternative, seriously to examine the question in all its aspects, and out of them to formulate a binding rule for both nations to govern similar cases. It was an honest and practical suggestion to turn an accidental quarrel into a great and durable transaction for the betterment of international law. The dispatch of Her Majesty's Secretary for Foreign Affairs, dated the 30th of November, 1861, and of which Your Lordship kindly furnished me a copy, has been carefully considered by the President, and he directs me to say that if there existed no fact or facts pertinent to the case beyond those stated in said dispatch, the reparation sought by Great Britain from the United States would be justly due and should be promptly made. The President is unwilling to believe that Her Majesty's Government will press for a categorical answer upon what appears to him to be only a partial record, in the making up of which he has been allowed no part. He is reluctant to volunteer his view of the case with no assurance that Her Majesty's Government will consent to hear him, yet this much he directs me to say, that this Government has intended no affront to the British flag or to the British nation, nor has it intended to force into discussion an embarrassing question, all which is evident by the fact hereby asserted, that the act complained of was done by the officer without orders from or expectation of the Government. But being done, it was no longer left to us to consider whether we might not, to avoid a controversy, waive an unimportant though a strict right, because we too, as well as Great Britain, have a people justly jealous of their rights, and in whose presence our Government could undo the act complained of only upon a fair showing that it was wrong, or at least very questionable. The United States Government and people are still willing to make reparation upon such showing. Accordingly, I am instructed by the President to inquire whether Her Majesty's Government will hear the United States upon the matter in question. The President desires, among other things, to bring into view and have considered the existing rebellion in the United States, the position Great Britain has assumed, including Her Majesty's proclamation in relation thereto, the relation the persons whose seizure is the subject of complaint bore to the United States, and the object of their voyage at the time they were seized, the knowledge which the master of the Trent had of their relation to the United States, and of the object of their voyage at the time he received them on board for the voyage, the place of the seizure, and the precedents and respective positions assumed in analogous cases between Great Britain and the United States. Upon a submission containing the foregoing facts, with those set forth in the before-mentioned dispatch to your Lordship, together with all other facts which either party may deem material, I am instructed to say, the Government of the United States will, if agreed to by Her Majesty's Government, go to such friendly arbitration as is usual among nations, and will abide the award. Or, in the alternative, Her Majesty's Government may, upon the same record, determine whether any, and if any, what reparation is due from the United States, provided no such reparation shall be different in character from, nor transcend that proposed by your Lordship, as instructed in and by the dispatch aforesaid, and provided further that the determination thus made shall be the law for all future analogous cases between Great Britain and the United States. We may suppose that upon consultation with Mr. Seward, Mr. Lincoln decided that, desirable as this proceeding might be, it was precluded by the impatient, inflexible terms of the British demand. Only 3 days of the 7 days' grace remained. If they should not, by the coming Thursday, agree to deliver Mason and Slidell, the British legation would close its doors, and the consternation of a double war would fill the air. It is probable, therefore, that even while writing this draft, Lincoln had intimated to his Secretary of State the need of finding good diplomatic reasons for surrendering the prisoners. A note of Mr. Seward shows us that the Cabinet meeting to consider finally the Trent question was appointed for Tuesday morning, December 24, but the Secretary says that, availing himself of the President's permission, he had postponed it to Wednesday morning at 10 a.m., adding, "I shall then be ready." It is probably true, as he afterwards wrote, that the whole framing of his dispatch was left to his own ingenuity and judgment, and that neither the President nor any member of the Cabinet had arrived at any final determination. The private diary of Attorney General Bates supplies us some additional details. Cabinet Council at 10 a.m., December 25, to consider the relations with England on Lord Lyons's demand of the surrender of Mason and Slidell. A long and interesting session lasting till 2 p.m. The instructions of the British Minister to Lord Lyons were read. There was read a draft of answer by the Secretary of State. The President's experimental draft, quoted above, was not read. There is no mention of either the reading or the points it raised. The whole discussion appears to have been confined to Seward's paper. There was some desultory talk, a general comparing of rumors and outside information, a reading of the few letters which had been received from Europe. Mr. Sumner, chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, was invited in and read letters he had received from John Bright and Richard Cobden, Liberal members of the British Parliament and devoted friends of the Union. During the session, also, there was handed in and read the dispatch just received from his government by Monsieur Mercier, the French minister, and which in substance took the English view of the matter. The diary continues. Mr. Seward's draft of letter to Lord Lyons was submitted by him and examined and criticized by us with apparently perfect candor and frankness. All of us were impressed with the magnitude of the subject, and believed that upon our decision depended the dearest interest, probably the existence of the nation. I, waiving the question of legal right, upon which all Europe is against us, and also many of our own best jurists, urged the necessity of the case, that to go to war with England now is to abandon all hope of suppressing the rebellion, as we have not the possession of the land nor any support of the people of the South. The maritime superiority of Britain would sweep us from all the southern waters. Our trade would be utterly ruined and our treasury bankrupt. In short, that we must not have war with England. There was great reluctance on the part of some of the members of the Cabinet, and even the President himself, to acknowledge these obvious truths, but all yielded to and unanimously concurred in Mr. Seward's letter to Lord Lyons after some verbal and formal amendments. The main fear, I believe, was the displeasure of our own people, lest they should accuse us of timidly truckling to the power of England. The published extracts from the diary of Secretary Chase give somewhat fully his opinion on the occasion. Mr. Chase thought it certainly was not too much to expect of a friendly nation, and especially of a nation of the same blood, religion, and characteristic civilization as our own, that in consideration of the great rights she would overlook the little wrong, nor could he then persuade himself that, were all the circumstances known to the English government as to ours, the surrender of the rebel commissioners would be insisted upon. The Secretary asserted that the technical right was undoubtedly with England. Were the circumstances reversed, our government would, Mr. Chase thought, accept the explanation and let England keep her rebels, and he could not divest himself of the belief that, were the case fairly understood, the British government would do likewise. But, continued Secretary Chase, we cannot afford delays. While the matter hangs in uncertainty, the public mind will remain disquieted. Our commerce will suffer serious harm. Our action against the rebels must be greatly hindered, and the restoration of our prosperity, largely identified with that of all nations, must be delayed. Better, then, to make now the sacrifice of feeling involved in the surrender of these rebels, than even avoid it by the delays which explanations must occasion. I give my adhesion, therefore, to the conclusion at which the Secretary of State has arrived. It is gall and wormwood to me. Rather than consent to the liberation of these men, I would sacrifice everything I possess. But I am consoled by the reflection that while nothing but severest retribution is due to them, the surrender under existing circumstances is but simply doing right, simply proving faithful to our own ideas and traditions under strong temptations to violate them, simply giving to England and the world the most signal proof that the American nation will not, under any circumstances, for the sake of inflicting just punishment on rebels, commit even a technical wrong against neutrals. In these two recorded opinions are reflected the substantial tone and temper of the Cabinet discussion, which ended, as both Mr. Bates and Mr. Seward have stated, in a unanimous concurrence in the letter of reply as drawn up by the Secretary of State. That long and remarkably able document must be read in full both to understand the wide range of the subject which he treated and the clearness and force of his language and argument. It constitutes one of his chief literary triumphs. There is room here only to indicate the conclusions arrived at in his examination. First, he held that the 4 persons seized and their dispatches were contraband of war. Second, that Captain Wilkes had a right by the law of nations to detain and search the Trent. Third, that he exercised the right in a lawful and proper manner. Fourth, that he had a right to capture the contraband found. The real issue of the case centered in the 5th question. Did Captain Wilkes exercise the right of capturing the contraband in conformity with the law of nations? Reciting the deficiency of recognized rules on this point, Mr. Seward held that only by taking the vessel before a prize court could the existence of contraband be lawfully established, and that Captain Wilkes, having released the vessel from capture, the necessary judicial examination was prevented and the capture left unfinished or abandoned. Mr. Seward's dispatch continued, I trust that I have shown to the satisfaction of the British government, by a very simple and natural statement of the facts and analysis of the law applicable to them, that this government has neither meditated nor practiced nor approved any deliberate wrong in the transaction to which they have called its attention, and on the contrary, that what has happened has been simply an inadvertency, consisting in a departure by the naval officer, free from any wrongful motive, from a rule uncertainly established, and probably by the several parties concerned either imperfectly understood or entirely unknown. For this error, the British government has a right to expect the same reparation that we, as an independent state, should expect from Great Britain or from any other friendly nation in a similar case. If I decide this case in favor of my own government, I must disavow its most cherished principles, and reverse and forever abandon its essential policy. The country cannot afford the sacrifice. If I maintain those principles and adhere to that policy, I must surrender the case itself. The 4 persons in question are now held in military custody at Fort Warren in the state of Massachusetts. They will be cheerfully liberated. With the formal delivery of Mason and Slidell and their secretaries to the custody of the British minister, the diplomatic incident was completed on the part of the United States. Lord Russell, on his part, while announcing that Her Majesty's government differed from Mr. Seward in some of the conclusions at which he had arrived, nevertheless acknowledged that the action of the American government constituted the reparation which Her Majesty and the British nation had a right to expect. It is not too much to say that not merely the rulers and cabinets of both nations, but also those of all the great European powers, were relieved from an oppressive apprehension by this termination of the affair. If from one point of view the United States suffered a certain diplomatic defeat and humiliation, it became in another light a real international victory. The turn of affairs placed not only England but France and other nations distinctly on their good behavior. In the face of this American example of moderation, they could no longer so openly brave the liberal sentiment of their own people by the countenance they had hitherto given the rebellion. So far from improving or enhancing the hostile mission of Mason and Slidell, the adventure they had undergone served to diminish their importance and circumscribe their influence. The very act of their liberation compelled the British authorities sharply to define the hollow pretense under which they were sent. In his instructions to the British government vessel which received them at Provincetown and conveyed them to England, Lord Lyons wrote, "It is hardly necessary that I should remind you that these gentlemen have no official character. It will be right for you to receive them with all courtesy and respect as private gentlemen of distinction, but it would be very improper to pay to them any of those honors which are paid to official persons." The same result in a larger degree awaited their advent in Europe. Under the intense publicity of which they had been the subject, officials of all degrees were in a measure compelled to avoid them as political suspects. Mason was received in England with cold and studied neglect, while Slidell in France, though privately encouraged by the Emperor Napoleon III., finally found himself a victim instead of a beneficiary of his selfish schemes. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay, Chapter 3, The Tennessee Line. In the state of Kentucky, the long game of political intrigue came to an end as the autumn of 1861 approached. By a change almost as sudden as a stage transformation scene, the beginning of September brought a general military activity and a state of qualified civil war. This change grew naturally out of the military condition, which was no longer compatible with the uncertain and expectant attitude the state had hitherto maintained. The notes of preparation for Fremont's campaign down the Mississippi could not be ignored. Cairo had become a great military post, giving the Federal forces who held it a strategical advantage both for defense and offense, against which the Confederates had no corresponding foothold on the great river. The first defensive work of the latter was Fort Pillow, 215 miles below, armed with only 12 32-pounders. To oppose a more formidable resistance to Fremont's descent was of vital importance, which General Polk's West Point education enabled him to realize. But the Mississippi, with its generally level banks, afforded relatively few points capable of effective defense. The one most favorable to the Confederate needs was at Columbus in the state of Kentucky, 18 miles below Cairo, on a high bluff commanding the river for about 5 miles. Both the Union and Confederate commanders coveted this position, for its natural advantages were such that when fully fortified it became familiarly known as the Gibraltar of the West. So far, through the neutrality policy of Kentucky, it had remained unappropriated by either side. On the first day of September, General Polk, the rebel commander at Memphis, sent a messenger to Governor Magoffin to obtain confidential information about the future plans and policy of the Southern party in Kentucky, explaining his desire to be ahead of the enemy in occupying Columbus and Paducah. Buckner was in Richmond proposing to the Confederate authorities certain military movements in Kentucky in advance of the action of her governor. On September 3rd, they promised him, as definitely as they could, countenance and assistance in his scheme. And soon after he accepted a brigadier general's commission from Jefferson Davis. Before his return to the West, General Polk had initiated the rebel invasion of Kentucky. Whether upon information from Governor Magoffin or elsewhere, Polk ordered General Gideon J. Pillow with his detachment of 6,000 men, which the abandoned Missouri campaign left idle, to cross the river from New Madrid and occupy the town of Columbus. The Confederate movement created a flurry in neutrality circles. Numerous protests went both to Polk and the Richmond authorities, and Governor Harris hastened to assure Governor Magoffin that he was in entire ignorance of it and had appealed to Jefferson Davis to order the troops withdrawn. Even the rebel Secretary of War was mystified by the report and directed Polk to order the troops withdrawn from Kentucky. Jefferson Davis, however, either with prior knowledge or with a truer instinct, telegraphed to Polk, "The necessity justifies the action." In his letter to Davis, General Polk strongly argued the propriety of his course. "I believe if we could have found a respectable pretext, it would have been better to have seized this place some months ago, as I am convinced we had more friends then in Kentucky than we have had since, and every hour's delay made against us." Kentucky was fast melting away under the influence of the Lincoln government. He had little need to urge this view. Jefferson Davis wrote him, "We cannot permit the indeterminate quantities, the political elements, to control our action in cases of military necessity." And to Governor Harris, "Security to Tennessee and other parts of the Confederacy is the primary object. To this all else must give way." Further, to strengthen and consolidate the important military enterprises thus begun, Jefferson Davis now adopted a recommendation of Polk that they should be combined from west to east to cross the Mississippi Valley and placed under the direction of one head, and that head should have large discretionary powers. Such a position is one of very great responsibility, involving and requiring large experience and extensive military knowledge, and I know of no one so well equal to that task as our friend General Albert S. Johnston. Johnston, with the rank of general, was duly assigned on September 10 to the command of Department No. 2, covering in general the States of Tennessee, Arkansas, part of Mississippi, Kentucky, Missouri, Kansas, and the Indian Territory. Proceeding at once to Nashville and conferring with the local authorities, Johnston wrote back to Richmond under date of September 16th, "So far from yielding to the demand for the withdrawal of our troops, I have determined to occupy Bowling Green at once. I design tomorrow, which is the earliest practicable moment, to take possession of Bowling Green with 5,000 troops, and prepare to support the movement with such force as circumstances may indicate and the means at my command may allow." The movement was promptly carried out. Buckner was put in command of the expedition, and seizing several railroad trains, he moved forward to Bowling Green on the morning of the 18th, having sent ahead 500 men to occupy Munfordville, and issuing the usual proclamation that his invasion was a measure of defense. Meanwhile, the third column of invaders entered eastern Kentucky through Cumberland Gap. Brigadier General Zollicoffer had 8,000 or 10,000 men under his command in eastern Tennessee, but much scattered and badly armed and supplied. By his active supervision he somewhat improved the organization of his forces and acquainted himself with the intricate topography of the mountain region he was in during the month of August. Prompted probably from Kentucky, he was ready early in September to join in the combined movement into that State. About the 10th he advanced through Cumberland Gap with 6 regiments to Cumberland Ford, and began planning further aggressive movements against the small Union force, principally Home Guards, which had been collected and organized at Camp Dick Robinson. The strong Union legislature which Kentucky elected in August met in Frankfort, the capital, on the 2nd of September. Polk, having securely established himself at Columbus, notified the governor of his presence, and offered as his only excuse the alleged intention of the Federal troops to occupy it. The legislature, not deeming the excuse sufficient, passed a joint resolution instructing the governor to inform those concerned that Kentucky expects the Confederate or Tennessee troops to be withdrawn from her soil unconditionally. The governor vetoed the resolution on the ground that it did not also embrace the Union troops, but the legislature passed it over his veto. Governor Magoffin now issued his proclamation as directed. Polk and Jefferson Davis replied that the Confederate Army would withdraw if the Union Army would do the same. To this, the legislature responded with another joint resolution that the conditions prescribed were an insult to the dignity of the State, to which Kentucky cannot listen without dishonor, and that the invaders must be expelled. The resolution further required General Robert Anderson to take instant command, with authority to call out a volunteer force, in all of which the governor was required to lend his aid. Kentucky was thus officially taken out of her false attitude of neutrality and placed in active cooperation with the Federal Government to maintain the Union. Every day increased the strength and zeal of her assistance. A little later in the session, a law was enacted declaring enlistments under the Confederate flag a misdemeanor and the invasion of Kentucky by Confederate soldiers a felony, and prescribing heavy penalties for both. Finally, the legislature authorized the enlistment of 40,000 volunteers to repel invasion, providing also that they should be mustered into the service of the United States and cooperate with the armies of the Union. This was a complete revolution from the anti-coercion resolutions the previous legislature had passed in January. Hitherto, there were no Federal forces in Kentucky except the brigade which Lieutenant Nelson had organized at Camp Dick Robinson. The Home Guards in various counties, though supplied with arms by the Federal Government, were acting under State militia laws. General Anderson, commanding the military department which embraced Kentucky, still kept his headquarters at Cincinnati, and Lovell H. Rousseau, a prominent Kentuckian engaged in organizing a brigade of Kentuckians, had purposely made his camp on the Indiana side of the Ohio River. Nevertheless, President Lincoln, the governors of Ohio and Indiana, and the various military commanders had for months been ready to go to the assistance of the Kentucky Unionists whenever the necessity should arise. Even if the neutral attitude of Kentucky had not been brought to an end by the advance of the Confederate forces, it would have been by that of the Federals. A point had been reached where further inaction was impossible. 3 days before General Pillow occupied Hickman, Fremont sent General Grant to southeastern Missouri to concentrate the several Federal detachments, drive out the enemy, and destroy a rumored rebel battery at Belmont. His order says finally, "It is intended in connection with all these movements to occupy Columbus, Kentucky, as soon as possible." It was in executing a part of this order that the gunboats sent to Belmont extended their reconnaissance down the river and discovered the advance of the Confederates on the Kentucky shore. An unexpected delay in the movement of one of Grant's detachments occurred at the same time, and that commander, with military intuition, postponed the continuance of the local operations in Missouri and instead prepared an expedition into Kentucky, which became the initial step of his brilliant and fruitful campaign in that direction a few months later. He saw that Columbus, his primary objective point, was lost for the present, but he also perceived that another of perhaps equal strategical value lay within his grasp, though clearly there was no time to be wasted in seizing it. The gunboat reconnaissance on the Mississippi River, which revealed the rebel occupation of Kentucky, was begun on September 4th. On the following day, General Grant, having telegraphed the information to Fremont and to the Kentucky legislature, hurriedly organized an expedition of 2 gunboats, 1,800 men, 16 cannon for batteries, and a supply of provisions and ammunition on transports. Taking personal command, he started with the expedition from Cairo at midnight of the 5th and proceeded up the Ohio River to the town of Paducah at the mouth of the Tennessee, where he arrived on the morning of the 6th. A contraband trade with the rebels by means of small steamboats plying on the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers had called special attention to the easy communication between this point and central Tennessee. He landed without opposition and took possession, making arrangements to fortify and permanently hold the place, having done which he returned to Cairo the same afternoon to report his advance and forward reinforcements. The importance of the seizure was appreciated by the rebels, for on the 13th of September Buckner wrote to Richmond, "Our possession of Columbus is already neutralized by that of Paducah." The culmination of affairs in Kentucky had been carefully watched by the authorities in Washington. From a conference with President Lincoln, Anderson returned on September 1st to Cincinnati, taking with him two subordinates of exceptional ability, Brigadier Generals W. T. Sherman and George H. Thomas, both destined to great usefulness and fame. A delegation of prominent Kentuckians met him to set forth the critical condition of their State. He dispatched Sherman to solicit help from Fremont and the governors of Indiana and Illinois, and a week later moved his headquarters to Louisville, also sending Thomas to Camp Dick Robinson to take direction of affairs in that quarter. By the time Sherman returned from his mission, the crisis had developed itself. The appearance of Polk's forces at Columbus, the action of the legislature, the occupation of Paducah by Grant, and the threatening rumors from Buckner's camp created a high degree of excitement and apprehension. On the 16th of September, Anderson reported Zollicoffer's invasion through Cumberland Gap, upon which the President telegraphed him to assume active command in Kentucky at once. Added to this, there came to Louisville on the 18th the positive news of Buckner's advance to Bowling Green. This information set all central Kentucky in a military ferment, for the widely published announcement that the State Guards, Buckner's secession militia, would meet at Lexington on September 20 to have a camp drill under supervision of Breckinridge, Humphrey, Marshall, and other leaders seemed too plainly coincident with the triple invasion to be designed for a mere holiday. A rising at Lexington and a junction with Zollicoffer might end in a march upon Frankfort, the capital, to disperse the legislature. A simultaneous advance by Buckner in force and the capture of Louisville would in a brief campaign complete the subjugation of Kentucky to the rebellion. There remains no record to show whether or not such a plan was among the movements in advance of the governor's action, which Buckner discussed with Jefferson Davis on September 3 at Richmond. The bare possibility roused the Unionists of Kentucky to vigorous action. With an evident distrust of Governor Magoffin, a caucus of the Union members of the legislature assumed quasi-executive authority, and through the presiding officers of the two houses requested General Thomas at Camp Dick Robinson to send a regiment fully prepared for a fight to Lexington in advance of the advertised camp drill of the State Guards, also promising that the Home Guards should rally in force to support it. Thomas ordered the movement, and in spite of numerous obstacles, Colonel Thomas E. Bramlett brought his regiment to the Lexington fairground on the night of the 19th of September. His advent was so sudden that he came near making important arrests. John C. Breckinridge, Humphrey Marshall, and other leaders were present, but being warned, fled in different directions, and the camp drill, shorn of its guiding spirits, proved powerless for the mischievous ends which had evidently been intended. At Louisville, General Anderson lost no time in an effort to meet Buckner's advance. There were no organized troops in the city, but the brigade Rousseau had been collecting on the Indiana shore was hastily called across the river and joined to the Louisville Home Guards, making in all some 2,500 men who were sent out by the railroad towards Nashville under the personal command of Sherman. An expedition of the enemy had burned the important railroad bridges, apparently, however, with the simple object of creating delay. Nevertheless, Sherman went on and occupied Muldrow's Hill, where he was soon reinforced, for the utmost efforts had been used by the governors of Ohio and Indiana to send to the help of Kentucky every available regiment. If Buckner meditated the capture of Louisville, this show of force caused him to pause, but he remained firm at Bowling Green, increasing his army and ready to take part in whatever movement events might render feasible. No serious or decisive conflicts immediately followed these various moves on the military chessboard. They served merely to define the hostile frontier. With Polk at Columbus, Buckner at Bowling Green, and Zollicoffer in front of Cumberland Gap, the Confederate frontier was practically along the northern Tennessee line. The Union line ran irregularly through the center of Kentucky. One direct result was rapidly to eliminate the armed secessionists. Humphrey Marshall, Breckinridge, and others who had set up rebel camps hastened with their followers within the protection of the Confederate line. Before further operations occurred, a change of Union commanders took place. The excitement, labors, and responsibilities proved too great for the physical strength of General Anderson. Relieved at his own request on October 8, he relinquished the command to General Sherman, who was designated by General Scott to succeed him. The new and heavy duties which fell upon him were by no means to Sherman's liking. "I am forced into the command of this department against my will," he wrote. Looking at his field with a purely professional eye, the disproportion between the magnitude of his task and the immediate means for its accomplishment oppressed him like a nightmare. There were no troops in Kentucky when he came. The recruits sent from other States were gradually growing into an army, but as yet without drill, equipment, or organization. Kentucky itself was in a curious transition. By vote of her people and her legislature, she had decided to adhere to the Union. But as a practical incident of war, many of her energetic and adventurous young men drifted to Southern camps, while the Union property holders and heads of families were unfit or unwilling immediately to enlist in active service to sustain the cause they had espoused. The Home Guards, called into service for 10 days, generally refused to extend their term. The arms furnished them became scattered, and if not seized or stolen by young secession recruits and carried to the enemy, were with difficulty recovered for use. Now that the General Government had assumed command and the State had ordered an army, many neighborhoods felt privileged to call for protection rather than furnish a quota for offense, and even where they were ready to serve, the enlistment of the State volunteers, recently authorized by the legislature, had yet scarcely begun. About the middle of October, Mr. Cameron, Secretary of War, returning from a visit to Fremont, passed through Louisville and held a military consultation with Sherman. "I remember taking a large map of the United States," writes Sherman, "and assuming the people of the whole South to be in rebellion, that our task was to subdue them. showed that McClellan was on the left, having a frontage of less than 100 miles, and Fremont on the right about the same, whereas I, the center, had from the Big Sandy to Paducah over 300 miles of frontier, that McClellan had 100,000 men, Fremont 60,000, whereas to me had only been allotted about 18,000. I argued that for the purpose of defense we should have 60,000 men at once, and for offense would need 200,000 before we were done. Mr. Cameron, who still lay on the bed, threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Great God, where are they to come from?" I asserted that there were plenty of men at the North ready and willing to come if he would only accept their services, for it was notorious that regiments had been formed in all the Northwestern States whose services had been refused by the War Department on the ground that they would not be needed. We discussed all these matters fully in the most friendly spirit, and I thought I had aroused Mr. Cameron to a realization of the great war that was before us and was in fact upon us. While recognizing many of the needs which Sherman pointed out, the Secretary could not immediately promise him any great augmentation of his force. Complaints and requests of this character were constantly coming to the administration from all the commanders and governors, and a letter of President Lincoln, written in reply to a similar strain of fault-finding from Governor Morton of Indiana, plainly indicates why such requirements in all quarters could not be immediately supplied. Your letter by the hand of Mr. Prunk was received yesterday. I write this letter because I wish you to believe of us, as we certainly believe of you, that we are doing the very best we can. You do not receive arms from us as fast as you need them, but it is because we have not near enough to meet all the pressing demands, and we are obliged to share around what we have, sending the larger share to the points which appear to need them most. We have great hope that our own supply will be ample before long, so that you and all others can have as many as you need. I see an article in an Indianapolis newspaper denouncing me for not answering your letter sent by a special messenger 2 or 3 weeks ago. I did make what I thought the best answer I could to that letter. As I remember, it asked for 10 heavy guns to be distributed with some troops at Lawrenceburg, Madison, New Albany, and Evansville. And I ordered the guns and directed you to send the troops if you had them. As to Kentucky, you do not estimate that State as more important than I do, but I am compelled to watch all points. While I write this, I am, if not in range, at least in hearing of cannon shot from an army of enemies more than 100,000 strong. I do not expect them to capture this city, but I know they would if I were to send the men and arms from here to defend Louisville, of which there is not a single hostile armed soldier within 40 miles, nor any force known to be moving upon it from any distance. It is true, the army in our front may make a half circle around southward and move on Louisville, but when they do, we will make a half circle around northward and meet them. And in the meantime, we will get up what forces we can from other sources to also meet them. I hope Zollicoffer has left Cumberland Gap, though I fear he has not, because if he has, I rather infer he did it because of his dread of Camp Dick Robinson, reinforced from Cincinnati, moving on him, than because of his intention to move on Louisville. But if he does go round and reinforce Buckner, let Dick Robinson come round and reinforce Sherman, and the thing is substantially as it was when Zollicoffer left Cumberland Gap. I state this as an illustration, for in fact I think if the gap is left open to us, Dick Robinson should take it and hold it, while Indiana and the vicinity of Louisville in Kentucky can reinforce Sherman faster than Zollicoffer Ken Buckner. The conjectures of the President proved substantially correct. Moreover, great as was the need of arms for Union regiments, the scarcity among the rebels was much greater. Of the 30,000 stands which Johnston asked for when he assumed command, the rebel War Department could only send him 1,000. Ammunition and supplies were equally wanting. He called out 50,000 volunteers from Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, but reinforcements from this and other sources were slow. His greatest immediate help came by transferring Major General William J. Hardee with his division from Missouri to Bowling Green. If, as Sherman surmised, the concentration of his detachments would have enabled him to make a successful march on Louisville, he was unwilling to take the risk. The contingency upon which the rebel invasion was probably based, the expected rising in Kentucky, had completely failed. "We have received but little accession," he wrote to Richmond, "to our ranks since the Confederate forces crossed the line. In fact, no such enthusiastic demonstration as to justify any movements not warranted by our ability to maintain our own communications. The Kentuckians still come in small squads," wrote one of his recruiting brigadiers. "I have induced the most of them to go in for the war. This requires about 3 speeches a day. When thus stirred up, they go almost to a man. Since I have found that I can't be a general, I have turned recruiting agent and sensation speaker for the brief period that I shall remain." For the President, Johnston's policy was purely defensive. He directed Cumberland Gap to be fortified, and completed the works at Columbus to meet the probable flotilla from the north, supposed to carry 200 heavy guns, while Buckner was vigorously admonished to hold on to Bowling Green. He made this order when Buckner had 6,000 men, but even when that number was doubled after the arrival of Hardee, Johnston was occupied with calculations for defense and was asking for further reinforcements. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. East Tennessee. The loyalty of Andrew Johnson and his energetic defense of the Union in the Senate of the United States called public attention with peculiar force to Eastern Tennessee. Nominally, the whole state was in rebellion, really nearly one-third of its people, occupying about one-third of its territory, remained firm in their attachment to the government. By repeated public conventions, by a solemn appeal to the legislature, and an overwhelming popular vote, the region known as East Tennessee protested against the usurpation and military domination which made them, against their will, aliens and enemies to the Constitution and flag they revered. At an election held on the 8th day of June, 1861, at which the people were asked to ratify the military league with the Southern Confederacy and the provisional constitution of the Confederate States, 29 counties of eastern Tennessee cast only 14,780 votes for separation and 32,923 votes against separation. Still further, when the rebel governor ordered an election on the first Thursday in August for delegates to the rebel Congress, that being the day fixed by the state constitution and laws for electing representatives to the Congress of the United States, the Union electors in the 2nd and 4th districts cast their ballots for Horace Maynard and Andrew J. Clements in such numbers estimated at 10,000 votes in the second and at 2,000 votes in the fourth, that they were admitted to seats as representatives in the 37th Congress. The people of East Tennessee, finding no redress in petition or ballot, gave signs of a determination to liberate themselves by force of arms. Upon unmistakable evidence of their loyalty, the Lincoln government made efforts to render them all possible assistance. A considerable supply of arms and ammunition was sent to Lieutenant William Nelson in Kentucky to be forwarded to the Unionists in East Tennessee, and another Navy Lieutenant, S.P. Carter, was commissioned specially to organize Union regiments of Tennesseans willing to enlist. This, however, was a work of no little trouble and danger. Transportation was extremely difficult over the long mountain route without a railroad. The rebel authorities were constantly watchful of this weak point in their offensive and defensive plans. From the first, Governor Harris treated East Tennessee as a hostile and conquered country, and his successive letters to Jefferson Davis form a continuous call for additional military force to hold that region in subjection. The rebel General Zollicoffer's earliest duty had been to overawe the Union sentiment of East Tennessee and protect the important railroad line connecting distant parts of the Confederacy, the possession of which was indispensable to its military operations. Despite his vigilance, Union arms and ammunition were smuggled in and secret combinations begun. Between rigorous military repression on one side and chronic Union uprising on the other, a desperate condition of affairs grew up, still further embittered by the gradual development of a malignant persecution of bolder Unionists in the civil tribunals of the State, an evil of which Jefferson Davis himself felt obliged to take notice. All summer long, President Lincoln heard with sympathy from Andrew Johnson and others the reports of the patriotism and sufferings of their people. It will be remembered that in the memorandum made by him after Bull Run, he suggested a military movement from Cincinnati on East Tennessee. Since the culmination of affairs in Kentucky with the prospect of early active operations, such a project had acquired a new importance. Late in September, he went to the War Department and made the following memorandum, which, though not in the form of an express order, was nevertheless intended as a substantial direction of military affairs. On or about the 5th of October, the exact date to be determined hereafter, I wish a movement made to seize and hold a point on the railroad connecting Virginia and Tennessee, near the mountain pass called Cumberland Gap. That point is now guarded against us by Zollicoffer, with 6,000 or 8,000 rebels at Barbersville, Kentucky, say 25 miles from the Gap towards Lexington. We have a force of 5,000 or 6,000 under General Thomas at Camp Dick Robinson, about 25 miles from Lexington, and 75 from Zollicoffer's camp on the road between the two. There is not a railroad anywhere between Lexington and the point to be seized, and along the whole length of which the Union sentiment among the people largely predominates. We have military possession of the railroad from Cincinnati to Lexington and from Louisville to Lexington, and some home guards under General Crittenden are on the latter line. We have possession of the railroad from Louisville to Nashville, Tennessee, so far as Muldraft's Hill, about 40 miles, and the rebels have possession of that road all south of there. At the Hill, we have a force of 8,000 under General Sherman, and about an equal force of rebels is a very short distance south under General Buckner. We have a large force at Paducah and a smaller at Fort Holt, both on the Kentucky side, with some at Bird's Point, Cairo, Mound City, Evansville, and New Albany, all on the other side, and all which, with the gunboats on the river, are perhaps sufficient to guard the Ohio from Louisville to its mouth. About supplies of troops, my general idea is that all from Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Kansas, not now elsewhere, be left to Fremont. All from Indiana and Michigan, not now elsewhere, be sent to Anderson at Louisville. All from Ohio needed in Western Virginia be sent there, and any remainder be sent to Mitchell at Cincinnati for Anderson. All east of the mountains be appropriated to McClellan and to the coast. As to movements, my idea is that the one for the coast and that on Cumberland Gap be simultaneous, and that in the meantime preparation, vigilant watching, and the defensive only be acted upon, this, however, not to apply to Fremont's operations in northern and middle Missouri. That before these movements Thomas and Sherman shall respectively watch, but not attack Zollicoffer and Buckner. That when the coast and Gap movements shall be ready, Sherman is merely to stand fast, while all at Cincinnati and all at Louisville, with all on the line, concentrate rapidly at Lexington, and thence to Thomas's camp, joining him, and the whole thence upon the Gap. It is for the military men to decide whether they can find a pass through the mountains at or near the Gap which cannot be defended by the enemy with a greatly inferior force, and what is to be done in regard to this. The coast and Gap movements made, Generals McClellan and Fremont in their respective departments will avail themselves of any advantages the diversions may present. Notwithstanding President Lincoln's earnest interest in this project and the almost express order above quoted, one obstacle after another arose to prevent its being carried out. The special attention of General Thomas was also upon it. A brigade of East Tennesseans was being enlisted at Camp Dick Robinson, who came there because they could not with safety be organized in their own homes under the eyes of Zollicoffer. From them, and more especially from Lieutenant Carter, Thomas obtained such current information as made him anxious to lead an expedition through Cumberland Gap. He several times recommended the movement, asking General Anderson, October 4, for 4 good regiments with transportation and ammunition, and adding, "I believe if I could get such a force here and be ready to march in 10 days from this time, that I could seize on the railroad at Knoxville and cut off all communication between Memphis and Virginia." The Washington authorities, meanwhile, probably uninformed of General Thomas's spirit and confidence, designated General O.M. Mitchell for the duty. This apparent slight touched General Thomas's pride, and he asked to be relieved. Sherman, however, interfered, informing him that Mitchell was subject to his command, and intimating that he, Thomas, would not be robbed of his opportunity. While the Secretary of War was visiting Sherman, as already mentioned, he also urged upon the general his personal desire that the Cumberland Ford and Gap should be seized, and the East Tennessee and Virginia Railroad taken possession of, and the artery that supplied the rebellion cut. We have seen that Sherman was in no mood for the enterprise, that on the contrary he wanted large reinforcements for defense, and though Thomas once more, November 5, earnestly suggested that with 4 more good regiments we could seize the railroad yet, and again with my headquarters at Somerset I can easily seize the most favorable time for invading East Tennessee, which ought to be done this winter, Sherman expressed his belief that they would have enough to do in Kentucky, and directed Thomas simply to hold Zollicoffer in check and await events. Indeed, from this time forward, Sherman grew more and more apprehensive, till at length he could scarcely endure his great responsibility. "Our forces too small to do good and too large to sacrifice," he reported on November 3. "The future looks dark as possible," he again wrote to Washington November 6. "It would be better if some more sanguine mind were here, for I am forced to order according to my convictions." Sherman has himself recorded that a certain degree of public clamor had arisen about his military administration in Kentucky, and particularly that he was charged in unfriendly newspapers with being insane. When, therefore, he was soon after relieved from command, he attributed it to this cause. This belief was altogether incorrect. The fact that he had asked to be relieved and had no faith in his own ability to perform the service required with the means furnished sufficiently accounts for the change. But there exists, in addition, positive evidence that the President was in no wise influenced by the newspaper slander. Upon a letter from Mr. Guthrie indicating that the Union men of Kentucky were unwilling to lose General Sherman's presence and services, but that a question of rank stood in the way, Mr. Lincoln made the endorsement: "If General McClellan thinks it proper to make Buell a major general, enabling Sherman to return to Kentucky, it would rather please me." The retirement of General Scott on the 1st of November and the elevation of McClellan to the command of General in Chief brought with it, as usual, many changes in minor commands. Brigadier General D.C. Buell, previously chosen by General Anderson for service in Kentucky, was McClellan's intimate friend, and the new General-in-Chief probably needed no special inducement to give so important a duty to a favorite who was in addition an accomplished soldier. His qualities as a commander were yet to be developed. Like McClellan himself, up to the outbreak of the war, he had obtained but little rank. The Department of the Ohio was formed on November 9, and General Buell assigned to its command. One good quality, confidence, he manifested at the outset. "Sherman," he wrote, "still insists that I require 200,000 men. I am quite content to try with a good many less." In an interview with McClellan before Buell went to Kentucky, the two friends had fully discussed their respective duties and hopes. McClellan immediately began sending him reinforcements, and in his first written instruction made the East Tennessee movement a prime object. This injunction he repeated and emphasized from time to time. "I am still convinced that political and strategical considerations render a prompt movement in force on Eastern Tennessee imperative. The object to be gained is to cut the communication between the Mississippi Valley and Eastern Virginia, to protect our Union friends in Tennessee, and reestablish the government of the Union in the eastern portion of that State. I think we owe it to our Union friends in Eastern Tennessee to protect them at all hazards. First, secure that. Then, if you possess the means, carry Nashville. If you gain and retain possession of Eastern Tennessee, you will have won brighter laurels than any I hope to gain. I tell the East Tennessee men here to rest quiet, that you will take care of them and will never desert them." As soon as Congress met, President Lincoln made another effort to forward the expedition which he had so much at heart. His study of the subject with military men showed him that the problem of transportation was the main difficulty the East Tennessee campaign would have to encounter. To obviate this, he proposed to Congress the construction of a military railroad to Cumberland Gap or Knoxville. "I deem it of importance," said his annual message, "that the loyal regions of East Tennessee and Western North Carolina should be connected with Kentucky and other faithful parts of the Union by railroad. I therefore recommend as a military measure that Congress provide for the construction of such road as speedily as possible. Kentucky, no doubt, will cooperate, and through her legislature make the most judicious selection of a line. The northern terminus must connect with some existing railroad, and whether the route shall be from Lexington or Nicholasville to the Cumberland Gap, or from Lebanon to the Tennessee line in the direction of Knoxville, or on some still different line, can easily be determined. Kentucky and the General Government cooperating, the work can be completed in a very short time, and when done it will be not only of vast present usefulness, but also a valuable permanent improvement worth its cost in all the future. In addition, he went personally before a Senate committee to explain and urge the project. The subject was referred to a select committee, and a bill was reported and passed to a second reading. But as the committee and the Senate were still in that flush of early sanguine enthusiasm which expected the rebellion to be crushed by a single vigorous campaign, and especially as the army made no advance against Cumberland Gap, but moved almost its entire strength in a different direction, the subject was neglected and dropped amid the hurry of more pressing legislation. It would seem that the general direction of central authority could scarcely be made stronger without descending to such details as must in war always be left to the determination of local conditions and to that judgment which an officer founds upon his personal observation. Apparently General Buell accepted the instruction which had been given him, but McClellan quickly discovered that the reinforcements sent were not being placed with reference to East Tennessee. What is the reason, he inquired by telegraph, for concentration of troops at Louisville? I urge movement at once on Eastern Tennessee, unless it is impossible. Here Buell ought to have sent a straightforward reply, either that it was impossible or that he would obey. Instead of this, he answered evasively, suggesting several alternative plans, but giving no indications of a willingness to act. His chief solicitude was reinforcement drill organization. These were certainly useful, perhaps necessary, but when they interfered with the prosecution of an enterprise specifically directed by his superior, he should not have left his intentions unexplained. 10 days more ran on, and Andrew Johnson and Horace Maynard, who were in Washington attending Congress, sent Buell an anxious dispatch. Our people are oppressed and pursued as beasts of the forest. The government must come to their relief. His reply kept the word of promise to the ear. I assure you I recognize no more imperative duty and crave no higher honor than that of rescuing our loyal friends in Tennessee, whose sufferings and heroism I think I can appreciate. But his letter to McClellan of the same day, if they could have seen it, would have sadly chilled their hope. I do not mean to be diverted more than is absolutely necessary from what I regard as of the first importance, the organization of my forces, now little better than a mob. In his letter of 2 days later, by way of making amends, he said he had organized a division at Lebanon with special reference to East Tennessee, but hinted that he would convince McClellan it could be used to better advantage elsewhere. To leave him no excuse, the War Department telegraphed him December 20, "Do you need more regiments than are now under your orders? If so, how many?" His reply indicated that he realized he was trying the patience of the government. "I am not willing to say that I need more regiments. I can use more with decided advantage if they can be sent." His more formal answer acknowledged that he had an aggregate of some 70,000 men, about 57,000 for duty, and his letter at length discloses the idea upon which he had been acting. The plan which I propose for the troops here is one of defense on the east and of invasion on the south. Finally, the approach of the new year, together with other circumstances, again brought the question so long evaded and neglected sharply to his attention. Johnson, Maynard, etc., are again becoming frantic. McClellan telegraphed him on December 29th, and have President Lincoln's sympathy excited. Political considerations would make it advisable to get the arms and troops into Eastern Tennessee at a very early day. You are, however, the best judge. Can you tell me about when and in what force you will be in Eastern Tennessee? Whether he intended it or not, he once more sent an evasive and misleading response. "It startles me to think," he wrote on December 29, "how much time has elapsed since my arrival, and to find myself still in Louisville. I have this moment received your dispatch. I intend a column of 12,000 men with 3 batteries for East Tennessee. But as I have telegraphed you, it is impossible to fix a time for it to be there. So much depends on the circumstances which may arise in the meantime. In any event, I must tell you, what I have been unwilling to do all along, that you will require more troops in Kentucky. Don't acknowledge this, however, but act on it." This last qualified promise did not long serve to postpone the decisive avowal that Buell had been hitherto allowing the Administration to entertain delusive hopes. Prompted by causes which are related elsewhere, President Lincoln, on the 4th of January, telegraphed him the definite question, "Have arms gone forward for East Tennessee? Please tell me the progress and condition of the movement in that direction. Answer." In his reply, Buell, for the first time after nearly 2 months of evasion, fully let out the secret that his plans lay in another quarter. "While my preparations have had this movement constantly in view, I will confess to your Excellency that I have been bound to it more by my sympathy for the people of East Tennessee and the anxiety with which you and the General in Chief have desired it than by my opinion of its wisdom as an unconditional measure. As earnestly as I wish to accomplish it, my judgment has from the first been decidedly against it, if it should render at all doubtful the success of a movement against the great power of the rebellion in the West, which is mainly arrayed on the line from Columbus to Bowling Green, and can speedily be concentrated at any point of that line which is attacked singly." President Lincoln's comment on this extraordinary avowal is in that generous and forbearing tone which forms one of his characteristic traits, but it does not conceal his sadness that the cause is to lose an advantage which a resolute commander might have grasped. Your dispatch of yesterday has been received, and it disappoints and distresses me. I have shown it to General McClellan, who says he will write you today. I am not competent to criticize your views, and therefore what I offer is in justification of myself. Of the two, I would rather have a point on the railroad south of Cumberland Gap than Nashville. First, because it cuts a great artery of the enemy's communication, which Nashville does not, and secondly, because it is in the midst of loyal people who would rally around it, while Nashville is not. Again, I cannot see why the movement on East Tennessee would not be a diversion in your favor rather than a disadvantage, assuming that a movement towards Nashville is the main object. But my distress is that our friends in East Tennessee are being hanged and driven to despair, and even now, I fear, are thinking of taking rebel arms for the sake of personal protection. In this we lose the most valuable stake we have in the South. My dispatch, to which yours is an answer, was sent with the knowledge of Senator Johnson and Representative Maynard of East Tennessee, and they will be upon me to know the answer, which I cannot safely show them. They would despair, possibly resign to go and save their families somehow, or die with them. I do not intend this to be an order in any sense, but merely, as intimated before, to show you the grounds of my anxiety. McClellan did not let Buell off so easily. A sensitive officer would have little relished to be told that he had not only caused himself to be misunderstood, but had deranged the plans of his superior. "I was extremely sorry," wrote McClellan the same day, "to learn from your telegram to the President that you had from the beginning attached little or no importance to a movement in East Tennessee. I had not so understood your views, and it develops a radical difference between your views and my own, which I deeply regret. My own general plans for the prosecution of the war make the speedy occupation of East Tennessee and its lines of railway matters of absolute necessity. Bowling Green and Nashville are in that connection of very secondary importance at the present moment. My own advance cannot, according to my present views, be made until your troops are solidly established in the eastern portion of Tennessee. If that is not possible, a complete and prejudicial change in my own plans at once becomes necessary. Interesting as Nashville may be to the Louisville interests, it strikes me that its possession is of very secondary importance in comparison with the immense results that would arise from the adherence to our cause of the masses in East Tennessee, West North Carolina, South Carolina, North Georgia, and Alabama, results that I feel assured would ere long flow from the movement I allude to. This candid lecture was within a week supplemented by another letter from the General-in-Chief to Buell containing a suggestion so strong as almost to amount to a positive order. You have no idea of the pressure brought to bear here upon the Government for a forward movement. It is so strong that it seems absolutely necessary to make the advance on Eastern Tennessee at once. I incline to this as a first step for many reasons. Your possession of the railroad there will surely prevent the main army in my front from being reinforced, and may force Johnston to detach. Its political effect will be very great. In his answer, written the same day, Buell at length promised to carry out the instruction. As I told you in my dispatch, I shall now devote myself to it, contenting myself, as far as Bowling Green is concerned, with holding it in check and concealing my design as long as possible. But though he in the same letter acknowledged that the numerical strength of his command had risen to 90,000 men, he could not bring himself to act even in fulfillment of his own definite promise. Nearly 3 weeks later he wrote a letter alleging that the want of transportation and the condition of the roads had thwarted the program. To a long argument in support of this opinion, he added, "For the reasons I have stated, I have been forced reluctantly to the conviction that an advance into East Tennessee is impracticable at this time on any scale which will be sufficient." The real reason of his conviction appears in a few sentences which follow, and which show a final decision to carry out his long-cherished design of a movement in force against Bowling Green. If there be a question among military experts as to the momentary feasibility or local value of this East Tennessee movement, there can be none when considered in its influence and relation to the whole great theater of war. A glance at the map and a study of attendant circumstances can leave no doubt that it was entirely possible to have seized and held the mountain region of Eastern Tennessee, and that such an occupation would have been a severance of the rebel Confederacy almost as complete and damaging to its military strength as the opening of the Mississippi. If also there had been any doubt about the earnestness of the Union sentiment of the people of Eastern Tennessee, events soon developed ample proofs of their patriotism and devotion to the Government. The reader will remember the transmittal of arms and ammunition by Nelson and Carter, and the formation of secret military organizations by the bolder Unionists. Rumors and promises of the coming of a Union army also reached them from time to time in such form as to excite their hope and measurably inspire their reliance. Had General Thomas been permitted to march his column to Cumberland Gap and Knoxville as he desired about the 1st of November, his presence would have been favored by extraordinary events. Startling news reached the rebel Secretary of War on the 9th of November. 2 large bridges, telegraphed a railroad president, on my road, were burned last night about 12 o'clock. Also, one bridge on the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad at the same time, and an effort made to burn the largest bridge on my road. There is great excitement along the whole line of road, and evidence that the Union party are organizing and preparing to destroy or take possession of the whole line from Bristol to Chattanooga. 2 days later, the commanding officer at Knoxville wrote further details. My fears, expressed to you by letters and dispatches of the 4th and 5th instants, have been realized by the destruction of no less than 5 railroad bridges, 2 on the East Tennessee and Virginia Road, 1 on the East Tennessee and Georgia Road, and 2 on the Western and Atlantic Road. The indications were apparent to me, but I was powerless to avert it. The whole country is now in a state of rebellion. 1,000 men are within 6 miles of Strawberry Plains Bridge, and an attack is contemplated tomorrow. An attack was made on Watauga yesterday. Our men succeeded in beating them off, but they are gathering in larger force and may renew it in a day or two. They are not yet fully organized and have no subsistence to enable them to hold out long. I learned from 2 gentlemen just arrived that another camp is being formed about 10 miles from here in Sevier County, and already 300 are in camp. They are being reinforced from Blunt, Roane, Johnson, Greene, Carter, and other counties. I need not say that great alarm is felt by the few Southern men. Civil war has broken out at length in East Tennessee, said another letter. In the late election, scarcely a so-called Union man voted. They look confidently for the reestablishment of the Federal authority in the South, with as much confidence as the Jews look for the coming of the Messiah, and I feel quite sure when I assert it that no event or circumstance can change or modify their hopes. In this state of affairs, this part, and indeed all of East Tennessee, will be subjected during the war to apprehensions of internal revolt, more or less remote as the tide of war turns in this direction. The recent bridge burning in this section was occasioned by the hope that the Federal troops would be here in a few days from Kentucky to second their efforts. There are now camped in and about Elizabethtown in Carter County some 1,200 or 1,500 men armed with a motley assortment of guns in open defiance of the Confederate States of America, and who are awaiting a movement of the Federal troops from Kentucky to march forward and take possession of the railroad. These men are gathered up from 3 or 5 counties in this region and comprise the hostile Union element of this section, and never will be appeased, conciliated, or quieted in a Southern Confederacy. To these appeals from persons of local prominence, Governor Harris of Tennessee added his earnest entreaty. The burning of railroad bridges in East Tennessee shows a deep-seated spirit of rebellion in that section. Union men are organizing. This rebellion must be crushed out instantly, the leaders arrested and summarily punished. The Richmond authorities were not slow to respond. 2 regiments from Memphis and another from Pensacola were ordered to East Tennessee in all haste, with such miscellaneous companies and fragments as could be gathered up nearer the scene of disturbance. Troops are now moving to East Tennessee to crush the traitors, telegraphed the rebel Secretary of War. You shall be amply protected. There is little need to relate the quick and unsparing movements by the Confederate troops against the Union combinations. The uprising seems to have been ill-advised and ill-concerted. Unsupported as it was by Federal forces, the hasty gatherings of the Loyalists were quickly dispersed and many of the participants captured. The course of the Richmond government towards the East Tennessee traitors, however, deserves to be remembered. In the eyes of Jefferson Davis, treason to the Union was a holy duty, while treason to their usurpation was deserving of exemplary punishment, which in this instance was ordered with apparent relish. I am very glad, telegraphed the Confederate Secretary of War, to hear of the action of the military authorities, and hope to hear they have hung every bridge burner at the end of the burned bridge. To the officer in charge of the prisoners, he gave specific instructions. First, all such as can be identified as having been engaged in bridge burning are to be tried summarily by drumhead court-martial, and if found guilty, executed on the spot by hanging. It would be well to leave their bodies hanging in the vicinity of the burned bridges. Second, all such as have not been so engaged are to be treated as prisoners of war and sent with an armed guard to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, there to be kept imprisoned at the depot selected by the government for prisoners of war. P.S. Judge Patterson, Colonel Pickens, and other ringleaders of the same class must be sent at once to Tuscaloosa to jail as prisoners of war. Under these stimulating orders, which were distinctly approved by Jefferson Davis, the military commanders executed their task with a zeal which seems to have outrun all discretion. A veritable reign of terror ensued. Several bridge burners were hung with impressive publicity. The jails were filled with accused persons, and carloads of the more notable suspects were shipped to the military prison at Tuscaloosa. When the civil laws and judicial process were invoked to ward off in some measure this wholesale proscription, the commanding officer placed the city of Knoxville under martial law until such time as all the prisoners charged with military offenses now in my custody can be tried by a military tribunal. Persecution so ran riot that one of the subordinate Confederate officers at last felt obliged to protest against it. I have just been appointed commandant of this post, Knoxville, and have already discovered numberless abuses that should be corrected. Marauding bands of armed men go through the country, representing themselves to be the authorized agents of the State or Confederate government. They impress into service horses and men. They plunder the helpless, and especially the quondam supporters of Johnson, Maynard, and Brownlow. They force men to enlist by the representation that otherwise they will be incarcerated at Tuscaloosa. They force the people to feed and care for themselves and horses without compensation. I would gladly have instructions as to the mode of correcting these abuses and the character of punishment to be inflicted upon those guilty of such offenses. A feeble response of moderation came from Richmond. In relation to the abuses mentioned, the Secretary expects you to be vigilant and energetic in suppressing them. But the officer was further directed to look for particular instructions to another of his superiors, whose severity was also notorious. In the case of the most conspicuous of the Union ringleaders, the Confederate government narrowly escaped the odium of what would have been a signal injustice and breach of faith, which its overzealous partisans were eager to perpetuate. Local rebel vindictiveness centered itself against the editor of the Knoxville Whig, the well-known Parson William G. Brownlow, who had opposed and denounced secession and rebellion in his journal and elsewhere in bitter and unstinted language. When the uprising took place, he was naturally suspected of having been its chief instigator, and though he disavowed all knowledge of the bridge burning and publicly opposed and condemned local insurrection, his enemies adhered to their belief in his guilt and on numerous occasions threatened him with personal violence. He appealed for protection to one of the Confederate commanders and promised to leave the country if he could have safeguard in his exit. Upon assurance that this would be done, he surrendered himself to the military authorities, but was immediately arrested for treason on a civil writ. It must be recorded to the credit of Secretary Benjamin that he resisted the importunate clamors for Brownlow's trial and punishment, and kept the honor of the Confederate government by finally ordering him to be conveyed under military protection within the Union lines. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 5, Halleck. In sending General Hunter to relieve Fremont, the President did not intend that he should remain in charge of the Department of the West. Out of its vast extent, the Department of Kansas was created a few days afterward, embracing the state of Kansas, the Indian Territory west of Arkansas, and the territories of Nebraska, Colorado, and Dakota, with headquarters at Fort Leavenworth, and Hunter was transferred to its command. General Halleck was assigned to the Department of the Missouri, embracing the states of Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Arkansas, and that portion of Kentucky west of the Cumberland River, to become the more permanent successor of Fremont. By this division, the government had a special object in view, namely, to organize a column which should march southward along the western frontier, and by such a march bring about several results, each of them important in itself and of cumulative influence upon the general plan of western operations then in contemplation. It would protect the state of Kansas. It would serve to hold or repossess the Indian Territory. It would, by a comparatively short route, reach and enter the northeastern corner of the state of Texas, where it might perhaps encourage the overawed and suppressed Union sentiment, or, in the alternative, effect a junction with an expedition to be sent by sea, and thus hold the Lone Star State to her Federal allegiance. But all this would be contingent upon unchecked success. It was known that such an enterprise would encounter serious obstacles. The Confederate government had, among its earliest movements, reached out boldly to secure the Indian Territory. Under shelter of the Arkansas insurrection, General Albert Pike, with flatteries and promises, secured a nominal adhesion of the principal Indian chiefs to the Confederacy. It was perhaps not unknown to him that, with the usual fickleness of savage policy, some of them were making equally ardent and equally untrustworthy protestations on the other side. On the whole, the rebellion had the better prospect of retaining their support, since, for the moment, it was in practical possession of the Indian Territory, with 4 regiments of Indians organized as the nucleus of a Confederate army. This, however, was the highest stage of its success. No strong Confederate forces made their appearance. No Confederate battles were won. The promised annuities did not arrive from the Confederate treasury, and the faith and cooperation of the Indians began to wane. As elsewhere in the South, loyalty to the Union was not wholly extinguished. A loyal Creek chief, Hopo Ithaleohola, raised the banner of revolt against secession, gathered something over 2,000 adherents, and fought several battles during the months of November and December 1861. It required all the available Indian forces in Confederate pay to suppress and hold in check this armed demonstration in favor of the flag which, for half a century, had brought to the red men the voice of friendship, and stated installments of money and goods to redeem the promise of old and solemn treaties. In addition to the danger in its intended pathway, the proposed expedition encountered fatal obstacles in its very organization. Among the earliest calls for troops, President Lincoln had given Senator James H. Lane authority to raise a brigade in Kansas. The regiments composing it contained much of that free and reckless fighting material of the frontier, which had been educated by the Missouri border ruffians to guerrilla methods. The necessity of defending the Kansas border against secession bushwhackers from Missouri kept these regiments at home and continued their predatory habits, and in their rapid forays they often failed to discriminate between friend and foe. Halleck, the new commander of the Department of the West, several times had occasion to complain of their mischief. He protested against Lane's appointment as brigadier general. He not only disapproved the lawlessness committed by Lane's men, but issued orders to drive them from his department, or, if caught, to disarm them and hold them prisoners. They are no better, he wrote, than a band of robbers. They cross the line, rob, steal, plunder, and burn whatever they can lay their hands upon. They disgrace the name and uniform of American soldiers, and are driving good Union men into the ranks of the secession army. President Lincoln saw that a substratum of personal prejudice lay under this somewhat harsh condemnation, which extended not merely to Lane's soldiers, but to the entire separate Texas expedition as well. Halleck complained of movements having been governed by political expediency, and in many cases directed by politicians in order to subserve particular interests. Lane was indeed chargeable with a selfish ambition in this proposed movement, and soon endeavored even to supplant Hunter. Lincoln, recognizing Lane's great energy and influence in Kansas, had intended to make it tributary to the Union cause, but he had no idea of giving him the superior direction or management. His letters show with what prudence, but also with what firmness, he interfered to regulate this distant personal entanglement. "It is my wish," he wrote January 31, 1862, "that the expedition commonly called the Lane expedition shall be, as much as has been promised at the Adjutant General's office, under the supervision of General McClellan, and not any more. I have not intended, and do not now intend, that it shall be a great, exhausting affair, but a snug, sober column of 10,000 or 15,000. General Lane has been told by me many times that he is under the command of General Hunter, and assented to it as often as told. It was the distinct agreement between him and me when I appointed him that he was to be under Hunter. All Lane's efforts to set aside Hunter proved fruitless." Under date of February 10, 1862, Lincoln repeated his decision: "My wish has been and is to avail the Government of the services of both General Hunter and General Lane, and so far as possible to personally oblige both. General Hunter is the senior officer and must command when they serve together, though in so far as he can, consistently with the public service and his own honor, oblige General Lane, he will also oblige me. If they cannot come to an amicable understanding, General Lane must report to General Hunter for duty according to the rules, or decline the service." Naturally, after this, Lane lost his interest in the expedition, of which he had caused himself to be proclaimed the real leader and hero. Halleck's decided aversion to the whole scheme already rendered it practically useless, and other causes soon assisted to divert the forces gathered for the purpose to different destinations. It came officially to an end when, on March 11, 1862, Hunter's department was once more consolidated with Halleck's. Henry Wager Halleck was born in Westernville, Oneida County, New York, January 15, 1815. He was educated at Union College and entered the military academy at West Point, where he was graduated third in a class of 31, and was made second lieutenant of engineers July 1, 1839. While yet a cadet, he was employed at the academy as assistant professor of engineering. From the first, he devoted himself with constant industry to the more serious studies of his profession. He had attained a first lieutenancy when the Mexican War broke out, and was sent to the Pacific coast. A variety of valuable services in the military and naval operations prosecuted there secured him the brevet of captain from May 1, 1847. On the conquest of California by the United States forces, he took part in the political organization of the new State, first as Secretary of State under the military governors, and afterwards as leading member of the convention which framed the Constitution under which California was admitted to the Union. He remained in the Army and in charge of various engineering duties on the Pacific coast until August 1, 1854, having been meanwhile promoted captain of engineers. At that date he resigned his commission to engage in civil pursuits. He became a member of a law firm, and was also interested in mines and railroads when the outbreak of the rebellion called him again into the military service of the government. He had become not only practically accomplished in his profession as a soldier, but also distinguished as a writer on military art and science. Halleck's high qualifications were well understood and appreciated by General Scott, at whose suggestion he was appointed Major General in the regular army, to date from August 19, 1861, with orders to report himself at Army headquarters in Washington. A phrase in one of Scott's letters, setting forth McClellan's disregard for his authority, creates an inference that the old general intended that Halleck should succeed him in chief command. But when the latter reached Washington, the confusion and disasters in the Department of the West were at their culmination, and urgent necessity required him to be sent thither to succeed Fremont. General Halleck arrived at St. Louis on November 18, 1861, and assumed command on the 19th. His written instructions stated forcibly the reforms he was expected to bring about, and his earliest reports indicate that his difficulties had not been overstated. Irregularities in contracts, great confusion in organization, everywhere a want of arms and supplies, absence of routine and discipline. Added to this was reported danger from the enemy. I am satisfied, he telegraphed under date of November 29, that the enemy is operating in and against this State with a much larger force than was supposed when I left Washington, and also that a general insurrection is organizing in the counties near the Missouri River between Boonville and St. Joseph. A desperate effort will be made to supply and winter their troops in this State so as to spare their own resources for a summer campaign. An invasion was indeed in contemplation, but rumor had magnified its available strength. General Price had, since the Battle of Lexington, lingered in southwestern Missouri and was once more preparing for a northward march. His method of campaigning was peculiar and needed only the minimum of organization and preparation. His troops were made up mainly of young, reckless, hardy Missourians to whom a campaign was an adventure of pastime and excitement, and who brought each man his own horse, gun, and indispensable equipments and clothing. The usual burdens of an army commissariat and transportation were of little moment to these partisans, who started up as if by magic from every farm and thicket and gathered their supplies wherever they went. To quote the language of one of the Missouri rebel leaders, our forces to combat or cut them off would require only a haversack to where the enemy would require a wagon. The evil of the system was that such forces vanished quite as rapidly as they assembled. The enthusiastic squads with which Price had won his victory at Lexington were scattered among their homes and haunts. The first step of a campaign, therefore, involved the gathering of a new army, and this proved not so easy in the opening storms of winter as it had in the fine midsummer weather. On the 26th of November, 1861, Price issued a call for 50,000 men. The language of his proclamation, however, breathed more of despair than confidence. He reminded his adherents that only 1 in 40 had answered to the former call, and that boys and small property holders have in the main fought the battles for the protection of your property. He repeated many times with emphasis, I must have 50,000 men. His prospects were far from encouraging. McCulloch, in a mood of stubborn disagreement, was withdrawing his army to Arkansas, where he went into winter quarters. Later on, when Price formally requested his cooperation, McCulloch as formally refused. For the moment, the Confederate cause in southwestern Missouri was languishing. Ex-Governor Jackson made a show of keeping it alive by calling the fugitive remnant of his rebel legislature together at Neosho, and with the help of his sole official relic, the purloined state seal, enacting the well-worn farce of passing a secession ordinance and making a military league with the Confederate States. The Confederate Congress at Richmond responded to the farce with an act to admit Missouri to the Confederacy, an act of more promise at least, appropriating $1 million to aid the Confederate cause in that State, had been passed in the preceding August. Such small installment of this fund, however, as was transmitted, failed even to pay the soldiers who, for their long service, had not as yet received a dime. In return, the Richmond authorities asked the transfer of Missouri troops to the Confederate service, but with this request the rebel Missouri leaders were unable immediately to comply. When, under date of December 30, 1861, ex-Governor Jackson complained of neglect and once more urged that Price be made commander in Missouri, Jefferson Davis responded sarcastically that not a regiment had been tendered and that he could not appoint a general before he had troops for him. From all these causes, Price's projected winter campaign failed, and he attributed the failure to McCulloch's refusal to help him. The second branch of the rebel program in Missouri, that of raising an insurrection north of the Missouri River, proved more effective. Halleck was scarcely in command when the stir and agitation of depredations and burning of bridges by small squads of secessionists in disguise was reported from various counties of northern Missouri. Federal detachments went in pursuit, and the perpetrators, as usual, disappeared, only, however, to break out with fresh outrages when quiet and safety had apparently been restored. It was soon evident that this was not merely a manifestation of neighborhood disloyalty, but that it was part of a deliberate system instigated by the principal rebel leaders. "Do you intend to regard men," wrote Price to Halleck, January 12, 1862, "whom I have specially dispatched to destroy roads, burn bridges, tear up culverts, etc., as amenable to an enemy's court-martial, or will you have them to be tried as usual by the proper authorities according to the statutes of the State?" Halleck, who had placed the State under martial law to enable him to deal more effectually with this class of offenders, stated his authority and his determination with distinct emphasis in his reply of January 22, 1862. "You must be aware, General, that no orders of yours can save from punishment spies, marauders, robbers, incendiaries, guerrilla bands, etc., who violate the laws of war. You cannot give immunity to crime. But let us fully understand each other on this point. If you send armed forces wearing the garb of soldiers and duly organized and enrolled as legitimate belligerents to destroy railroads, bridges, etc., as a military act, we shall kill them, if possible, in open warfare, or if we capture them, we shall treat them as prisoners of war. But it is well understood that you have sent numbers of your adherents in the garb of peaceful citizens and under false pretenses through our lines into northern Missouri to rob and destroy the property of Union men and to burn and destroy railroad bridges, thus endangering the lives of thousands, and this, too, without any military necessity or possible military advantage. Moreover, peaceful citizens of Missouri, quietly working on their farms, have been instigated by your emissaries to take up arms as insurgents, and to rob and plunder, and to commit arson and murder. They do not even act under the garb of soldiers, but under false pretenses and in the guise of peaceful citizens. You certainly will not pretend that men guilty of such crimes, although specially appointed and instructed by you, are entitled to the rights and immunities of ordinary prisoners of war. One important effect which Price had hoped to produce by the guerrilla rising he was instigating was to fill his army with recruits. The most populous and truest counties of the State, he wrote, lie upon or north of the Missouri River. I sent a detachment of 1,100 men to Lexington, which, after remaining only a part of one day, gathered together about 2,500 recruits and escorted them in safety to me at Osceola. His statement was partly correct, but other causes contributed both to this partial success and the partial defeat which immediately followed. Just at the time this expedition went to Lexington, the various Federal detachments north of the Missouri River were engaged in driving a number of secession guerrilla bands southward across that stream. Halleck was directing the combined movements of the Union troops and had stationed detachments of Pope's forces south of the Missouri River with the design of intercepting and capturing the fugitive bands. The failure of some of the reports to reach him disconcerted and partly frustrated his design. The earlier guerrilla parties which crossed at and near Lexington escaped and made their way to Price, but the later ones were intercepted and captured as Halleck had planned. Colonel Davis came upon the enemy near Milford late this afternoon, reported Pope, December 19, and having driven in his pickets, assaulted him in force. A brisk skirmish ensued when the enemy, finding himself surrounded and cut off, surrendered at discretion. 1,300 prisoners, including 3 colonels and 17 captains, 1,000 stands of arms, 1,000 horses, 65 wagons, tents, baggage, and supplies have fallen into our hands. Our loss is 2 killed and 8 wounded. On the next day he found his capture was still larger, and he telegraphed from Sedalia, "Just arrived here, troops much embarrassed with nearly 2,000 prisoners and great quantity of captured property." In anticipation of the capture or dispersion of these northwestern detachments of rebels, Halleck had directed the collection of an army at and about Rolla with a view to move in force against Price. On December 25, Brigadier General Samuel R. Curtis was assigned to the command of the Union troops to operate in the southwestern district of Missouri. Some 10,000 men were gathered to form his column, and the possibility of a short and successful campaign was before him had he known Price's actual condition. But the situation was one of difficulty. The railroad ended at Rolla. Springfield, the supposed location of Price's camp, was 120 miles further to the southwest by bad roads through a mountainous country. Rebel sympathy was strong throughout the whole region, and the favoring surroundings enabled Price to conceal his designs and magnify his numbers. Rumors came that he intended to fight at Springfield, and the estimates of his strength varied from 20,000 to 40,000. The greatest obstacle to pursuit was the severity of the winter weather. Nevertheless, the Union soldiers bore their privations with admirable patience and fortitude, and Halleck urged a continuance of the movement through every hindrance and discouragement. "I have ordered General Curtis to move forward," he wrote to McClellan, January 14th, "with all his infantry and artillery. His force will not be less than 12,000. The enemy is reported to have between 35 and 40 guns. General Curtis has only 24, but I send him 6 pieces tomorrow, and will send 6 more in a few days. I also propose placing a strong reserve at Rolla, which can be sent forward if necessary. The weather is intensely cold, and the troops, supplied as they are with very inferior clothing, blankets, and tents, must suffer greatly in a winter campaign, and yet I see no way of avoiding it. Unless Price is driven from the State, insurrections will continually occur in all the central and northern counties, so as to prevent the withdrawal of our troops." A few days later, January 18, 1862, Halleck wrote to Curtis that he was about to reinforce him with an entire division from Pope's army, increasing his strength to 15,000, that he would send him mittens for his soldiers, get as many hand mills as you can for grinding corn, take the bull by the horns. I will back you in such forced requisitions when they become necessary for supplying the forces. We must have no failure in this movement against Price. It must be the last. And once more, on January 27, he repeated his urgent admonition: "There is a strong pressure on us for troops, and all that are not absolutely necessary here must go elsewhere. Pope's command is entirely broken up, 4,000 in Davis's reserve and 6,000 ordered to Cairo. Push on as rapidly as possible and end the matter with Price." This trying winter campaign, led by General Curtis, though successful in the end, did not terminate so quickly as General Halleck had hoped. Leaving the heroic Western soldiers camping and scouting in the snows and cutting winds of the Missouri hills and prairies, we must call attention to other events of the Western Department. While Halleck was gratifying the Government and the Northern public by the ability and vigor of his measures, one point of his administration had excited vehement criticism. His military instinct and method were so thorough that they caused him to treat too lightly the political aspects of the great conflict of which he was directing so large a share. Fremont's treatment of the slavery question had been too radical. Halleck's now became too conservative. It is not probable that this grew out of his mere wish to avoid the error of his predecessor, but out of his own personal conviction that the issue must be entirely eliminated from the military problem. He had noted the difficulties and discussions growing out of the dealings of the Army with fugitive slaves, and hoping to rid himself of a continual dilemma, one of his first acts after assuming command was to issue his famous General Order No. 3, November 20, 1861. The first paragraph of which ran as follows: "It has been represented that important information respecting the numbers and condition of our forces is conveyed to the enemy by means of fugitive slaves, who are admitted within our lines. In order to remedy this evil, it is directed that no such persons be hereafter permitted to enter the lines of any camp or of any forces on the march, and that any now within such lines be immediately excluded therefrom." This language brought upon him the indignant protest of the combined anti-slavery sentiment of the North. He was berated in newspapers and denounced in Congress, and the violence of public condemnation threatened seriously to impair his military usefulness. He had indeed gone too far. The country felt, and the army knew, that so far from being generally true that Negroes carried valuable information to the enemy, the very reverse was the rule, and that the contrabands in reality constituted one of the most important and trustworthy sources of knowledge to Union commanders, a medium of communication which, later in the war, came to be jocosely designated the grapevine telegraph. Halleck soon found himself put on the defensive, and wrote an explanatory letter, which was printed in the newspapers. A little later he took occasion to define officially his intention. "The object of these orders is to prevent any person in the army from acting in the capacity of negro catcher or negro stealer. The relation between the slave and his master or pretended master is not a matter to be determined by military officers, except in the single case provided for by Congress. This matter, in all other cases, must be decided by the civil authorities. One object in keeping fugitive slaves out of our camp is to keep clear of all such questions. Orders No. 3 do not apply to the authorized private servants of officers, nor the negroes employed by proper authority in the camps. It applies only to fugitive slaves. The prohibition to admit them within our lines does not prevent the exercise of all proper offices of humanity in giving them food and clothing outside, where such offices are necessary to prevent suffering. It will be remembered that the Missouri State Convention in the month of July appointed and inaugurated a provisional State government. This action was merely designed to supply a temporary executive authority until the people could elect new loyal State officers, which election was ordered to be held on the first Monday in November. The convention also, when it finished the work of its summer session, adjourned to meet on the third Monday in December, 1861, but political and military affairs remained in so unsettled a condition during the whole autumn that anything like effective popular action was impracticable. The convention was therefore called together in a third session at an earlier date, October 11, 1861, when it wisely adopted an ordinance postponing the State election for the period of 1 year, and for continuing the officers of the provisional government until their successors should be duly appointed. With his tenure of power thus prolonged, Governor Gamble also, by direction of the convention, proposed to the President to raise a special force of Missouri State militia for service within the State during the war there, but to act with United States troops in military operations within the State or when necessary to its defense. President Lincoln accepted the plan upon the condition that whatever United States officer might be in command of the Department of the West should also be commissioned by the Governor to command the Missouri State militia, and that if the President changed the former, the Governor should make the corresponding change in order that conflict of authority or of military plans might be avoided. This agreement was entered into between President Lincoln and Governor Gamble on November 6, and on November 27, Brigadier General J. M. Schofield received orders from Halleck to raise, organize, and command this special militia corps. The plan was attended with reasonable success, and by the 15th of April, 1862, reported General Schofield, an active, efficient force of 13,800 men was placed in the field, nearly all of cavalry. The raising and organizing of this force during the winter and spring of 1861-62 produced a certain degree of local military activity just at the season when the partisan and guerrilla operations of rebel sympathizers were necessarily impeded or wholly suspended by severe weather, and this, joined with the vigorous administration of General Halleck and the fact that Curtis was chasing the army of Price out of southwest Missouri, gave a somewhat delusive appearance of quiet and order throughout the State. We shall see how this security was rudely disturbed during the summer of 1862 by local efforts and uprisings, though the rebels were not able to bring about any formidable campaign of invasion, and Missouri as a whole remained immovable in her military and political adherence to the Union. With a view still further to facilitate the restoration of public peace, the State Convention, at the same October session, extended an amnesty to repentant rebels in an ordinance which provided that any person who would make and file a written oath to support the Federal and State government, declaring that he would not take up arms against the United States or the provisional government of Missouri, nor give aid and comfort to their enemies during the present civil war, should be exempt from arrest and punishment for previous rebellion. Many persons took this oath and doubtless kept it with sincere faith, but it seems no less certain that many others who took it so persistently violated both its spirit and letter as to render it practically of no service as an external test of allegiance to the Union. In the years of local hatred and strife which ensued, oaths were so recklessly taken and so willfully violated that a ceremony of adjuration became in the public estimation rather a sign of suspicion than an assurance of good faith. It grew into one of the standing jests of the camps that when a Union soldier found a rattlesnake, his comrades would instantly propose with mock gravity, "Administer the oath to him, boys, and let him go." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 6, Lincoln Directs Cooperation. The President was highly gratified when Halleck wrote from the Department of Missouri, under date of December 19, to McClellan, who was yet General in Chief, that the discipline of the troops was improving, that sundry minor expeditions had been successful, that Price would be ruined in Missouri by another retreat, and that he hoped soon to be able to attack him under favoring conditions, also that he was gradually curing the serious disorders in military administration bequeathed him by Fremont. An excellent letter, wrote Lincoln as an endorsement, though he also noted his regret that Halleck was unfavorably impressed with Lane on the Kansas border, from whose cooperation under Hunter with a quasi-independent column the President had hoped for substantial benefit. But the prospect at Washington was not so encouraging. Except to organize, drill, and review the Army of the Potomac, to make an unfruitful reconnaissance, and to suffer the lamentable Ball's Bluff disaster, McClellan had nothing to show for his 5 months of local and 2 months of chief command. The splendid autumn weather, the wholesome air, and dry roads had come and gone. Rain, snow, and mud, crippling clogs to military movements in all lands and epochs, were to be expected for a quarter, if not for half, the coming year. Besides all this, McClellan had fallen seriously ill. With most urgent need of early action, every prospect of securing it seemed to be thus cut off. In this dilemma, Lincoln turned to the Western commanders. "General McClellan is sick," he telegraphed to Halleck on the last day of the year. "Are General Buell and yourself in concert?" The following day he repeated his inquiry, or rather his prompting suggestion, that McClellan being incapable of work, Buell and Halleck should at once establish a vigorous and hearty cooperation. Their replies were not specially promising. "There is no arrangement between General Halleck and myself," responded Buell, adding that he depended on McClellan for instructions to this end; while Halleck said, "I have never received a word from General Buell. I am not ready to cooperate with him," adding in his turn that he had written to McClellan and that too much haste would ruin everything. Plainly, therefore, the military machine, both East and West, was not only at a complete standstill, but was without a program. Of what avail, then, were McClellan's office and function of General in Chief if such a contingency revealed either his incapacity or his neglect? The force of this question is immensely increased when we see how in the same episode McClellan's acts followed Lincoln's suggestions. However silent and confiding in the skill and energy of his generals, the President had studied the military situation with unremitting diligence. In his telegram of December 31 to Halleck, he started a pregnant inquiry. "When he (Buell) moves on Bowling Green, what hinders it being reinforced from Columbus?" And he asked the same question at the same time of Buell. Halleck seems to have had no answer to make. Buell sent the only reply that was possible: "There is nothing to prevent Bowling Green being reinforced from Columbus if a military force is not brought to bear on the latter place." The sequel proves that Lincoln was not content to permit this know-nothing and do-nothing policy to continue. "I have just been with General McClellan, and he is much better," he wrote the day after New Year's, and in this interview the necessity for action and the telegrams from the Western commanders were fully discussed, as becomes evident from the fact that the following day McClellan wrote a letter to Halleck containing an earnest suggestion to remedy the neglect and need pointed out by Lincoln's dispatch of December 31. In this letter McClellan advised an expedition up the Cumberland River, a demonstration on Columbus, and a feint on the Tennessee River, all for the purpose of preventing reinforcements from joining Buckner and Johnston at Bowling Green, whom Buell was preparing to attack. Meanwhile, Lincoln's dispatch of inquiry had renewed the attention and perhaps aroused the ambition of Buell. He and Halleck had, after Lincoln's prompting, interchanged dispatches about concerted action. Halleck reported a withdrawal of troops from Missouri almost impossible, to which Buell replied that the great power of the rebellion in the West is arrayed on a line from Columbus to Bowling Green, and that 2 gunboat expeditions with a support of 20,000 men should attack its center by way of the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers, and that whatever is done should be done speedily within a few days. Halleck, however, did not favorably entertain the proposition. His reply discussed an altogether different question. He said it would be madness for him with his forces to attempt any serious operation against Camp Beauregard or Columbus, and that if Buell's Bowling Green movement required his help, it ought to be delayed a few weeks when he could probably furnish some troops. Leaving altogether unanswered Buell's suggestion for the movement up the Cumberland and Tennessee, Halleck stated his strong disapproval of the Bowling Green movement, and on the same day he repeated these views a little more fully in a letter to the President. Premising that he could not then withdraw any troops from Missouri without risking the loss of this State, he said, "I know nothing of General Buell's intended operations, never having received any information in regard to the general plan of campaign. If it be intended that his column shall move on Bowling Green, while another moves from Cairo or Paducah on Columbus or Camp Beauregard, it will be a repetition of the same strategic error which produced the disaster of Bull Run. To operate on exterior lines against an enemy occupying a central position will fail, as it always has failed in 99 cases out of 100. It is condemned by every military authority I have ever read. General Buell's army and the forces at Paducah occupy precisely the same position in relation to each other and to the enemy as did the armies of McDowell and Patterson before the Battle of Bull Run." Lincoln, finding in these replies but a continuation not only of the delay but also of the want of plans, and especially of energetic joint action which had thus far in a majority of cases marked the operations of the various commanders, was not disposed further to allow matters to remain in such unfruitful conditions. Under his prompting, McClellan on this same 6th of January wrote to Buell, "Halleck, from his own account, will not soon be in a condition to support properly a movement up the Cumberland. Why not make the movement independently of and without waiting for that?" And on the next day Lincoln followed this inquiry with a still more energetic monition: "Please name as early a day as you safely can on or before which you can be ready to move southward in concert with Major General Halleck. Delay is ruining us, and it is indispensable for me to have something definite. I send a like dispatch to Major General Halleck." This peremptory order seems to have brought nothing except a reply from Halleck: "I have asked General Buell to designate a day for a demonstration to assist him. It is all I can do till I get arms." 3 days later, Halleck's already quoted letter of the 6th reached Washington by mail, and after its perusal the President endorsed upon it with a heart sickness easily discernible in the words: "The within is a copy of a letter just received from General Halleck. It is exceedingly discouraging, as everywhere else nothing can be done." Nevertheless, something was being done, very little at the moment, it is true, but enough to form the beginning of momentous results. On the same day on which Halleck had written the discouraging letter commented upon by the President, he had also transmitted to Grant at Cairo the direction: "I wish you to make a demonstration in force on Mayfield and in the direction of Murray." The object was, as he further explained, to prevent reinforcements being sent to Buckner at Bowling Green. He was to threaten Camp Beauregard and Murray, to create the impression that not only was Dover, Fort Donelson, to be attacked, but that a great army to be gathered in the West was to sweep down towards Nashville, his own column being merely an advance guard. Flag officer Foote was to assist by a gunboat demonstration. "Be very careful, however," added Halleck, "to avoid a battle. We are not ready for that, but cut off detached parties and give your men a little experience in skirmishing." If this order had gone to an unwilling or negligent officer, he he could have found in his surrounding conditions abundant excuse for evasion and non-compliance. There was at Cairo, as at every other army post, large or small, lack of officers, of organization, of arms, of equipments, of transportation, of that multitude of things considered necessary to the efficiency of moving troops. But in the West, the sudden increase of armies brought to command and to direction and management a large proportion of civilians, lacking methodical instruction and experience, which was without question a serious defect, but which left them free to invent and adopt whatever expedients circumstances might suggest, or which rendered them satisfied and willing to enter upon undertakings amid a want of preparation and means, which better information might have led them to think indispensable. The detailed reports and orders of the expedition we are describing clearly indicate these latter characteristics. We learn from them that the weather was bad, the roads heavy, quartermaster's department and transportation deficient, and gunboats without adequate crews. Yet nowhere does it appear that these things were treated as impediments. Halleck's instructions, dated January 6, were received by Grant on the morning of the 8th, and his answer was that immediate preparations were being made for carrying them out, and that Flag Officer Andrew H. Foote would cooperate with 3 gunboats. The continuous rains for the last week or more, says Grant, have rendered the roads extremely bad and will necessarily make our movements slow. This, however, will operate worse upon the enemy, if he should come out to meet us, than upon us. The movement began on the evening of January 9, and its main delay occurred through Halleck's orders. It was fully resumed on the 12th. Brigadier General John A. McClernand, with 5,000 men, marched southward, generally parallel to the Mississippi River, to Mayfield, midway between Fort Henry and Columbus, and pushed a reconnaissance close up to the latter place. Brigadier General C. F. Smith, starting from Paducah, marched a strong column southward, generally parallel to the Tennessee River, to Callaway, near Fort Henry. Foote and Grant, with 3 gunboats, 2 of them new ironclads, ascended the Tennessee to Fort Henry, drew the fire of the fort, and threw several shells into the works. We need not describe the routes, the precautions, the marching and counter-marching to mystify the enemy. While the rebels were yet expecting a further advance, the several detachments were already well on their return. The expedition, says Grant, if it had no other effect, served as a fine reconnaissance. But it had more positive results. Fort Henry and Columbus were thoroughly alarmed and drew in their outposts, while the Union forces learned from inspection that the route offered a feasible line of march to attack and invest Columbus, and demonstrated the inherent weakness and vulnerability of Fort Henry. This, be it remembered, was done with raw forces and without preparation, but with officers and men responding alike promptly to every order, and executing their task more than cheerfully, even eagerly, with such means as were at hand when the order came. The reconnaissance thus made, reports McClernand, completed a march of 140 miles by the cavalry and 75 miles by the infantry over icy or miry roads during a most inclement season. He further reports that the circumstances of the case prevented me from taking, on leaving Cairo, the 5 days' supply of rations and forage directed by the commanding officer of this district, hence the necessity of an early resort to other sources of supply. None other presented but to quarter upon the enemy or to purchase from loyal citizens. I accordingly resorted to both expedients as I had opportunity. Lincoln's prompting did not end with merely having produced this reconnaissance. The President's patience was well nigh exhausted, and while his uneasiness drove him to no act of rashness, it caused him to repeat his admonitions and suggestions. In addition to his telegraphs and letters to the Western commanders between December 31 and January 6, he wrote to both on January 13 to point out how advantage might be taken of the military condition as it then existed. Halleck had emphasized the danger of moving on exterior lines, and insisted that it was merely repeating the error committed at Bull Run, and would as inevitably lead to disaster. Lincoln, in his letter, showed that the defeat at Bull Run did not result from movement on exterior lines, but from failure to use exterior lines with judgment and concert. And he further illustrated how the Western armies might now, by judicious cooperation, secure important military results. My dear Sir, your dispatch of yesterday is received, in which you say, "I have received your letter and General McClellan's, and will at once devote all my efforts to your views and his." In the midst of my many cares, I have not seen nor asked to see General McClellan's letter to you. For my own views, I have not offered and do not now offer them as orders, and while I am glad to have them respectfully considered, I would blame you to follow them contrary to your own clear judgment, unless I should put them in the form of orders. As to General McClellan's views, you understand your duty in regard to them better than I do. With this preliminary, I state my general idea of this war to be that we have the greater numbers, and the enemy has the greater facility of concentrating forces upon points of collision; that we must fail unless we can find some way of making our advantage an overmatch for his, and that this can only be done by menacing him with superior forces at different points at the same time, so that we can safely attack one or both if he makes no change, and if he weakens one, to strengthen the other, forbear to attack the strengthened one, but seize and hold the weakened one, gaining so much. To illustrate, suppose last summer, when Winchester ran away to reinforce Manassas, we had forborne to attack Manassas, but had seized and held Winchester. I mention this to illustrate and not to criticize. I did not lose confidence in McDowell, and I think less harshly of Patterson than some others seem to. In application of the general rule I am suggesting, every particular case will have its modifying circumstances, among which the most constantly present and most difficult to meet will be the want of perfect knowledge of the enemy's movements. This had its part in the Bull Run case, but worse in that case was the expiration of the terms of the 3 months' men. Applying the principle to your case, my idea is that Halleck shall menace Columbus and down river generally, while you menace Bowling Green and East Tennessee. If the enemy shall concentrate at Bowling Green, do not retire from his front. Yet do not fight him there either, but seize Columbus and East Tennessee, one or both, left exposed by the concentration at Bowling Green. It is a matter of no small anxiety to me, and one which I am sure you will not overlook, that the East Tennessee line is so long and over so bad a road. This letter was addressed to Buell, but a copy of it was also sent to Halleck. Buell made no reply, but Halleck sent an indirect answer a week later in a long letter to General McClellan, under date of January 20. The communication is not a model of correspondence when we remember that it emanated from a trained writer upon military science. It is long and somewhat rambling. It finds fault with politics and politicians in war, in evident ignorance of both politics and politicians. It charges that past want of success is attributable to the politicians rather than to the generals, in plain contradiction of the actual facts. It condemns pepper-box strategy and recommends detached operations in the same breath. The more noticeable point of the letter is that while reiterating that the General-in-Chief had furnished no general plan, and while the principal commanders had neither unity of views nor concert of action, it ventures, though somewhat feebly, to recommend a combined system of operations for the West. The idea of moving down the Mississippi by steam, says Halleck in this letter, is, in my opinion, impracticable or at least premature. It is not a proper line of operations, at least now. A much more feasible plan is to move up the Cumberland and Tennessee, making Nashville the first objective point. This would turn Columbus and force the abandonment of Bowling Green. This line of the Cumberland, or Tennessee, is the great central line of the Western theater of war, with the Ohio below the mouth of Green River as the base, and 2 good navigable rivers extending far into the interior of the theater of operations. But the plan should not be attempted without a large force, not less than 60,000 effective men. The idea was by no means new. Buell had tentatively suggested it to McClellan as early as November 27, and had again specifically elaborated it as the most important strategical point in the whole field of operations to McClellan on December 29, and as the center of the rebellion front in the West to Halleck on January 3. Yet, recognizing this line as the enemy's chief weakness, McClellan at Washington, Buell at Louisville, and Halleck at St. Louis, holding the President's unlimited trust and authority, had allowed nearly 2 months to elapse, directing the Government power to other objects, to the neglect not alone of military success, but of plans of cooperation, of counsel, of intention to use this great and recognized military advantage, until the country was fast losing confidence and even hope. Even now, Halleck did not propose immediately to put his theory into practice. Like Buell, he was calling for more troops for the politicians to supply. It is impossible to guess when he might have been ready to move on his great strategic line if subordinate officers, more watchful and enterprising, had not, in a measure, forced the necessity upon his attention. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 7, Grant and Thomas in Kentucky. The opening of the year 1862 brought stirring events to the armies of the West, and in their action the name of General Grant begins to acquire a special prominence and value. In the early stage of military organization in the West, when so many volunteer colonels were called to active duty in the field, the West Point education of Grant and his practical campaign training in the Mexican War made themselves immediately felt and appreciated at the department headquarters. His usefulness and superiority were evinced by the clearness and brevity of his correspondence, the correctness of routine reports and promptness of their transmission, the pertinence and practical quality of his suggestions, the readiness and fertility of expedient with which he executed orders. Anyone reading over his letters of this first period of his military service is struck by the fact that through him something was always accomplished. There was absence of excuse, complaint, or delay, always the report of a task performed. If his means or supplies were imperfect, he found or improvised the best available substitute. If he could not execute the full requirement, he performed so much of it as was possible. He always had an opinion, and that opinion was positive, intelligible, practical. We find, therefore, that his allotted tasks from the first continually rose in importance. He gained in authority and usefulness not by solicitation or intrigue, but by services rendered. He was sent to more and more difficult duties, to larger supervision, to heavier responsibilities. From guarding a station at Mexico on the North Missouri Railroad to protecting a railroad terminus near Ironton in southeast Missouri, from there to brief inspection duty at Jefferson City, then to the command of the military district of southeast Missouri, finally to the command of the great military depot and rendezvous at Cairo, Illinois, with its several outlying posts and districts, and the supervision of its complicated details about troops, arms, and supplies to be collected and forwarded in all directions. Clearly it was not chance which brought him to such duties, but his fitness to perform them. It was from the vantage ground of this enlarged command that he had checkmated the rebel occupation of Columbus by seizing Paducah and Smithland, and from Cairo he also organized and led his first command in field fighting at what is known as the Battle of Belmont. Just before Fremont was relieved, and while he was in the field in nominal pursuit of Price, he had ordered Grant to clear southeastern Missouri of guerrillas, with the double view of restoring local authority and preventing reinforcements to Price. Movements were progressing to this end when it became apparent that the rebel stronghold at Columbus was preparing to send out a column. Grant organized an expedition to counteract this design, and on the evening of November 6 left Cairo with about 3,000 men on transports under convoy of 2 gunboats, and steamed down the river. Upon information gained while on his route, he determined to break up a rebel camp at Belmont Landing, on the Missouri shore opposite Columbus, as the best means of making his expedition effective. On the morning of the 7th he landed his troops at Hunter's Point, 3 miles above Belmont, and marched to a favorable place for attack back of the rebel encampment, which was situated in a large open field and was protected on the land side by a line of abatis. By the time Grant reached his position, the rebel camp, originally consisting of a single regiment, had been reinforced by 5 regiments from Columbus under General Pillow. A deliberate battle with about equal forces ensued. Though the Confederate line courageously contested the ground, the Union line, steadily advancing, swept the rebels back, penetrating the abatis and gaining the camp of the enemy, who in disorder took shelter under the steep river bank. Grant's troops had gained a complete and substantial victory, but they now frittered it away by a disorderly exultation. The record does not show who was responsible for the unmilitary conduct, but it quickly brought its retribution. Before the Unionists were aware of it, General Polk had sent an additional reinforcement of several regiments across the river and hurriedly marched them to cut off the Federal retreat, which instead of an orderly march from the battlefield became a hasty scramble to get out of danger. Grant himself, unaware that the few companies left as a guard near the landing had already embarked, remained on shore to find them, and encountered instead the advancing rebel line. Discovering his mistake, he rode back to the landing, where his horse slid down the river bank on its haunches and trotted on board a transport over a plank thrust out for him. Belmont was a drawn battle, or rather it was first a victory for the Federals and then a victory for the Confederates. The courage and the loss were nearly equal, 79 killed and 289 wounded on the Union side, 105 killed and 419 wounded on the Confederate side. Brigadier General McClernand, second in command in the Battle of Belmont, was a fellow townsman of the President, and to him Lincoln wrote the following letter of thanks and encouragement to the troops engaged. This is not an official but a social letter. You have had a battle, and without being able to judge as to the precise measure of its value, I think it is safe to say that you and all with you have done honor to yourselves and the flag and service to the country. Most gratefully do I thank you and them. In my present position, I must care for the whole nation, but I hope it will be no injustice to any other State for me to indulge a little home pride that Illinois does not disappoint us. I have just closed a long interview with Mr. Washburne, in which he has detailed the many difficulties you and those with you labor under. Be assured we do not forget or neglect you. Much, very much, goes undone, but it is because we have not the power to do it faster than we do. Some of your forces are without arms, but the same is true here, and at every other place where we have considerable bodies of troops. The plain matter of fact is our good people have rushed to the rescue of the government faster than the government can find arms to put into their hands. It would be agreeable to each division of the army to know its own precise destination, but the Government cannot immediately nor inflexibly at any time determine as to all, nor if determined can it tell its friends without at the same time telling its enemies. We know you do all as wisely and well as you can, and you will not be deceived if you conclude the same is true of us. Please give my respects and thanks to all. Belmont having been a mere episode, it drew after it no further movement in that direction. Grant and his command resumed their routine work of neighborhood police and observation. Buell and Halleck, both coming to their departments as new commanders shortly afterwards, were absorbed with difficulties at other points. Secession was not yet quieted in Kentucky. The Union troops at Cairo, Paducah, Smithland, and other river towns yet stood on the defensive, fearing rebel attack, rather than preparing to attack rebels. Columbus and Bowling Green were the principal Confederate camps, and attracted and received the main attention of the Union commanders. The first noteworthy occurrence following Belmont, as well as the beginning of the succession of brilliant Union victories which distinguished the early months of the year 1862, was the Battle of Mill Springs in eastern Kentucky. The earnest desire of President Lincoln and General McClellan that a Union column should be sent to seize and hold East Tennessee, and the reluctance and neglect of General Buell to carry out their wishes have been described. General Thomas remained posted in eastern Kentucky, hoping that he might be called upon to form his column and lead it through the Cumberland Gap to Knoxville. But the weeks passed by, and the orders which he received only tended to scatter his few regiments for local defense and observation. With the hesitation of the Union army at this point, the Confederates became bolder. Brigadier General F. K. Zollicoffer established himself in a fortified camp on the north bank of the Cumberland River, where he could at the same time defend Cumberland Gap and incite eastern Kentucky to rebellion. Here he became so troublesome that Buell found it necessary to dislodge him, and late in December sent General Thomas orders to that effect. Thomas was weak in numbers, but strong in vigilance and courage. He made a difficult march during the early weeks of January 1862, and halted at Logan's Cross Roads, within 10 miles of the rebel camp, to await the junction of his few regiments. The enemy, under Zollicoffer and his district commander, George B. Crittenden, resolved to advance and crush him before he could bring his force together. Thomas prepared and accepted battle. The enemy had made a fatiguing night march of 9 miles through a cold rain and over muddy roads. On the morning of January 19, the battle was begun with spirit, and soon had a dramatic incident. The rebel commander, Zollicoffer, mistaking a Union regiment, rode forward and told its commanding officer, Colonel Speed S. Fry, that he was firing upon friends. Fry, not aware that Zollicoffer was an enemy, turned away to order his men to stop firing. At this moment, one of Zollicoffer's aides rode up, and seeing the true state of affairs, drew his revolver and began firing at Fry, wounding his horse. Fry, wheeling in turn, drew his revolver and returned the fire, shooting Zollicoffer through the heart. The fall of the rebel commander served to hasten and complete the defeat of the Confederates. They retreated in disorder to their fortified camp at Mill Springs. Thomas ordered immediate pursuit, and the same night invested their camp and made preparations to storm their intrenchments the following morning. When day came, however, it was found that the rebels had crossed the Cumberland River during the night, abandoning their wounded, 12 pieces of artillery, many small arms, and extensive supplies, and had fled in utter dispersion to the mountains. It was one of the most remarkable Union victories of the war. General Thomas's forces consisted of a little over 6 regiments, those of Crittenden and Zollicoffer of over 10 regiments. It was more than a defeat for the Confederates. Their army was annihilated, and Cumberland Gap once more stood exposed, so that Buell might have sent a Union column and taken possession of eastern Tennessee with but feeble opposition. It is possible that the brilliant opportunity would at last have tempted him to comply with the urgent wishes of the President and the express orders of the General in Chief, had not unexpected events in another quarter diverted his attention and interest. There was everywhere, about the months of December 1861 and January 1862, a perceptible increase of the Union armies by fresh regiments from the Northern States, a better supply of arms through recent importations, an increase of funds from new loans, and the delivery for use of various war materials, the product of the summer's manufacture. Of prime importance to the military operations which centered at Cairo was the completion and equipment of the new gunboats. A word of retrospect concerning this arm of the military service is here necessary. Commander John Rodgers was sent West in the month of May, 1861, to begin the construction of war vessels for Western rivers. Without definite plans, he had purchased and hastily converted and armed as best he could 3 river steamers. These were put into service in September. They were provided with cannon, but had no iron plating. They were the Tyler of 7 guns, the Lexington of 6 guns, and the Conestoga of 3 guns. Making Cairo their central station, they served admirably in the lighter duties of river police, in guarding transports, and in making hasty trips of reconnaissance. For the great expedition down the Mississippi, projected during the summer and fall of 1861, a more powerful class of vessels was provided. The distinguished civil engineer James B. Eads designed and was authorized to build 7 new gunboats to carry 13 guns each and to be protected about the bows with iron plating capable of resisting the fire of heavy artillery. They were named the Cairo, Carondelet, Cincinnati, Louisville, Mound City, Pittsburgh, and St. Louis. 2 additional gunboats of the same type of construction, but of larger size, the Benton of 16 guns and the Essex of 5 guns, were converted from other vessels about the same time. At the time Commodore Foote finally accepted the first 7, January 15, 1862, it was found impossible to supply them with crews of Eastern seamen. Resort was had to Western steamboat men and also to volunteers from infantry recruits. The joint reconnaissance of Grant and Foote to Fort Henry on the Tennessee River, January 14, has been related. A second examination was made by General C. F. Smith, who on January 22 reported that he had been within 2 miles and a half of the fort, that the river had risen 14 feet since the last visit, giving a better opportunity to reconnoiter. More important, that the high water had drowned out a troublesome advance battery, and that, in his opinion, 2 ironclad gunboats could make short work of it. It is evident that, possessed of this additional information, Grant and Foote immediately resolved upon vigorous measures. Grant had already asked permission to visit Halleck at St. Louis. This was given, but Halleck refused to entertain his project of an attack. So firmly convinced was Grant, however, that his plan was good, that, though unsuccessful at first, he quickly renewed the request. Commanding General Grant and myself telegraphed Foote to Halleck, January 28, 1862, are of opinion that Fort Henry on the Tennessee River can be carried with 4 ironclad gunboats and troops to permanently occupy. Have we your authority to move for that purpose when ready? To this Grant on the same day added the direct proposal, with permission I will take Fort Henry on the Tennessee and establish and hold a large camp there. It would appear that no immediate answer was returned, for on the following day Grant renewed his proposition with more emphasis. It is easy to perceive what produced a change in Halleck's mind. Grant's persistent urging was evidently the main influence, but 2 other events contributed essentially to the result. The first was the important victory gained by Thomas at Mill Springs in eastern Kentucky on January 19, the certain news of which was probably just reaching him. The second was a telegram from Washington informing him that General Beauregard, with 15 regiments from the Confederate Army in Virginia, was being sent to Kentucky to be added to Johnston's army. "I was not ready to move," explains Halleck afterwards, "but deemed best to anticipate the arrival of Beauregard's forces." It is well also to remember in this connection that 3 days before, President Lincoln's General War Order No. 1 had been published, ordering a general movement of all the armies of the Union on the coming 22nd of February. Whatever induced it, the permission now given was full and hearty. "Make your preparations to take and hold Fort Henry," Halleck telegraphed to Grant on the 30th of January. "I will send you written instructions by mail." Grant and Foote had probably already begun their preparation. Receiving Halleck's instructions on February 1, Grant on the following day started his expedition of 15,000 men on transports, and Foote on the 4th accompanied him with 7 gunboats for convoy and attack. Their plan contemplated a bombardment by the fleet from the river and assault on the land side by the troops. For this purpose, General McClernand, with a division, was landed 4 miles below the fort on February 4. They made a reconnaissance on the 5th, and being joined by another division under General Smith, were ordered forward to invest the fort on the 6th. This required a circuitous march of 8 miles, during which the gunboats of Flag Officer Foote, having less than half the distance to go by the river, moved on and began the bombardment. The capture proved easier than was anticipated. General Lloyd Tilghman, the Confederate commander of the fort, had early that morning sent away his 3,000 infantry to Fort Donelson, being convinced that he was beset by an overpowering force. He kept only 1 company of artillerists to work the 11 river guns of the fort. With these he defended the work about 2 hours, but without avail. Foote's 4 iron-plated gunboats steamed up boldly within 600 yards. The bombardment, though short, was well sustained on both sides, and not without its fluctuating chances. 2 of the heaviest guns in the fort were soon silenced, one bursting and the other being rendered useless by an accident with the priming wire. At this point a rebel shot passed through the casemate and boiler of the gunboat Essex, and she drifted helplessly out of the fight. But the remaining gunboats continued their close and fierce attack, and 5 more of the rebel guns being speedily disabled, General Tilghman hauled down his flag and went on board to surrender the fort. McClernand's troops from the land side soon after entered the work and took formal possession. On the same day, Grant telegraphed to Halleck, "Fort Henry is ours," and his dispatch bore yet another significant announcement eminently characteristic of the man: "I shall take and destroy Fort Donelson on the 8th." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 8, Cameron and Stanton. When the men of the South plotted secession and declared war to perpetuate and extend slavery, they little dreamed what a sure and relentless agency for its destruction they set in motion. It has been related how hostilities opened with Butler's offer to suppress a slave rising in Maryland, and how from some of the earlier camps fugitives were returned to their owners. Also how in a few months the practice of the army changed to giving them wholesale shelter and employment, and to enforcing the Confiscation Act of Congress, which broke the legal bondage of those whom the rebels employed in hostile military service. The unavoidable processes of war soon moved the question forward another step. If the army undertook to employ negroes in military work at exposed points, must it not protect them? And as a necessary consequence, must it not permit them to protect themselves and furnish them weapons for defense? This question became important when the sea-coast expeditions were organized, particularly in the one destined for Port Royal, where a district with a largely predominant slave population was to be attacked. Friendly blacks in great numbers would be sure to flock to the Union lines, and the climate being extremely unhealthy for Northern troops, it was desirable to employ them for labor and fatigue duty whenever possible. The government could not do otherwise than give the commander permission to use every military advantage which might present itself. In drawing up instructions on this point, the Assistant Secretary of War, after referring to prior orders, continued, "Special directions adapted to special circumstances cannot be given. Much must be referred to your own discretion as commanding general of the expedition. You will, however, in general avail yourself of the services of any persons, whether fugitives from labor or not, who may offer them to the national government. You will employ such persons in such service as they may be fitted for, either as ordinary employees, or if special circumstances seem to require it, in any other capacity, with such organization, in squads, companies, or otherwise, as you may deem most beneficial to the service." When this instruction was read to President Lincoln, he foresaw that the latitude it gave might cause a terrible outcry of malicious criticism, and he therefore interlined with his own hand the following qualifying sentence: "This, however, not to mean a general arming of them for military service." If any political design lay hidden within the original phraseology of the instruction as it came from the War Department, it escaped notice or comment because it represented the actual requirements of the moment in all save the cautionary limit which Mr. Lincoln's amendment supplied. His own prudence in dealing with the slavery question was, however, not imitated by all those about him. The Fremont incident sharply marked the rapid drift and development of public opinion on this sensitive topic, and men were becoming either more conservative or more progressive according to their several convictions. It was not unnatural that political leaders should begin to trim their sails to this fresh breeze of popular sentiment, and before long it furnished an occurrence out of which grew the first change in President Lincoln's Cabinet. In preparing to transmit to Congress at its December session the customary official documents which accompany the President's message, Mr. Lincoln found to his surprise that the annual report of the Secretary of War had been printed, and without being submitted to his inspection, mailed to the postmasters of the chief cities to be handed to the press as soon as the telegraph should announce that the reading of the message was completed in Congress. When a copy came to his hands, the reason for this haste was quite apparent. In its closing paragraph, Secretary Cameron's report took distinct ground in favor of arming the negroes and incorporating them in the military service. Referring to the slaves abandoned by their owners in the territory captured by the Port Royal expedition, the report said, "Those who make war against the Government justly forfeit all rights of property, privilege, or security derived from the Constitution and laws against which they are in armed rebellion, and as the labor and service of their slaves constitute the chief property of the rebels, such property should share the common fate of war, to which they have devoted the property of loyal citizens. It is as clearly a right of the Government to arm slaves when it may become necessary as it is to use gunpowder taken from the enemy. Whether it is expedient to do so is purely a military question. What to do with that species of property is a question that time and circumstance will solve, and need not be anticipated further than to repeat that they cannot be held by the Government as slaves. It would be useless to keep them as prisoners of war, and self-preservation, the highest duty of a government or of individuals, demands that they should be disposed of or employed in the most effective manner that will tend most speedily to suppress the insurrection and restore the authority of the government. If it shall be found that the men who have been held by the rebels as slaves are capable of bearing arms and performing efficient military service, it is the right and may become the duty of the Government to arm and equip them and employ their services against the rebels under proper military regulation, discipline, and command. While Mr. Lincoln agreed perfectly with the Secretary of War in the abstract right of the Government to use abandoned or fugitive negroes in any military capacity, he did not think the time had arrived for forming them into marching regiments. Neither did he deem it expedient that an official declaration of such a purpose should be published by a prominent officer of his administration. The pamphlet copies of the report were still in the leading post offices. These were hastily recalled by telegraph, and Secretary Cameron printed a new edition, modified according to the President's direction, by omitting all that portion of the argument relating to the controverted question, and in its place inserting a short paragraph to the effect that the slaves on captured or abandoned plantations should not be returned to their masters, but withheld to lessen the enemy's military resources. Ordinarily so radical a difference in administrative policy, the abrupt manner of its promulgation, and the peremptory recall and modification of a Secretary's report would scarcely fail to cause a disagreeable Cabinet explosion. Lincoln's uniform good nature and considerate forbearance, however, enabled him to endure and manage the incident without a quarrel, or even the least manifestation of ill will on either side. Having corrected his minister's haste and imprudence, the President indulged in no further comment, and Cameron, yielding to superior authority, received the implied rebuke with becoming grace. From the confidential talks with his intimates, it was clear enough that he expected a dismissal, but Lincoln never acted in a harsh or arbitrary mood. For the time being, the personal relations between the President and his Secretary of War remained unchanged. They met in Cabinet consultations or for the daily dispatch of routine business with the same cordial ease as before. Nevertheless, each of them realized that the circumstance had created a situation of difficulty and embarrassment which could not be indefinitely prolonged. Cameron began to signify his weariness of the onerous labors of the War Department, and hinted to the President that he would greatly prefer the less responsible duties of a foreign mission. Lincoln said nothing for several weeks, but he was waiting for a favorable moment when he might make a Cabinet change with the least official friction or public attention. To outsiders, the affair seemed to have completely blown over when, on January 11, 1862, Lincoln wrote the following short note: "My dear Sir, as you have more than once expressed a desire for a change of position, I can now gratify you consistently with my view of the public interest. I therefore propose nominating you to the Senate next Monday as Minister to Russia. Very sincerely, your friend, A. Lincoln." There is an interesting passage in the published diary of Secretary Chase informing us that this note, written on Saturday, was shown by Cameron on Sunday afternoon to Secretaries Seward and Chase, also implying that several separate and joint interviews had been going on between these three Cabinet ministers for a day or two previous, in which they discussed the question of Cameron's retirement, his nomination to Russia, and the equally important topic of who should become his successor in the War Department. 3 points seem evident from the record: that while they all had a hint of the change, neither of them knew definitely whether it would be finally made, or when it would occur, or who would be called to fill the vacancy. Chase laments that Seward might suspect him of not dealing frankly. Seward is represented as appearing to know more than he communicated, and Cameron as hesitating between no and yes. They finally all joined in the opinion that the most agreeable and the fittest successor in the War Department would be Stanton. And if we may trust the language of the diary, each of them was impressed with the belief that he alone was the chief agency in bringing about the change, in delicately causing its hearty acceptance, and especially in selecting the man destined to become the greatest war minister the government has ever had. The truth was that a stronger will and a yet more delicate tact had inspired and guided them all. Lincoln, securing his main purpose of once more combining these three influential leaders in renewed support of his administration, in the midst of a Cabinet crisis changing rupture into strength and discord into harmony, was quite content to allow them to appropriate the merit of the success. On the following day the new nominations went to the Senate, where they were speedily confirmed. Nearly a month elapsed before the usual perfunctory and ex post facto correspondence was published in the newspapers, wherein the incident was recited in more formal phraseology. It is proper to mention in this connection that the Cabinet change here described caused no change in the friendship between Lincoln and Cameron. 3 or 4 months afterwards a violent factional assault upon the latter in the House of Representatives resulted in the passage of a resolution of censure charging Cameron, while Secretary of War, with having adopted in certain transactions a policy highly injurious to the public service. As soon as Mr. Lincoln's attention was called to the resolution, he wrote and transmitted to the House a special message explaining that the censured transactions occurred during the days of the first and extreme peril of the Government, when Washington was cut off from communication with the North by the insurrection in Maryland, that the acts complained of were not done by Cameron exclusively, but were ordered by the President with the full assent of his Cabinet, every member of which, with himself, was equally responsible for the alleged irregularity. Cameron gratefully remembered this voluntary and manly defense of his official integrity. He remained one of the most intimate and devoted of Lincoln's personal friends, and became one of the earliest and most effective advocates of his renomination and reelection to the Presidency. Edwin M. Stanton, the new Secretary of War, who became at once a prominent and powerful figure in the Government, was born in Steubenville, Ohio, December 19, 1814. He was educated at Kenyon College and began the practice of law in 1836. By 10 years of studious industry he acquired the skill and rank in his profession which justified his removal in 1847 to the great commercial and manufacturing city of Pittsburgh. From this point he was entrusted with a class of cases which took him so frequently before the Supreme Court of the United States that in 1856 he permanently established his office in Washington City. Being an ardent Democrat in politics, and both the President and Attorney General of the United States being at that time citizens of Pennsylvania, his local influence and acquaintance probably secured his employment as counsel for the Government in certain important land cases in California during the year 1858. This employment necessarily brought him into confidential relations with the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. That his services proved valuable and satisfactory is shown by the double fact that President Buchanan consulted him in the preparation of his annual message, and on the retirement of Cass from his Cabinet about the middle of December 1860, appointed him Attorney General to succeed Judge Black, who was made Secretary of State. There is a conflict of evidence as to Stanton's precise attitude in this new relation. Ex-Secretary Black has written that he fully adopted the non-coercion views of his, Black's, official opinion of November 20 and of Buchanan's annual message formulating the doctrine of non-coercion. Also that he read and endorsed Buchanan's special message of January 8, 1861, which was a virtual abdication of executive functions. But Black's own opinions and position between these dates are palpably inconsistent and antagonistic. Witness his written memorandum given to the President in the new Cabinet crisis of December 30, advising a certain course and explaining this is coercion. Black further explains that Stanton copied the memorandum and freely joined in the advice. Buchanan's cabinet was undergoing a revolutionary convulsion. Black was evidently steering between opposing factions till the President called him to lead the Union section and sentiment of his cabinet, when he for the first time took positive and consistent ground. His own version of these transactions may be pardoned for representing himself as the directing leader in this partial transformation of Buchanan's administration. Those who were familiar with the characters of the two men will rather conclude that Stanton's positive nature and impulsive energy were the real sources of the decided stand which Black then for the first time assumed. The same revolutionary dangers and apprehensions explain another apparent impossibility. There is direct and indirect testimony from prominent Republican leaders, Seward, Wilson, Sumner, Dawes, Howard, and perhaps others, that during this period Stanton, a stubborn and prejudiced Buchanan Democrat, was in secret communication and concert with those leading spirits of the opposition. Black, who 10 years afterwards wrote a bitterly partisan article questioning the facts, asks, did he, Stanton, accept the confidence of the President, Buchanan, and the Cabinet with a predetermined intent to betray it, and calls such conduct conspiring with abolitionists? The simple truth appears to be that Stanton, becoming a member of Buchanan's cabinet, with no suspicion of the conspiracy by which Jefferson Davis and Secretaries Cobb, Floyd, and Thompson ensnared and for the moment controlled it, was horrified at the revelation which his new duties opened to him. Seeing President Buchanan in an attitude of hopeless irresolution, amid a preponderance of treasonable advice, he entered into secret relations with the Republican leaders and disclosed the facts as the only available rock of safety in the stress and peril of impending revolution. Several years before, Stanton had met the new President under peculiar circumstances. It happened that Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Stanton, and George Harding were associated as counsel in a celebrated reaper patent case which was tried in the city of Cincinnati before the United States Circuit Court, though they had not met in consultation prior to the trial. It is related, on the one hand, that Lincoln was senior counsel, and that when the hearing came on, Stanton, undervaluing Lincoln's character and ability, with unprofessional assurance grasped the role of making the argument on the law points, to which, as junior counsel, he had no claim under the custom of the bar, that as the court would hear only two lawyers on a side, and as the review of the mechanical questions was specially confided to Mr. Harding, this arrangement deprived Mr. Lincoln, and to his disappointment, of the opportunity of speaking before a prominent court and a new and distinguished auditory. On the other hand, we are distinctly informed by one of the clients in that suit that Mr. Lincoln was the junior counsel, and Mr. Stanton and Mr. Harding had made so much longer and more elaborate preparation that the clients themselves determined their selection to make the arguments, that therefore Mr. Lincoln's displacement arose from no unfairness of any one, but simply from the fact that the court had limited the number of speakers. When the new President was inaugurated, Stanton and the other members of Buchanan's administration went into sudden eclipse. For months the public heard nothing from them, and in the mighty rush of events thought nothing about them. They evidently felt keenly the popular odium under which they disappeared for the moment, and were eager to magnify in their own extenuation every real or apparent shortcoming of their successors. In a series of confidential letters, which did not become public till years after the war, from which we have elsewhere made quotations, we have an interesting record of Stanton's views and feelings. He watched the beginnings of the new administration with an eye of unsparing fault-finding. It is clear that he had no high opinion of Mr. Lincoln and no hope in the Republican party. Worse than all, his faith in the ability of the Government to defend and maintain itself seems to have been seriously shaken, if not utterly gone. His comments on public events are couched in a tone of partisan bitterness. He thought Mr. Douglas's Senate resolution a comprehensive platform for relinquishing everything in the seceded States. He predicted that by the time that all the patronage is distributed, the Republican party will be dissolved. He reported the impression that in less than 30 days Davis will be in possession of Washington. He repeated baseless street rumors of the trepidation of Lincoln and the panic of the administration, complained of party action, venality, and corruption of power, and distrust in every department of the Government. As events culminated, his language grew stronger. He spoke of the painful imbecility of Lincoln with all the glibness of a country editor, and after the Bull Run defeat he thought a better state of things impossible until Jefferson Davis turns out the whole concern. It would be uncharitable to insist on a literal criticism of these phrases. They must be judged in the light of Stanton's excited patriotism and impulsive vehemence of thought. Also, it must be remembered that they were written for confidential, not public inspection, and more than all, that he wrote them without the full and accurate knowledge which was requisite to a proper judgment. He is certainly to be blamed for the harshness of his language and the recklessness of such assertions on the strength of street rumors, but making allowance for the party prejudice and official soreness which inspired them, they assist in our interpretation of the larger capabilities and future usefulness of the man, under the domination and control of that unsleeping prudence and large-hearted charity which characterized President Lincoln, who was able to transmute such a mine of energy to continuous regulated public service at a high pressure, and yet hold its excesses in check, temper its harshness, and ease its inevitable friction. Stanton's nature was largely materialistic. His eye saw things in a simple, practical light. His mind dealt with them by rules of arithmetic. His knowledge of legal principles was governed by the same characteristic. Hence his success in questions dealing with physical facts, land cases, and especially patent cases involving the examination of mechanical forces. This quality, arising mainly from strong instinctive perception, was coupled with another trait which gave it extraordinary power and value, namely physical and mental energy. Above everything else, he was a man of action. What in other men might be likened to the variable force of winds or wills might be represented in him as the continuous, unremitting action of a steam engine, able to furnish at every call any required pressure and speed for any period of duration. He had thus the qualities which made him a worker of workers. Method and organization were with him prime intuitions. He was impatient of delay and intolerant of neglect. Every thought and volition was positive. He was positive in his personal friendships, positive in his party convictions, positive in his judgments, positive to the last degree in his expressions. Yet these fundamental qualities were somewhat modified and restrained by his education and experience. In his profession he had learned the uncertainties of the law. In politics he had witnessed the suddenness of popular transition and the faithlessness of individuals to obligations of party and principle. His cabinet experience had shown him how the apparently solid pillars of state might be undermined by concealed disaffection and treason. His judgment, therefore, tempered his instincts and restrained his impulses. It was doubtless this which made it possible for him to surrender sufficiently his party prejudices while yet a member of Buchanan's Cabinet, to confide in and advise with Republican leaders, and later to accept a Cabinet office from Lincoln, towards whom he had used such severe and unjust language. In a letter to Mr. Buchanan, dated March 1, 1862, he says, "My accession to my present position was quite as sudden and unexpected as the confidence you bestowed upon me in calling me to your Cabinet, and the responsible trust was accepted in both instances from the same motives, and will be executed with the same fidelity to the Constitution and laws." In another letter, dated May 18, 1862, he wrote, "I hold my present post at the request of the President, who knew me personally, but to whom I had not spoken from the 4th of March, 1861, until the day he handed me my commission. I knew that everything I cherish and hold dear would be sacrificed by accepting office, but I thought I might help to save the country, and for that I was willing to perish." And 6 months later he again wrote, "In respect to the present position of affairs, all I can say is that the whole power of the Government is being put forth with more vigor, and I think more earnestness on the part of military commanders than at any former period. Treason is encouraged in the Northern States by the just discontent of the people. But believing our national destiny is as immediately in the hands of the Most High as ever was that of the children of Israel, I am not only undismayed, but full of hope. For myself, turning neither to the right hand nor to the left, serving no man and at enmity with none, I shall strive to perform my whole duty in the great work before us. Mistakes and faults I no doubt may commit, but the purpose of my actions shall be single to the public good." These extracts evidently present a true statement of Stanton's feeling. He accepted his appointment in both instances not as a party or official retainer, but as a call to a citizen's duty, and in both cases he sought to make his service consistent, not with party profession, but with patriotic obligation. Fidelity to the Constitution and laws required him under Buchanan to do everything in his power to thwart the conspiracy in which his colleagues Cobb, Thompson, and Floyd were engaged, and the same principle bound him under Lincoln to use every agency he could control to suppress rebellion and reestablish the national authority. In this mood he began his duties as Lincoln's War Secretary, and in a daily official intercourse of more than 3 years rendered his great chief a steady personal service and devotion of which he probably little dreamed when, in the summer of 1861, he was so ignorantly writing of the painful imbecility of Lincoln. Now he could better measure the President's intellectual strength and observe his unselfish patriotism. Neither of the men had an easy task to perform. It was a relation calculated to curb any light promptings of vanity or self-sufficiency, and for his own immense responsibilities the Secretary of War had frequent need of the indulgence of the Executive. From first to last there was between them substantial unity of aim, cooperation in effort, confidence in word and act. Stanton joined heartily in all the great military and political measures of the administration: ample calls for troops, liberal bounties, the desire for vigorous offensive campaigns, promotion for merit, emancipation, the draft, the organization and protection of colored troops, and the amendment of the Constitution to abolish slavery. His advice was always intelligent, consistent, and steady. His decisions were rapid and generally judicious and permanent. In Cabinet discussions he was forcible rather than brilliant, ready with fact and law, and though not dogmatic, always decided. As natural with two strong minds, they sometimes differed in their estimates of men or advisability of measures, but never in principle or object. The relation of Mr. Lincoln to the members of his Cabinet was one of unusual frankness and cordiality. The President was gifted by nature with a courtesy far excelling the conventionalities of an acquired politeness. With a delicacy which has rarely been equaled, he respected not merely their official authority, but also their sentiments, their judgments, their manhood. Though differing widely from him in personal qualities, they returned his courtesy and kindness, as a rule, with warm friendship, and none of them more sincerely than Mr. Stanton. The President found support in the outspoken counsel and robust energy of his war minister. The Secretary yielded trustfully to the superior sagacity and authority of the President. Lincoln began by giving his new Secretary that full discretion which his selection properly implied, and which the vast and responsible duties expected of him unavoidably demanded. It may safely be asserted that Stanton employed this trust with high patriotic aspiration. In comparison with the general correctness of his judgment and the value of his advice and action, his few mistakes which might be pointed out become trivial. The occasional exhibitions of temper and brusqueness of manner which have been observed in him are chargeable to the harassing perplexity of his duties. Naturally, he was genial and kind, and his words often evinced a deep tenderness of feeling. As he did not spare his own health and strength in the public service by day or by night, so he required from every subordinate, whether a general or a private, whether in Washington or in the farthest camp, unremitting activity, devotion, sacrifice. Both the War Department and the Army instantly felt the quickening influence of his rare organizing power, combined with a will which nothing but unquestioning obedience would satisfy. He insisted rigidly upon military system, discipline, and duty. There was indeed urgent need for their enforcement. The hundreds of thousands of civilians suddenly called to arms as soldiers or officers did not take kindly to the subordination and restraints of the camp. The flood of promotions which attended the organization of brigades and divisions produced an unhealthy rivalry in all grades of command, showering Congress, the War Department, and the Executive Mansion with applications. The evil of officers' furloughs to come to Washington to further their promotions became so great as to excite the wit of the newspapers. The other day, ran a paragraph, a boy threw a stone at a dog on Pennsylvania Avenue and hit 3 brigadier generals. Stanton took hold of such abuses with an energetic hand. He banished self-seeking shoulder straps from the Capitol. He centered the telegraph in the War Department, where the publication of military news, which might prematurely reach the enemy, could be supervised and, if necessary, delayed. He expanded and vivified his various military bureaus. He found some congressmen, like some contractors, misrepresenting his peremptory refusals of the special favors they arrogantly demanded. To correct this abuse, he for a period stood every day at a stated hour beside a tall desk in one of the rooms of the War Department, where he compelled each applicant or interviewer, high or low, to state his request publicly and audibly in presence of the assembled throng, so that the stenographer at his elbow could record it as well as the Secretary's answer, and verbal solicitations and personal interviews diminished suddenly under this staring publicity. It was Stanton's habit to go personally with news or official papers to the Executive Mansion, informally at all hours. It was Lincoln's practice to go as informally to Stanton's office at the War Department, and in times of great suspense, during impending or actual battles, to spend hour after hour with his War Secretary, where he could read the telegrams as fast as they were received and handed in from the adjoining room. Under such conditions there grew up between them an intimacy in which the mind and heart of each were given without reserve to the great work in which they bore such conspicuous parts. When the time for Mr. Lincoln's reelection came, no man desired or labored for it more earnestly than Edwin M. Stanton, while no one appreciated more clearly or valued more highly than President Lincoln the splendid abilities and services of his Secretary of War. The anecdotes of his occasional blunt disregard of the President's expressed wishes are either untrue or are half-truths that lead to erroneous conclusions, and originated probably in a certain roughness of Stanton's manner under strong irritation. Lincoln never magnified trifles. Stanton seldom neglected a plain duty. Nevertheless, in the multifarious details of their daily labors, they sometimes found each other at cross purpose in regard to some minor and relatively unimportant matter. Stanton, carrying out the great operations of the War Department, in which system and order were essential, was predisposed to insist upon adherence to established rules. Lincoln, on the other hand, governing the greater machine of administration, which included the temper and drift of public opinion equally with the rules and articles of war, was by nature as well as by reason constantly moved, not merely to the pardoning power with which he was specially invested by the Constitution, but also to that unwritten dispensing authority enfolded within the broad scope of executive discretion, and was prone to temper the harsh accidents of civil war by a generous and liberal construction of law and duty. It is quite possible that Stanton thought the President too ready to yield to the hundreds of personal petitions which besieged him for clemency or relief, and we have the written evidence that in the following case at least, though we believe the authentic instances are rare, the President's written direction was neglected by his Secretary until reminded of his proper duty by this note from Mr. Lincoln. A poor widow by the name of Baird has a son in the army that for some offense has been sentenced to serve a long time without pay, or at most with very little pay. I do not like this punishment of withholding pay. It falls so very hard upon poor families. After he had been serving in this way for several months, at the tearful appeal of the poor mother, I made a direction that he be allowed to enlist for a new term on the same conditions as others. She now comes and says she cannot get it acted upon. Please do it. Stanton had his warm-hearted as well as his hot-tempered and stubborn moods, and it is not likely, after this patient explanation, that he hesitated an instant to carry out the President's request. The strong will of Stanton met in Lincoln a still stronger personality, which governed not merely by higher legal authority, but by the manifestation of a greater soul and a clearer insight, justifying his decisions with a convincing logic. To show how effectively and yet how prudently the President wielded this weapon, we quote another letter written by him upon a kindred class of topics. I am so pressed in regard to prisoners of war in our custody, whose homes are within our lines, and who wish to not be exchanged, but to take the oath and be discharged, that I hope you will pardon me for again calling up the subject. My impression is that we will not ever force the exchange of any of this class, that taking the oath and being discharged, none of them will again go to the rebellion. But the rebellion again coming to them, a considerable percentage of them, probably not a majority, would rejoin it, that by a cautious discrimination the number so discharged would not be large enough to do any considerable mischief in any event, would relieve distress in at least some meritorious cases, and would give me some relief from an intolerable pressure. I shall be glad, therefore, to have your cheerful assent to the discharge of those whose names I may send, which I will only do with circumspection. In answer to the above letter, Stanton on the next day wrote, Mr. President, your order for the discharge of any prisoners of war will be cheerfully and promptly obeyed. As Lincoln thus always treated Stanton not as a department clerk, but with the respect and consideration due a cabinet minister, questions of difference rarely came to a head. There were very few instances in which they ever became sufficiently defined to leave a written record. One such was when the President ordered Franklin's division to join McClellan against Stanton's desire that it should be kept with McDowell's army moving by land to cover Washington. Another, when Stanton with several other members of the Cabinet signed a protest against McClellan's being placed in command of the Army of the Potomac after Pope's defeat in Virginia. In this instance, these Cabinet signers had the good sense not to send their protest to Mr. Lincoln, Still a third, when Stanton made an order giving Bishop Ames control of the Methodist churches, which had fallen into our hands in the South, in plain violation of a prior letter from the President that the Government must not undertake to run the churches. In these and similar cases Stanton yielded readily. One authentic case remains where the trial of will between the two men was brought to the point of a sharper issue. It is related by General James B. Fry, who witnessed the scene. Its beginning is sufficiently stated in the following order, made by Lincoln on September 1, 1864. It is represented to me that there are at Rock Island, Illinois, as rebel prisoners of war, many persons of Northern and foreign birth who are unwilling to be exchanged and sent South, but who wish to take the oath of allegiance and enter the military service of the Union. Colonel Huidekoper, on behalf of the people of some parts of Pennsylvania, wishes to pay the bounties the Government would have to pay to proper persons of this class, have them enter the service of the United States, and be credited to the localities furnishing the bounty money. He will therefore proceed to Rock Island, ascertain the names of such persons, not including any who have attractions southward, and telegraph them to the Provost Marshal General here, whereupon direction will be given to discharge the persons named, upon their taking the oath of allegiance, and upon the official evidence being furnished that they shall have been duly received and mustered into the service of the United States. Their number will be credited as may be directed by Colonel Huidekoper. From what followed, we may be certain that the President did not understand the full scope and effect of the order, and when Stanton learned all the circumstances, he refused to carry it out, and upon Lincoln's reiterating it, refused a second time. General Fry, who was the Provost Marshal General, having special charge of such questions, thus continues his narrative. Then Lincoln went in person to Stanton's office, and I was called there by the latter to state the facts in the case. I reported to the two high officials, as I had previously done to the Secretary alone, that these men already belonged to the United States, being prisoners of war, that they could not be used against the Confederates, that they had no relation whatever to the county to which it was proposed they should be credited, that all that was necessary towards enlisting them in our army for Indian service was the Government's release of them as prisoners of war, that to give them bounty and credit them to a county which owed some of its own men for service against the Confederates would waste money and deprive the army operating against a powerful enemy of that number of men, etc. Stanton said, "Now, Mr. President, those are the facts, and you must see that your order cannot be executed." Lincoln sat upon a sofa with his legs crossed and did not say a word until the Secretary's last remark. Then he said, in a somewhat positive tone, "Mr. Secretary, I reckon you'll have to execute the order." Stanton replied with asperity, "Mr. President, I cannot do it. The order is an improper one, and I cannot execute it." Lincoln fixed his eye upon Stanton, and in a firm voice and with an accent that clearly showed his determination, he said, "Mr. Secretary, it will have to be done." Stanton then realized that he was overmatched. He had made a square issue with the President and been defeated, notwithstanding the fact that he was in the right. Upon an intimation from him, I withdrew and did not witness his surrender. A few minutes after I reached my office, I received instructions from the Secretary to carry out the President's order. It must not be assumed from the termination of the above incident that Mr. Lincoln wished either to humiliate the Secretary of War or compel him to violate his convictions of duty. In the interim between General Fry's withdrawal from the room and the Secretary's acquiescence, Lincoln had doubtless explained to Stanton, with that irresistible frankness and kindness with which he carried all his points of controversy, the reasons for his insistence, which he immediately further put upon record for the Secretary's justification in the following letter to General Grant, dated September 22, 1864. I send this as an explanation to you and to do justice to the Secretary of War. I was induced, upon pressing applications, to authorize agents of one of the districts of Pennsylvania to recruit in one of the prison depots in Illinois. and the thing went so far before it came to the knowledge of the Secretary that, in my judgment, it could not be abandoned without greater evil than would follow its going through. I did not know at the time that you had protested against that class of thing being done, and I now say that while this particular job must be completed, no other of the sort will be authorized without an understanding with you, if at all. The Secretary of War is wholly free of any part in this blunder. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 9, Plans of Campaign. About the 1st of December, 1861, Mr. Lincoln, who saw more clearly than McClellan, then General-in-Chief, the urgent necessity for some movement of the army, suggested to him a plan of campaign which, afterwards much debated and discussed and finally rejected, is now seen to have been eminently wise and sagacious. He made a brief autograph memorandum of his plan, which he handed to McClellan, who kept it for 10 days and returned it to Mr. Lincoln with a hurried memorandum in pencil, showing that it made little impression on his mind. The memorandum and answer are so illustrative of the two men that we give them here in full, copied from the original manuscript. If it were determined to make a forward movement of the Army of the Potomac without awaiting further increase of numbers or better drill and discipline, how long would it require to actually get in motion? Answer in pencil. If bridge trains ready by December 15th, probably 25th. After leaving all that would be necessary, how many troops could join the movement from southwest of the river? In pencil, 71,000. How many from northeast of it? In pencil, 33,000. Suppose, then, that of those southwest of the river, in pencil, 50,000, move forward and menace the enemy at Centreville. The remainder of the movable force on that side move rapidly to the crossing of the Occoquan by the road from Alexandria towards Richmond, there to be joined by the whole movable force from northeast of the river, having landed from the Potomac just below the mouth of the Occoquan. Move by land up the south side of that stream to the crossing point named. Then the whole move together by the road thence to Brentville and beyond to the railroad just south of its crossing of Broad Run, a strong detachment of cavalry having gone rapidly ahead to destroy the railroad bridges south and north of the point. If the crossing of the Occoquan by those from above be resisted, those landing from the Potomac below to take the resisting force of the enemy in rear; or if the landing from the Potomac be resisted, those crossing the Occoquan from above to take that resisting force in rear. Both points will probably not be successfully resisted at the same time. The force in front of Centreville, if pressed too hardly, should fight back slowly into the intrenchments behind them. Armed vessels and transportation should remain at the Potomac landing to cover a possible retreat. General McClellan returned the memorandum with this reply: I enclose the paper you left with me, filled as you requested. In arriving at the numbers given, I have left the minimum number in garrison and observation. Information received recently leads me to believe that the enemy could meet us in front with equal forces nearly, and I have now my mind actively turned towards another plan of campaign that I do not think at all anticipated by the enemy, nor by many of our own people. The general's information was, as usual, erroneous. Johnston reports his effective total at this time as about 47,000 men, less than one-third what McClellan imagined it. Lincoln, however, did not insist upon knowing what the general's other plan was, nor did he press further upon his attention the suggestion that had been so scantily considered and so curtly dismissed. But as the weeks went by in inaction, his thoughts naturally dwelt upon the opportunities afforded by an attack on the enemy's right, and the project took more and more definite shape in his mind. Congress convened on the 2nd of December, and one of its earliest subjects of discussion was the Battle of Ball's Bluff. Roscoe Conkling in the House of Representatives and Zachariah Chandler in the Senate brought forward resolutions for the appointment of committees to investigate and determine the responsibility for that disaster. But on motion of Grimes of Iowa, the Senate chose to order a permanent joint committee of 3 Senators and 4 Representatives to inquire into the conduct of the war. This action was unanimously agreed to by the House, and the committee was appointed, consisting of Senators B. F. Wade, Chandler, and Andrew Johnson, and of Representatives Gooch, Covode, Julian, and Odell. This committee, known as the Committee on the Conduct of the War, was for 4 years one of the most important agencies in the country. It assumed and was sustained by Congress in assuming a great range of prerogative. It became a stern and zealous censor of both the Army and the Government. It called soldiers and statesmen before it and questioned them like refractory schoolboys. It claimed to speak for the loyal people of the United States, and this claim generally met with the sympathy and support of a majority of the people's representatives in Congress assembled. It was often hasty and unjust in its judgments, but always earnest, patriotic, and honest. It was assailed with furious denunciation and defended with headlong and indiscriminating eulogy, and on the whole it must be said to have merited more praise than blame. Even before this committee was appointed, as we have seen, Senators Chandler and Wade, representing the more ardent and eager spirits in Congress, had repeatedly pressed upon the Government the necessity of employing the Army of the Potomac in active operations. And now that they felt themselves formally entrusted with a mandate from the people to that effect, were still more urgent and persistent. General McClellan and his immediate following treated the committee with something like contempt, but the President, with his larger comprehension of popular forces, knew that he must take into account an agency of such importance, and though he steadily defended General McClellan and his deliberateness of preparation before the committee, he constantly assured him in private that not a moment ought to be lost in getting himself in readiness for a forward movement. A free people, accustomed to considering public affairs as their own, can stand reverses and disappointments. They are capable of making great exertions and great sacrifices. The one thing that they cannot endure is inaction on the part of their rulers. The one thing that they insist upon is to see some result of their exertions and sacrifices. December was the 5th month that General McClellan had been in command of the greatest army ever brought together on this continent. It was impossible to convince the country that a longer period of preparation was necessary before this army could be led against one inferior in numbers and not superior in discipline or equipment. As a matter of fact, the country did not believe the rebel army to be equal to the Army of the Union in any of these particulars. It did not share the delusion of General McClellan and his staff in regard to the numbers of his adversary, and the common sense of the people was nearer right in its judgment than the computations of the general and his inefficient secret service. McClellan reported to the Secretary of War that Johnston's army at the end of October numbered 150,000, and that he would therefore require to make an advance movement with the Army of the Potomac, a force of 240,000. Johnston's report of that date shows an effective total of 41,000 men. It was useless to try to convince General McClellan of the impossibility of such a concentration of troops in front of him. He simply added together the aggregates furnished by the guesses of his spies, and implicitly believed the monstrous sum. It is worthy of notice that the Confederate general rarely fell into the corresponding error. At the time that McClellan was quadrupling in his imagination the rebel force, Johnston was estimating the army under McClellan at exactly its real strength. Aware that his army was less than one-third as strong as the Union forces, Johnston contented himself with neutralizing the army at Washington, passing the time in drilling and disciplining his troops, who, according to his own account, were seriously in need of it. He could not account for the inactivity of the Union army. Military operations, he says, were practicable until the end of December, but he was never molested. Our military exercises had never been interrupted. No demonstrations were made by the troops of that army, except the occasional driving in of a Confederate cavalry picket by a large mixed force. The Federal cavalry rarely ventured beyond the protection of infantry, and the ground between the two armies had been less free to it than to that of the Confederate army. There was at no time any serious thought of attacking the Union forces in front of Washington. In the latter part of September, September 30, General Johnston had thought it possible for the Richmond government to give him such additional troops as to enable him to take the offensive, and Jefferson Davis had come to headquarters at Fairfax Court House to confer with the leading commanders on that subject. At this conference, held on the 1st of October, it was taken for granted that no attack could be made, with any chance of success, upon the Union army in its position before Washington. But it was thought that if enough force could be concentrated for the purpose, the Potomac might be crossed at the nearest ford, Maryland brought into rebellion, and a battle delivered in the rear of Washington, where McClellan would fight at a disadvantage. Mr. Davis asked the three generals present, Johnston, Beauregard, and G. W. Smith, beginning with the last, how many troops would be required for such a movement. Smith answered 50,000. Johnston and Beauregard both said 60,000, and all agreed that they would require a large increase of ammunition and means of transportation. Mr. Davis said it was impossible to reinforce them to that extent, and the plan was dropped. It is hard to believe that during this same month of October, General McClellan, in a careful letter to the War Department, with an army, according to his own account, of 147,695 present for duty, should have bewailed his numerical inferiority to the enemy, and begged that all other departments should be stripped of their troops and stores to enable him to make a forward movement, which he professed himself anxious to make not later than the 25th of November, if the government would give him men enough to meet the enemy on equal terms. This singular infatuation, difficult to understand in a man of high intelligence and physically brave as McClellan undoubtedly was, must not be lost sight of. It furnishes the sole explanation of many things otherwise inexplicable. He rarely estimated the force immediately opposed to him at less than double its actual strength, and in his correspondence with the government he persistently minimized his own force. This rule he applied only to the enemy in his immediate vicinity. He had no sympathy with commanders at a distance who asked for reinforcements. When Rosecrans succeeded him in Western Virginia and wanted additional troops, General McClellan was shocked at the unreasonable request. When Buell informed him that W. T. Sherman insisted that 200,000 men were needed in the West, he handed the letter to Mr. Lincoln, who was sitting in his headquarters at the moment, with the remark, "The man is crazy." Every man sent to any other department he regarded as a sort of robbery of the Army of the Potomac. All his demands were complied with to the full extent of the power of the Government. Not only in a material, but in a moral sense as well, the President gave him everything that he could. In addition to that mighty army, he gave him his fullest confidence and support. All through the autumn he stood by him, urging him in private to lose no time, but defending him in public against the popular impatience. And when winter came on, and the voice of Congress, nearly unanimous in demanding active operations, added its authoritative tones to the clamor of the country, the President endangered his own popularity by insisting that the general should be allowed to take his time for an advance. In the latter part of December, McClellan, as already stated, fell seriously ill, and the enforced paralysis of the army that resulted from this illness, and lasted several weeks, added a keener edge to the public anxiety. The President painfully appreciated how much of justice there was in the general criticism, which he was doing all that he could to allay. He gave himself, night and day, to the study of the military situation. He read a large number of strategical works. He pored over the reports from the various departments and districts of the field of war. He held long conferences with eminent generals and admirals, and astonished them by the extent of his special knowledge and the keen intelligence of his questions. He at last convinced himself that there was no necessity for any further delay, that the Army of the Potomac was as nearly ready as it ever would be to take the field against the enemy, and feeling that he could not wait any longer, on the 10th of January, after calling at General McClellan's house and learning that the general was unable to see him, he sent for Generals McDowell and Franklin, wishing to take counsel with them in regard to the possibility of beginning active operations with the army before Washington. General McDowell has preserved an accurate report of this conference. The President said that he was in great distress, to use his own expression. If something were not soon done, the bottom would be out of the whole affair, and if General McClellan did not want to use the army, he would like to borrow it, provided he could see how it could be made to do something. In answer to a direct question put by the President to General McDowell, that accomplished soldier gave a frank and straightforward expression of his conviction that by an energetic movement upon both flanks of the enemy, a movement rendered entirely practicable by the superior numbers of the Union army, he could be forced from his works and compelled to accept battle on terms favorable to us. General Franklin rather favored an attack upon Richmond by way of York River. A question arising as to the possibility of obtaining the necessary transportation, the President directed both generals to return the next evening, and in the meantime to inform themselves thoroughly as to the matter in question. They spent the following day in this duty, and went the next evening to the Executive Mansion with what information they had been able to procure, and submitted a paper in which they both agreed that, in view of the time and means required to take the army to a distant base, operations could now best be undertaken from the present base, substantially as proposed by McDowell. The Secretaries of State and of the Treasury who were present coincided in this view, and the Postmaster General, Mr. Blair, alone opposed it. They separated to meet the next day at 3 o'clock. General Meigs, having been called into conference, concurred in the opinion that a movement from the present base was preferable, but no definite resolution was taken, as General McClellan was reported as fully recovered from his illness, and another meeting was arranged for Monday, the 13th, at the White House, where the three members of the Cabinet already mentioned, with McDowell, Franklin, Meigs, and General McClellan himself, were present. At the request of the President, McDowell made a statement of what he and Franklin had done under Mr. Lincoln's orders, and gave his reasons for advising a movement to the front. He spoke with great courtesy and deference towards his superior officer, and made an apology for the position in which he stood. McClellan was not inclined to relieve the situation of any awkwardness there might be in it. He merely said, coldly if not curtly, to McDowell, "You are entitled to have any opinion you please," and made no further remark or comment. The President spoke somewhat at length on the matter, and General McClellan said very briefly that the case was so clear a blind man could see it, and went off instinctively upon the inadequacy of his forces. The Secretary of the Treasury, whose sympathies were with that section of his party which had already lost all confidence in General McClellan, asked him point blank what he intended to do with the army, and when he intended doing it. A long silence ensued. Even if the question had been a proper one, it is doubtful whether General McClellan would have answered it. Under the circumstances, it must have required some self-control for him to have contented himself with merely evading it. He said that Buell in Kentucky must move first, and then refused to answer the question unless ordered to do so. The President asked him if he counted upon any particular time, not asking what the time was, but had he in his own mind any particular time fixed when a movement could be begun. This question was evidently put as affording a means of closing a conference which was becoming disagreeable, if not dangerous. McClellan promptly answered in the affirmative, and the President rejoined, "Then I will adjourn this meeting." It is a remarkable fact that although the plan recommended by these generals was exactly the plan suggested 6 weeks before by the President to McClellan, neither of them made the slightest reference to that incident. That Mr. Lincoln did not refer to a matter so close to his heart is a striking instance of his reticence and his magnanimity. That General McClellan never mentioned it would seem to show that he thought so little of the matter as to have forgotten it. He seemed also to have thought little of this conference. He makes no reference to it in his report. He says, referring to this period, "About the middle of January, 1862, upon recovering from a severe illness, I found that excessive anxiety for an immediate movement of the Army of the Potomac had taken possession of the minds of the Administration." The last words of the phrase refer not only to the President, but to Mr. Stanton, the new Secretary of War, who began as soon as he took charge of his department to ply the commander of the army with continual incitements to activity. All suggestions of this sort, whether coming from the Government, Congress, or the press, General McClellan received with surprise and displeasure, and the resentment and vexation of his immediate friends and associates found vent in expressions of contempt for unmilitary critics, which, being reported, only increased the evil that provoked them. He at last laid before the President his plan for attacking Richmond by the lower Chesapeake, which the President disapproved, having previously convinced himself of the superior merit of the plan for a direct movement agreed upon by Generals McDowell, Franklin, and Meigs, who were ignorant of the fact that it was his. Further delay ensued, the President not being willing to accept a plan condemned by his own judgment and by the best professional opinion that he could obtain, and General McClellan being equally reluctant to adopt a plan that was not his own. The President at last, at the end of his patience, convinced that nothing would be done unless he intervened by a positive command, issued on the 27th of January his General War Order No. 1. He wrote it without consultation with anyone, and read it to the Cabinet, not for their sanction, but for their information. The order directed that the 22nd day of February, 1862, be the day for a general movement of the land and naval forces of the United States against the insurgent forces, that especially the army at and about Fortress Monroe, the Army of the Potomac, the Army of Western Virginia, the Army near Mumfordville, Kentucky, the Army and flotilla at Cairo, and a naval force in the Gulf of Mexico be ready to move on that day, that all other forces, both land and naval, with their respective commanders, obey existing orders for the time, and be ready to obey additional orders when duly given. That the heads of departments, and especially the Secretaries of War and of the Navy, with all their subordinates, and the General-in-Chief, with all other commanders and subordinates of land and naval forces, will severally be held to their strict and full responsibilities for prompt execution of this order. 4 days later, as a necessary result of this general summons to action, a special instruction called President's Special War Order No. 1 was issued to General McClellan, commanding that all the disposable force of the Army of the Potomac, after providing safely for the defense of Washington, be formed into an expedition for the immediate object of seizing and occupying a point upon the railroad southwestward of what is known as Manassas Junction, all details to be in the discretion of the Commander-in-Chief, and the expedition to move before or on the 22nd day of February next. This is the President's suggestion of December 1, put at last in the form of a command. It would not have been characteristic of General McClellan to accept such an order as final, nor of Mr. Lincoln to refuse to listen to his objections and to a full statement of his own views. The President even went so far as to give him in the following note, dated February 3, a schedule of points on which he might base his objections and develop his views. My dear Sir, you and I have distinct and different plans for a movement of the Army of the Potomac. Yours to be down the Chesapeake, up the Rappahannock to Urbana, and across land to the terminus of the railroad on the York River. Mine to move directly to a point on the railroad southwest of Manassas. If you will give me satisfactory answers to the following questions, I shall gladly yield my plan to yours. First, does not your plan involve a greatly larger expenditure of time and money than mine? Second, wherein is a victory more certain by your plan than mine? Third, wherein is a victory more valuable by your plan than mine? Fourth, in fact, would it not be less valuable in this, that it would break no great line of the enemy's communications, while mine would? Fifth, in case of disaster, would not a retreat be more difficult by your plan than mine? This elicited from General McClellan a long letter dated the same day, in which he dwelt with great emphasis on all the possible objections that could lie against a direct movement from Washington, and insisted with equal energy upon the advantages of a campaign by the lower Chesapeake. He rejects without argument the suggestion of an attack on both flanks of the enemy on the ground of insufficient force, a ground that we have seen to be visionary. He says that an attack on the left flank of the enemy is impracticable on account of the length of the line, and confines his statement to a detail of the dangers and difficulties of an attack on the Confederate right by the line of the Occoquan. He insists that he will be met at every point by a determined resistance. To use his own words, he brings out in bold relief the great advantage possessed by the enemy in the strong central position he occupies, with roads diverging in every direction and a strong line of defense enabling him to remain on the defensive with a small force on one flank while he concentrates everything on the other for a decisive action. Even if he succeeded in such a movement, he thought little of its results. They would be merely the possession of the field of battle, the evacuation of the line of the upper Potomac by the enemy, and the moral effect of the victory. They would not end the war. The result he seemed to propose to himself in the one decisive battle he expected to fight somewhere. Turning to his own plan, he hoped by moving from his new base on the lower Chesapeake to accomplish this enormous and final success, to force the enemy either to beat us in a position selected by ourselves, disperse, or pass beneath the Caudine Forks. The point which he thought promised the most brilliant results was Urbana on the lower Rappahannock, but one march from West Point on the York River at the junction of the Pamunkey and Mattapony, the key of that region, and thence but 2 marches to Richmond. He enjoys the prospect of brilliant and rapid movements by which the rebel armies shall be cut off in detail, Richmond taken, and the rebellion brought to a close. He says finally, "My judgment as a general is clearly in favor of this project. So much am I in favor of the southern line of operation that I would prefer the move from Fortress Monroe as a base, as a certain though less brilliant movement than that from Urbana, to an attack upon Manassas." Most of the assumptions upon which this letter was based have since proved erroneous. The force which McClellan ascribed to Johnston existed only in his imagination and in the wild stories of his spies. His force was about 3 times that of Johnston, and was therefore not insufficient for an attack upon one flank of the enemy while the other was held in check. It is now clearly known that the determined resistance that he counted upon, if he should attack by the line of the Occoquan, would not have been made. General Johnston says that about the middle of February he was sent for in great haste to Richmond, and on arriving there was told by Jefferson Davis that the Government thought of withdrawing the army to a less exposed position. Johnston replied that the withdrawal of the army from Centreville would be necessary before McClellan's invasion, which was to be looked for as soon as the roads were practicable, but thought that it might be postponed for the present. He left Richmond, however, with the understanding on his part that the army was to fall back as soon as practicable, and the moment he returned to his camp he began his preparations to retire at once from a position which both he and the Richmond Government considered absolutely untenable. On the 22nd of February, Johnston says, orders were given to the chiefs of the quartermasters and subsistence departments to remove the military property in the depots at Manassas Junction and its dependencies to Gordonsville as quickly as possible. The railroads were urged to work to their utmost capacity. The line of the Occoquan, against which McClellan was arguing so strenuously to the President, was substantially the route by which Johnston expected him, believing, like the thorough soldier that he was, that it would be taken because invasion by that route would be the most difficult to meet, and knowing that he could not cope with the Federal army north of the Rappahannock, he was ready to retire behind that stream at the first news of McClellan's advance. Everything now indicates that if McClellan had chosen to obey the President's order and to move upon the enemy in his front in the latter part of February or the first days of March, One of the cheapest victories ever gained by a fortunate general awaited him. He would have struck an enemy greatly inferior in strength, equipment, and discipline in the midst of a difficult retreat already begun, encumbered by a vast accumulation of provisions and stores, which would have become the prize of the victor. He would not have won the battle that was to end the war. That sole battle was a dream of youth and ambition. The war was not of a size to be finished by one fight. But he would have gained at slight cost what would have been in reality a substantial success, and would have appeared in its effect upon public opinion and the morale of the army an achievement of great importance. The enemy, instead of quietly retiring at his own time, would have seemed to be driven beyond the Rapidan. The clearing the Potomac of hostile camps and batteries above and below Washington, and the capture of millions of pounds of stores would have afforded a relief to the anxious public mind that the national cause sorely needed at that time, and which General McClellan needed most of all. These facts, that are now so clear to every one, were not so evident then, and although the President and the leading men in the Government and in Congress were strongly of the opinion that the plan favored by Mr. Lincoln and approved by McDowell, Meigs, and Franklin was the right one, it was a question of the utmost gravity whether he should force the General in Chief to adopt it against his obstinate protest. It would be too much to ask that any government should assume such a responsibility and risk. On the other hand, the removal of the general from the command of the Army of the Potomac would have been a measure not less serious. There was no successor ready who was his equal in accomplishments, in executive efficiency, or in popularity among the soldiers. Besides this, and in spite of his exasperating slowness, the President still entertained for him a strong feeling of personal regard. He therefore, after much deliberation and deep distress of mind, yielded his convictions, gave up his plan, and adopted that of General McClellan for a movement by the lower Chesapeake. He never took a resolution which cost him more in his own feelings and in the estimation of his supporters in Congress and in the country at large. He made no explanation of the reasons that induced this resolution. He thought it better to suffer any misrepresentation rather than to communicate his own grave misgivings to the country. The Committee on the Conduct of the War, who were profoundly grieved and displeased by this decision, made only this grim reference to it: "Your committee have no evidence, either oral or documentary, of the discussions that ensued or of the arguments that were submitted to the consideration of the President that led him to relinquish his own line of operations and consent to the one proposed by General McClellan, except the result of a council of war held in February, 1862. This council, which the committee say was the first ever called by McClellan, and then only at the direction of the President, was composed of 12 general officers: McDowell, Sumner, Heintzelman, Barnard, Keyes, Fitzjohn, Porter, Franklin, W.F. Smith, McCall, Blenker, Andrew Porter, and Negley of Hooker's division. The first 4 voted against the Urbana plan. Keyes only favored it on condition that the Potomac batteries should first be reduced. The rest voted for it without conditions. This was the council afterwards referred to by Stanton when he said, "We saw 10 generals afraid to fight." This plan of campaign having been definitely adopted, Mr. Lincoln urged it forward as eagerly as if it had been his own. John Tucker, one of the Assistant Secretaries of War, was charged by the President and Mr. Stanton with the entire task of transporting the Army of the Potomac to its new base, and the utmost diligence was enjoined upon him. Quartermasters Rufus Ingalls and Henry C. Hodges were assigned to assist him. We shall see that Tucker performed the prodigious task entrusted to him in a manner not excelled by any similar feat in the annals of the world. But meanwhile there were two things that the President was anxious to have done, and General McClellan undertook them. One was to reopen the line of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, the other to clear out the rebel batteries that still obstructed the navigation of the Potomac. For the first, extensive preparations were made. A large body of troops was collected at Harper's Ferry. Canal boats were brought there in sufficient quantity to make a permanent bridge. General McClellan went to the place, and finding everything satisfactory for the operation, telegraphed for a large additional force of cavalry, artillery, and a division of infantry to rendezvous at once at Harper's Ferry, to cross as soon as the bridge was completed, which would be only the work of a day, and then to push on to Winchester and Strasburg. It was only on the morning of the next day, when the attempt was made to pass the canal boats through the lift lock, that it was discovered they were some 6 inches too wide to go through. The general thus found that his permanent bridge, so long planned, and from which so much had been expected, was impossible. He countermanded his order for the troops, contented himself with a reconnaissance to Charlestown and Martinsburg, and returned to Washington, as he says, well satisfied with what had been accomplished. He was much surprised at finding that his satisfaction was not shared by the President. Mr. Lincoln's slow anger was thoroughly roused by this ridiculous outcome of an important enterprise, and he received the general on his return in a manner that somewhat disturbed his complacency. McClellan went on in his leisurely way, preparing for a movement upon the batteries near the Oconquan, undisturbed by the increasing signs of electric perturbation at the Executive Mansion and the Capitol, which answered but faintly to the growing excitement in the North. The accumulating hostility and distrust of General McClellan, totally unjust as it affected his loyalty and honor and his ardent desire to serve his country in the way that he thought best, though almost entirely unknown to him, was poured upon the President, the heads of government, and the leading members of Congress in letters and conversations and newspaper leaders. Mr. Lincoln felt the injustice of much of this criticism, but he also felt powerless to meet it unless some measures were adopted to force the general into an activity which was as necessary to his own reputation as to the national cause. The 22nd of February came and passed, and the President's order to move on that day was not obeyed. McClellan's inertia prevailed over the President's anxious eagerness. On the 8th of March, Mr. Lincoln issued two more important general orders. The first directed General McClellan to divide the Army of the Potomac into 4 army corps, to be commanded respectively by Generals Irvin McDowell, E.V. Sumner, S.P. Heintzelman, and E.D. Keyes. The forces to be left in front of Washington were to be placed in command of General James S. Wadsworth. A 5th Corps was to be formed, to be commanded by General N.P. Banks. For months this measure had been pressed upon General McClellan by the Government. An army of 150,000 men, it was admitted, could not be adequately commanded by the machinery of divisions and brigades alone, but though McClellan accepted this view in principle, he could not be brought to put it into practice. He said that he would prefer to command the army personally on its first campaign, and then select the corps commanders for their behavior in the field. The Government thought better to make the organization at once, giving the command of corps to the ranking division commanders. The fact that of the 4 generals chosen, 3 had been in favor of an immediate movement against the enemy in front of Washington will, of course, be considered as possessing a certain significance. It was usually regarded as a grievance by the partisans of General McClellan. The other order is of such importance that we give it entire. President's General War Order No. 3, Executive Mansion, Washington, March 8, 1862, ordered that no change of the base of operations of the Army of the Potomac shall be made without leaving in and about Washington such a force as, in the opinion of the General in Chief and the commanders of Army Corps, shall leave said city entirely secure. That no more than 2 Army Corps, about 50,000 troops of said Army of the Potomac, shall be moved en route for a new base of operations until the navigation of the Potomac from Washington to the Chesapeake Bay shall be freed from enemy's batteries and other obstructions, or until the President shall hereafter give express permission. That any movement as aforesaid en route for a new base of operations, which may be ordered by the General in Chief, and which may be intended to move upon the Chesapeake Bay, shall begin to move upon the Bay as early as the 18th of March instant, and the General in Chief shall be responsible that it moves as early as that day. Ordered that the Army and Navy cooperate in an immediate effort to capture the enemy's batteries upon the Potomac between Washington and the Chesapeake Bay. Abraham Lincoln, L. Thomas, Adjutant General. This order has always been subject to the severest criticism from General McClellan's partisans. But if we admit that it was proper for the President to issue any order at all, there can be no valid objection made to the substance of this one. It was indispensable that Washington should be left secure. It would have been madness to allow General McClellan to take all the troops to the Peninsula, leaving the Potomac obstructed by the enemy's batteries so near the capital. And the fixing of a date beyond which the beginning of the movement should not be postponed had been shown to be necessary by the exasperating experience of the past 8 months. The criticism so often made that a general who required to have such orders as these given him should have been dismissed, the service is the most difficult of all to meet. Nobody felt so deeply as Mr. Lincoln the terrible embarrassment of having a general in command of that magnificent army who was absolutely without initiative, who answered every suggestion of advance with demands for reinforcements, who met entreaties and reproaches with unending arguments to show the superiority of the enemy and the insufficiency of his own resources, and who yet possessed in an eminent degree the enthusiastic devotion of his friends and the general confidence of the rank and file. There was so much of executive efficiency and ability about him that the President kept on hoping to the last that if he could once get him started, he would then handle the army well and do great things with it. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Manassas Evacuated. Sunday, the 9th of March, was a day of swiftly succeeding emotions at the Executive Mansion. The news of the havoc wrought by the Merrimac in Hampton Roads the day before arrived in the morning, and was received with profound chagrin by the calmest spirits, and with something like consternation by the more excitable. But in the afternoon, astonishing tidings came to reverse the morning's depression. The first was of the timely arrival of the Monitor, followed shortly on the completion of the telegraph to Fort Monroe by the news of her battle and victory. The exultation of the government over this providential success was changed to amazement by the receipt of intelligence that the rebel batteries on the Potomac were already abandoned. And the tale of surprises was completed by the news which came in the evening that the Confederate army had abandoned their works at Manassas, retreating southward. General McClellan was with the President and the Secretary of War when this message arrived, and he received it, as might have been expected, with incredulity, which at last gave way to stupefaction. He started at once across the river, ostensibly to verify the intelligence, and issued an order that night for an immediate advance of the army upon Centreville and Manassas. In the elaborate report by which he strove a year after the fact to shift from himself the responsibility of all errors, occurs this remarkable sentence: "The retirement of the enemy towards Richmond had been expected as the natural consequence of the movement to the Peninsula, but their adoption of this course immediately on ascertaining that such a movement was intended, while it relieved me from the results of the undue anxiety of my superiors and attested the character of the design, was unfortunate in that the then almost impassable roads between our positions and theirs deprived us of the opportunity for inflicting damage usually afforded by the withdrawal of a large army in the face of a powerful adversary." This was the theory immediately adopted by himself, propagated among his staff, communicated to the Prince de Joinville, who published it in France on his return there, and to the Comte du Paris, who after 20 years incorporated it in his history, that the enemy, having heard of his scheme for going to the Peninsula through the indiscretion of the Government, had suddenly taken flight from Manassas. General McClellan asserts this in his report a dozen times. He reiterates it as if he felt that his reputation depended upon it. If it is not true, then in the long contest with the President in regard to a direct attack from Washington, the President was right and McClellan was wrong. The straightforward narrative of General Johnston and the official orders and correspondence of the Confederate officers show that there is not the slightest foundation for this theory of General McClellan's. They show, on the contrary, that the rebel government nearly a month before this had concluded that Johnston's position was untenable, that Johnston had shared in the belief and had begun his preparations to retire on the 22nd of February, that instead of ascertaining McClellan's intention to move to the lower Chesapeake, he had been of the opinion that McClellan would advance upon the line designated by Mr. Lincoln because it was the best line for attack and the most difficult for the rebels to defend, that he knew McClellan's enormous superiority in numbers, and did not propose to risk everything in resisting him there, that on the 5th of March, having received information of unusual activity in our army in the direction of Dumfries, he gave his final orders, and on the 7th began to move. He proceeded with the greatest deliberation, writing to one of his generals on the 15th, "McClellan seems not to value time especially." His subordinates were equally convinced that the Confederate right was the object of the Union advance. Holmes wrote in that sense to Robert E. Lee on the 15th of March. Lee, who was then directing military operations in Richmond, answered him on the 16th, concurring in this view, recognizing the advantages of such a plan, and saying that he will advance upon our line as soon as he can, I have no doubt. Until the 18th of March, Johnston did not suspect that McClellan was not advancing to strike his right flank. He then fell back behind the Rapidan to guard against other contingencies. Even while our vast army was passing down the Potomac, he could not make out where it was going. So late as the early days of April, Jefferson Davis was in doubt as to McClellan's destination, and Johnston only heard of the advance upon Yorktown about the 5th of that month. By the very test, therefore, to which General McClellan appeals in the paragraph quoted above, his conduct during the autumn and winter stands finally condemned. By their contemporaneous letters and orders, by their military movements in an important crisis, by their well-considered historical narratives, the Confederate Government and generals have established these facts beyond all possibility of future refutation: that the plan for a direct attack, suggested by Lincoln and rejected by McClellan, was a sound and practicable one. It was the plan they expected and dreaded to see adopted, because it was the one easiest to accomplish and hardest to resist. When they fancied that they saw the Army of the Potomac preparing to move, it was this plan alone of which they thought, and they immediately gave up their position, as they had been for weeks preparing to do, at the first intimation of a forward movement. The long delay of 5 months, during 3 of which the roads were in unusually fine condition, during all of which the Union forces were as 3 to 1 of the enemy, remains absolutely without excuse. It can only be explained by that idiosyncrasy of General McClellan which led him always to double or treble the number of an enemy and the obstacles in his immediate vicinity. It is little blame to Confederate generals that they could not divine what General McClellan was doing with the grand army of the Union during the week that followed the evacuation of Manassas. No soldier could have been expected to guess the meaning of that promenade of a vast army to Centreville and Manassas and back to Alexandria. In spite of the impassable roads, they made the journey with ease and celerity. The question why the whole army was taken has never been satisfactorily answered. General McClellan's explanation afterwards was that he wanted the troops to have a little experience of marching and to get rid of their impedimenta. He claims in his report to have found on this excursion a full justification of his extravagant estimate of the enemy's force, and speaks with indignation of the calumnious stories of Quaker guns which were rife in the press at the time. Everyone now knows how fatally false the estimate was, and as to the Quaker guns, this is what General Johnston says about them. As we had not artillery enough for their works and for the army fighting elsewhere at the same time, rough wooden imitations of guns were made and kept near the embrasures in readiness for exhibition in them. To conceal the absence of carriages, the embrasures were covered with sheds made of bushes. These were the Quaker guns afterwards noticed in Northern papers. Without further discussing where the fault lay, the fact is beyond dispute that when the evacuation of Manassas was known throughout the country, the military reputation of General McClellan received serious damage. No explanation made at the time, and we may add none made since then, could account satisfactorily for such a mistake as to the condition of the enemy, such utter ignorance as to his movements. The first result of it was the removal of General McClellan from the command of the armies of the United States. This resolution was taken by the President himself on the 11th of March. On that day he prepared the order known as President's War Order No. 3, and in the evening called together Mr. Seward, Mr. Chase, and Mr. Stanton, and read it to them. It was in these words: President's War Order No. 3, Executive Mansion, Washington, March 11, 1862. Major General McClellan, having personally taken the field at the head of the Army of the Potomac, until otherwise ordered, he is relieved from the command of the other military departments, he retaining command of the Department of the Potomac. Ordered further, that the departments now under the respective commands of Generals Halleck and Hunter, together with so much of that under General Buell as lies west of a north and south line indefinitely drawn through Knoxville, Tennessee, be consolidated and designated the Department of the Mississippi, and that until otherwise ordered, Major General Halleck have command of said department. Ordered also that the country west of the Department of the Potomac and east of the Department of the Mississippi be a military department to be called the Mountain Department, and that the same be commanded by Major General Fremont. That all the commanders of departments, after the receipt of this order by them respectively, report severally and directly to the Secretary of War, and that prompt, full, and frequent reports will be expected of all and each of them. Abraham Lincoln. All the members of the Cabinet present heartily approved the order. The President gave his reason for issuing it while General McClellan was absent from Washington, a reason indeed apparent in the opening words, which were intended to take from the act any appearance of disfavor. The general's intimate biographers have agreed that it was because the President was afraid to do it while the general was in Washington. The manner of the order, which was meant as a kindness, was taken as a grievance. Mr. Seward advised that the order be issued in the name of the Secretary of War, but this proposition met with a decided protest from Mr. Stanton. He said there was some friction already between himself and the general's friends, and he feared that the act, if signed by him, would be attributed to personal feeling. The President decided to take the responsibility. In a manly and courteous letter the next day, McClellan accepted the disposition thus made of him. On the 13th of March, at Fairfax Court House, General McClellan called together the 4 corps commanders who were with him and submitted to them for discussion the President's order of the 8th. The results of the council cannot be more briefly stated than in the following memorandum drawn up by the generals who took part in it. A council of the generals commanding Army Corps at the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac were of the opinion, 1. That the enemy, having retreated from Manassas to Gordonsville behind the Rappahannock and Rapidan, it is the opinion of the generals commanding Army Corps that the operations to be carried on will be best undertaken from Old Point Comfort between the York and James rivers, provided first that the enemy's vessel Merrimac can be neutralized. Second, that the means of transportation sufficient for an immediate transfer of the force to its new base can be ready at Washington and Alexandria to move down the Potomac. And third, that a naval auxiliary force can be had to silence or aid in silencing the enemy's batteries on the York River. Fourth, that the force to be left to cover Washington shall be such as to give an entire feeling of security for its safety from menace. Unanimous. 2. If the foregoing cannot be, the army should then be moved against the enemy behind the Rappahannock at the earliest possible moment, and the means for reconstructing bridges, repairing railroads, and stocking them with materials sufficient for supplying the army should at once be collected for both the Orange and Alexandria and Aquia and Richmond railroads. Unanimous. N.B. That with the forts on the right bank of the Potomac fully garrisoned, and those on the left bank occupied, a covering force in front of the Virginia line of 25,000 men would suffice. Keyes, Heintzelman, and McDowell. A total of 40,000 men for the defense of the city would suffice. Sumner. These conclusions of the council were conveyed to Washington, and the President on the same day sent back to General McClellan his approval and his peremptory orders for the instant execution of the plan proposed, in these words signed by the Secretary of War. President, having considered the plan of operations agreed upon by yourself and the commanders of Army Corps, makes no objection to the same, but gives the following directions as to its execution. First, leave such force at Manassas Junction as shall make it entirely certain that the enemy shall not repossess himself of that position and line of communication. Second, leave Washington entirely secure. Third, move the remainder of the force down the Potomac, choosing a new base at Fort Monroe or anywhere between here and there, or at all events move such remainder of the army at once in pursuit of the enemy by some route. No commander could ask an order more unrestricted, more unhampered than this. Choose your own route, your own course, only go. Seek the enemy and fight him. Under the orders of John Tucker of the War Department, a fleet of transports had been preparing since the 27th of February. It is one of the many grievances mentioned by General McClellan in his report that this work was taken entirely out of his hands and committed to those of Mr. Tucker. He thus stops himself from claiming any credit for one of the most brilliant feats of logistics ever recorded. On the 27th of February, Mr. Tucker received his orders. On the 17th of March, the troops began their embarkation. On the 5th of April, Mr. Tucker made his final report, announcing that he had transported to Fort Monroe from Washington, Perryville, and Alexandria 121,500 men, 14,592 animals, 1,150 wagons, 44 batteries, 74 ambulances, besides pontoon bridges, telegraph materials, and the enormous quantity of equipage, etc., required for an army of such magnitude. The only loss, he adds, of which I have heard is 8 mules and 9 barges, which latter went ashore in a gale within a few miles of Fort Monroe, the cargoes being saved. He is certainly justified in closing his narrative with these words: I respectfully but confidently submit that, for economy and celerity of movement, this expedition is without a parallel on record. The first corps to embark was Heintzelman's. He took with him from General McClellan the most stringent orders to do nothing more than to select camping grounds, send out reconnaissances, engage guides and spies, but to make no important move in advance. The other forces embarked in turn, McDowell's corps being left to the last, and before it was ready to sail, General McClellan himself started on the 1st of April with the headquarters on the steamer Commodore, leaving behind him a state of things that made it necessary to delay the departure of McDowell's troops still further. In all the orders of the President, it had been clearly stated that, as an absolute condition precedent to the army being taken away to a new base, enough troops should be left at Washington to make that city absolutely safe, not only from capture, but from serious menace. The partisans of General McClellan then and ever since then have contended that, as Washington could not be seriously attacked without exposing Richmond to capture, undue importance was attached to it in these orders. It would be a waste of words to argue with people who place the political and strategic value of these two cities on a level. The capture of Richmond without the previous virtual destruction of the rebel armies would have been, it is true, an important achievement, but the seizure of Washington by the rebels would have been a fatal blow to the Union cause. General McClellan was in the habit of saying that if the rebel army should take Washington while he was at Richmond, they could never get back. But it might be said that the general who would permit Washington to be taken could not be relied on to prevent the enemy from doing what they liked afterwards. Mr. Lincoln was unquestionably right in insisting that Washington must not only be rendered safe from capture, but must also be without the possibility of serious danger. This view was adopted by the Council of Corps Commanders, who met on the 13th of March at Fairfax Court House. They agreed unanimously upon this principle, and then, so as to leave no doubt as to details, 3 of the 4 gave the opinion that after the forts on the Virginia side were fully garrisoned, and those on the Maryland side occupied, a covering force of 25,000 men would be required. The morning after General McClellan had sailed for Fort Monroe, the Secretary of War was astonished to hear from General James S. Wadsworth, the military governor of the District of Washington, that McClellan had left him present for duty only 19,000 men, and that from that force he had orders to detach 8 good regiments. He further reported that his command was entirely inadequate to the important duty to which it was assigned. As General Wadsworth was a man of the highest intelligence, courage, and calm judgment, the President was greatly concerned by this emphatic statement. Orders were at once given to General E.A. Hitchcock, an accomplished veteran officer on duty at the War Department, and to Adjutant General Lorenzo Thomas to investigate the statement made by General Wadsworth. They reported the same night that it would require 30,000 men to man and occupy the forts, which, with the covering force of 25,000, would make 55,000 necessary for the proper defense of the city, according to the judgment of the Council of Corps Commanders. They confirmed the report of Wadsworth that his efficient force consisted of 19,000, from which General McClellan had ordered 8 regiments away. They therefore concluded that the requirement of the President that the city should be left entirely secure had not been fully complied with. In accordance with this report, the President directed that General McDowell's corps should not be sent to the Peninsula until further orders. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 11, Fort Donelson. The news of the fall of Fort Henry created a sudden consternation among the Confederate commanders in Tennessee. It seemed as if the keystone had unexpectedly fallen out of their arch of well-planned defenses. Generals A.S. Johnston, Beauregard, and Hardee immediately met in a council of war at Bowling Green, and after full discussion united in a memorandum acknowledging the disaster and resolving on the measures which in their judgment it rendered necessary. They foresaw that Fort Donelson would probably also fall, that Johnston's army must retreat to Nashville to avoid capture, that since Columbus was now separated from Bowling Green, the main army at Columbus must fall back to Humboldt or possibly to Grand Junction, leaving only a sufficient garrison to make a desperate defense of the works and the river, and immediate orders were issued to prepare for these movements. Nevertheless, Johnston, to use his own language, resolved, to fight for Nashville at Donelson. For this purpose he divided the army at Bowling Green, starting 8,000 of his men under Generals Buckner and Floyd, together with 4,000 more under Pillow from other points, on a rapid march to reinforce the threatened fort, while General Hardee led his remaining 14,000 men on their retreat to Nashville. This retreat was not alone a choice of evils. Even if Fort Henry had not fallen, and Donelson been so seriously menaced, the overwhelming force of Buell would have compelled a retrograde movement. Had Buell been a commander of more enterprise, he would have seized this chance of inflicting great damage upon the diminished enemy in retreat. His advance guard, indeed, followed, but Johnston's remnant, marching night and day, succeeded in reaching the Cumberland River opposite Nashville, where, after preparations to cross in haste, the rebel commander waited with intense eagerness to hear the fate of Donelson. Of the two commanders in the West, the idea of the movement up the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers was more favorably thought of by Halleck than by Buell. Buell pointed out its value, but began no movement that looked to its execution. Halleck, on the contrary, not only realized its importance, but immediately entertained the design of ultimately carrying it out. Thus he wrote at the time he ordered the reconnaissance, which demonstrated its practicability, "The demonstration which General Grant is now making, I have no doubt will keep them (the enemy) in check till preparations can be made for operations on the Tennessee or Cumberland." His conception of the necessary preparations was, however, almost equivalent to the rejection of the plan. He thought that it would require a force of 60,000 men, and to delay it till that number and the requisite material of war could be gathered or detached, under prevailing ideas, would amount to indefinite postponement. When at last, through Grant's importunity, the movement was actually begun by the advance to capture Fort Henry, a curious interest in the expedition and its capabilities developed itself among the commanders. Grant's original proposition was simply to capture Fort Henry and establish a large camp. Nothing further was proposed, and Halleck's instructions went only to the same extent, with one addition. As the reported approach of Beauregard with reinforcements had been the turning influence in Halleck's consent, so he proposed that the capture of Fort Henry should be immediately followed by a dash at the railroad bridges across the Tennessee and their destruction, to prevent those reinforcements from reaching Johnston. But with the progress of Grant's movement, the chances of success brightened, and the plan began correspondingly to expand. On the 2nd of February, when Grant's troops were preparing to invest Fort Henry, Halleck's estimate of coming possibilities had risen a little. He wrote to Buell, "At present it is only proposed to take and occupy Fort Henry and Dover (Donelson), and, if possible, cut the railroad from Columbus to Bowling Green." Here we have Donelson added to Henry in the intention of the department commander. That the same intention existed in Grant's mind is evident, for, as already related, on the fall of Henry on the 6th he immediately telegraphed to Halleck, Fort Henry is ours. I shall take and destroy Fort Donelson on the 8th, and return to Fort Henry." It is to be noted that, in proposing to destroy Fort Donelson, he still limits himself to his original proposition of an entrenched camp at Fort Henry. At the critical moment, Halleck's confidence in success at Fort Henry wavered, and he called upon Buell with importunity for sufficient help to make sure work of it. But Buell, commanding 72,502 men, 46,150 of them fit for the field, could only send a single brigade to aid in a work which he had described as of such momentous consequence. Afterwards, indeed, he sent 8 regiments more, but these were raw troops from Ohio and Indiana, which McClellan, with a curious misconception of their usefulness, had ordered to Buell, who did not need them, instead of to Halleck, who was trying to make every man do double duty. McClellan, satisfied that Buell could not advance against Johnston's force at Bowling Green over the difficult winter roads, and having not yet heard of the surrender of Fort Henry, suggested to both Buell and Halleck the temporary suspension of operations on other lines in order to make a quick combined movement up the Tennessee and the Cumberland. This was on February 6th. Buell's fancy at first caught at the proposal, for he replied that evening, "This whole move, right in its strategical bearing, but commenced by General Halleck without appreciation, preparation, or concert, has now become of vast magnitude. I was myself thinking of a change of the line to support it when I received your dispatch. It will have to be made in the face of 50,000, if not 60,000 men, and is hazardous. I will answer definitely in the morning." Halleck was more positive in his convictions. He telegraphed to McClellan on the same day, "If you can give me, in addition to what I have in this department, 10,000 men, I will take Fort Henry, cut the enemy's line, and paralyze Columbus. Give me 25,000, and I will threaten Nashville, and cut off railroad communication so as to force the enemy to abandon Bowling Green without a battle." News of the fall of Fort Henry having been received at Washington, McClellan 24 hours later telegraphed to Halleck, "Either Buell or yourself should soon go to the scene of operations. Why not have Buell take the line of the Tennessee and operate on Nashville while your troops turn Columbus? These 2 points gained, a combined movement on Memphis will be next in order." The dispatch was in substance repeated to Buell, who by this time thought he had made up his mind, for 2 hours later he answered, "I cannot on reflection think that a change of my line would be advisable. I hope General Grant will not require further reinforcements. I will go if necessary." Thus, on the night of the 7th, with the sole aid from himself of the single drilled brigade from Green River and the 8 raw regiments from Ohio and Indiana, he proposed to leave the important central line on which Grant had started to its chances. A night's reflection made him doubt the correctness of his decision, for he telegraphed on the morning of the 8th, "I am concentrating and preparing, but will not decide definitely yet." Halleck's views were less changeable. At noon on the 8th, he again urged that Buell should transfer the bulk of his forces to the Cumberland River to move by water on Nashville. To secure this cooperation, he further proposed a modification of department lines to give Buell command on the Cumberland and Hitchcock or Sherman on the Tennessee, with superior command for himself over both. No immediate response came from Washington, and 3 days elapsed when Halleck asked Buell specifically, "Can't you come with all your available forces and command the column up the Cumberland? I shall go to the Tennessee this week." Buell's desire, vibrating like a pendulum between the 2 brilliant opportunities before him, now swung toward Halleck's proposal, but with indefiniteness and fatal slowness. He answered that he would go either to the Cumberland or to the Tennessee, but that it would require 10 days to transfer his troops. During his hesitation, events forced him to a new conclusion. News came that the rebels had evacuated Bowling Green, and he telegraphed, "The evacuation of Bowling Green, leaving the way open to Nashville, makes it proper to resume my original plan. I shall advance on Nashville with all the speed I can." From this last determination, Halleck appealed beseechingly to the General-in-Chief. He announced that Grant had formally invested Fort Donelson, and that the bombardment was progressing favorably, But he further explained that since the evacuation of Bowling Green, the enemy were concentrating against Grant. He claimed that it was bad strategy for Buell to advance on Nashville over broken bridges and bad roads, and this point he reiterated with emphasis. He telegraphed on February 16th, quote, "I am still decidedly of the opinion that Buell should not advance on Nashville, but come to the Cumberland with his available forces. United to Grant, we can take and hold Fort Donelson and Clarksville, and by another central movement cut off both Columbus and Nashville. Unless we can take Fort Donelson very soon, we shall have the whole force of the enemy on us. Fort Donelson is the turning point of the war, and we must take it at whatever sacrifice." But his appeal was unavailing. McClellan took sides with Buell, insisting that to occupy Nashville would be most decisive. Buell had indeed ordered Nelson's division to go to the help of Grant, but in the conflict of his own doubts and intentions the orders had been so tardy that Nelson's embarkation was only beginning on the day when Donelson surrendered. McClellan's further conditional order to Buell, to help Grant if it were necessary, offered a yet more distant prospect of succor. If the siege of Donelson had been prolonged, assistance from these directions would, of course, have been found useful. In the actual state of facts, however, they show both Buell and McClellan incapable, even under continued pressure, of seizing and utilizing the fleeting chances of war which so often turn the scale of success, and which so distinctly call out to the higher qualities of military leadership. Amidst the sluggish counsels of commanders of departments, the energy of Grant and the courage and intrepidity of his raw Western soldiers had already decided one of the great crises of the war. Grant had announced to Halleck that he would storm Fort Donelson on the 8th of February, but he failed to count one of the chances of delay. Quote, "I contemplated taking Fort Donelson today with infantry and cavalry alone," reported he, "but all my troops may be kept busily engaged in saving what we now have from the rapidly rising waters." End quote. This detention served to change the whole character of the undertaking. If he could have marched and attacked on the 8th, he would have found but 6,000 men in the fort, which his own troops largely outnumbered. As it turned out, the half of Johnston's army sent from Bowling Green and other points, conducted by Generals Pillow, Floyd, and Buckner, arrived before the fort was invested, increasing the garrison to an aggregate of 17,000, and greatly extending the line of rifle pits and other defenses. General Grant's estimate of the Confederate forces is 21,000. He says he marched against the fort with but 15,000, but that he received reinforcements before the attack, and their arrival had, at the time of the surrender, increased his army to about 27,000. Grant, Personal Memoirs, Vol. 1, pages 299, 305, 315. This presented an altogether different and more serious problem. The enemy before Grant was now, if not superior, at least equal in numbers, and had besides the protection of a large and well-constructed earthwork, armed with 17 heavy and 48 field guns. It is probable that this changed aspect of affairs was not immediately known to him. If it was, he depended on the reinforcements which Halleck promised, and which soon began to arrive. Early on the morning of the 12th he started on his march, with the divisions of McClernand and of Brigadier General C.F. Smith, numbering 15,000. At noon they were within 2 miles of Donelson. That afternoon and all the following day, February 13th, were occupied in driving in the rebel pickets, finding the approaches, and drawing the lines of investment around the fort. A gallant storming assault by 4 Illinois regiments upon one of the rebel batteries was an exciting incident of the afternoon's advance, but was unsuccessful. To understand the full merit of the final achievement, the conditions under which the siege of Donelson was thus begun must be briefly mentioned. The principal fort, or earthwork which bore the military name, lay on the west bank of the Cumberland River, half a mile north of the little town of Dover. The fort occupied the terminal knoll of a high ridge ending in the angle between the river and the mouth of Hickman Creek. This main work consisted of 2 batteries of heavy guns, primarily designed to control the river navigation. But when General Johnson resolved to defend Nashville at Donelson, and gathered an army of 17,000 men for the purpose, the original fort and the town of Dover, and all the intervening space, were enclosed by a long, irregular line of rifle pits, connecting more substantial breastworks and embankments on the favorable elevations, in which field batteries were planted. the whole chain of entrenchments, extending from Hickman Creek on the north till it enclosed the town of Dover on the south, having a total length of about 2½ miles. Outside the rifle pits were the usual obstructions of felled trees and abatis, forming an interlacing barrier difficult to penetrate. The Union troops had had no fighting at Fort Henry. At that place the gunboats had done the work. The debarkation on the Tennessee, the reconnaissance, the march towards Donelson, the picket skirmishing during the 12th and 13th, had only been such as to give them zest and exhilaration. When, on the morning of the 12th, the march began, the weather was mild and agreeable, but on the afternoon of the 13th, while the army was stretching itself cautiously around the rebel entrenchments, the thermometer suddenly went down. A winter storm set in, with rain, snow, sleet, ice, and a piercing northwest wind, that made the men lament the imprudence they had committed in leaving overcoats and blankets behind. Grant's army was composed entirely of Western regiments, 15 from the single State of Illinois, and a further aggregate of 17 from the States of Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, and Iowa. Some of these regiments had seen guerrilla fighting in Missouri, some had been through the Battle of Belmont, but many were new to the privations and dangers of an active campaign. Nearly all the officers came from civil life, but a common thought, energy, and will animated the whole mass. It was neither discipline nor mere military ambition. It was patriot work in its noblest and purest form. They had left their homes and varied peaceful occupations to defend the government and put down the rebellion. They were in the flush and exaltation of a common heroic impulse. In such a mood, the rawest recruit was as brave as the oldest veteran, and in this spirit they endured hunger and cold, faced snow and ice, held tenaciously the lines of the siege, climbed without flinching through the tangled abatis, and advanced into the deadly fire from the rifle pits with a purpose and a devotion never excelled by soldiers of any nation or epoch. Flag Officer Foote with 6 gunboats arrived on the evening of the 13th, also 6 regiments sent by water. Fort Henry had been reduced by the gunboats alone, and it was resolved first to try the effect of these new and powerful fighting machines upon the works of Donelson. Accordingly, on Friday, February 14th, the assault was begun by an attack from the 6 gunboats. As before, the situation of the fort enabled the 4 ironclads to advance upstream towards the batteries, the engines holding them steadily against the swift current, presenting their heavily plated bows as a target for the enemy. The attack had lasted for an hour and a half. The ironclads were within 400 yards of the rebel embankments, the heavy armor was successfully resisting the shot and shell from the fort, the fire of the enemy was slackening, indicating that the water batteries were becoming untenable, when 2 of the gunboats were suddenly disabled and drifted out of the fight, one having her wheel carried away, and the other her tiller ropes damaged. These accidents, due to the weakness and exposure of the pilot houses, compelled a cessation of the river attack and a withdrawal of the gunboats for repairs, and gave the beleaguered garrison corresponding exultation and confidence. Flag Officer Foote had been wounded in the attack, and deeming it necessary to take his disabled vessels temporarily back to Cairo, he requested Grant to visit him for consultation. Grant therefore went on board one of the gunboats before dawn on the morning of the 15th, and it was arranged between the commanders that he should perfect his lines and hold the fort in siege until Foote could return from Cairo to assist in renewing the attack. During all this time there had been a fluctuation of fear and hope in the garrison, from the repulse of McClernand's assault on the 13th, the prompt investment of the fort, the gunboat attack, and its repulse. There was want of harmony between Floyd, Pillow, and Buckner, the 3 commanders within the fort. Prior to the gunboat attack, a bold sortie was resolved upon, which project was, however, abandoned through the orders or non-compliance of Pillow. That night the Second Council of War determined to make a serious effort to extricate the garrison. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the 15th, the divisions of Pillow and Buckner moved out to attack McClernand's division, and, if possible, open an avenue of retreat by the road running southward from Dover to Charlotte. The Confederates made their attack, not only with spirit, but with superior numbers. Driving back McClernand's right, they were, by 11 o'clock in the forenoon, in complete possession of the Charlotte road. Buckner, who simultaneously attacked McClernand's left, did not fare so well. He was repulsed and compelled to retire to the intrenchments from which he had issued. At this critical point Grant returned from his visit to foot. What he found, and what he did, is stated with brevity in the message he hastily sent back. "If all the gunboats that can will immediately make their appearance to the enemy, it may secure us a victory. Otherwise all may be defeated. A terrible conflict ensued in my absence, which has demoralized a portion of my command, and I think the enemy is much more so. If the gunboats do not show themselves, it will reassure the enemy and still further demoralize our troops. I must order a charge to save appearances. I do not expect the gunboats to go into action, but to make appearance and throw a few shells at a long range." In execution of the design here announced, Grant sent an order to General C. F. Smith, commanding the Second Division, who held the extreme left of the investing line, to storm the intrenchments in front of him. His men had as yet had no severe fighting, and now went forward enthusiastically, carrying an important outwork with impetuous gallantry. Learning of his success, Grant in turn ordered forward the entire remainder of his force, under Brigadier General Lew Wallace and General McClernand. This order was executed during the forenoon, and by nightfall the whole of the ground lost by the enemy's morning attack was fully regained. There is a conflict of testimony about the object of the attack of the enemy. Buckner says it was to effect the immediate escape of the garrison. Pillow says he had no such understanding, and that neither he nor anyone else made preparation for departure. The opportunity, therefore, which his division had during the forenoon to retire by the open road to Charlotte was not improved. By evening the chance was gone, for the Federals had once more closed that avenue of escape. During the night of the 15th, the Confederate commanders met in council to decide what they should do. Buckner, the junior, very emphatically gave the others to understand that the situation of the garrison was desperate, and that it would require but an hour or two of assault on the next morning to capture his portion of the defenses. Such a contingency left them no practical alternative. Floyd and Pillow had exaggerated ideas of the personal danger they would be in from the government if they permitted themselves to become prisoners, and made known their great solicitude to get away. An agreement was therefore reached, through which Floyd, the senior general, first turned over his command to Pillow, then Pillow, the second in command, in the same way relinquished his authority to Buckner, the junior general. This formality completed, Pillow hastily crossed the river and went to Clarksville with his staff, while Floyd, taking advantage of the arrival of a rebel steamer, boarded it with his personal followers during the night, and abandoned the fort and its garrison. As usual, the active correspondents of Western newspapers were with the expedition, and through their telegrams something of the varying fortunes of the Kentucky campaign and the Donelson siege had become known to the country, while President Lincoln at Washington gleaned still further details from the scattering official reports which came to the War Department through Army channels. The new events again aroused his most intense solicitude, and prompted him to send the following suggestion by telegraph to Halleck. "You have Fort Donelson safe, unless Grant shall be overwhelmed from outside, to prevent which latter will, I think, require all the vigilance, energy, and skill of yourself and Buell acting in full cooperation. Columbus will not get at Grant, but the force from Bowling Green will. They hold the railroad from Bowling Green to within a few miles of Fort Donelson, with the bridge at Clarksville undisturbed. It is unsafe to rely that they will not dare expose Nashville to Buell. A small part of their force can retire slowly towards Nashville, breaking up the railroad as they go, and keep Buell out of that city 20 days. Meantime, Nashville will be abundantly defended by forces from all south, and perhaps from here at Manassas. Could not a cavalry force from General Thomas on the Upper Cumberland dash across, almost unresisted, and cut the railroad at or near Knoxville, Tennessee? In the midst of a bombardment at Fort Donelson, why could not a gunboat run up and destroy the bridge at Clarksville? Our success or failure at Fort Donelson is vastly important, and I beg you to put your soul in the effort. I send a copy of this to Buell." Before this telegram reached its destination, the siege of Donelson was terminated. On Sunday morning, the 16th of February, when the troops composing the Federal line of investment were preparing for a final assault, a note came from Buckner to Grant, proposing an armistice to arrange terms of capitulation. the language of Grant's reply served to crown the fame of his achievement. Yours of this date, proposing armistice and appointment of commissioners to settle terms of capitulation, is just received. No terms except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works. His resolute phrase gained him a prouder title than was ever bestowed by knightly accolade. Thereafter the army and the country, with a fanciful play upon the initials of his name, spoke of him as Unconditional Surrender Grant. Buckner had no other balm for the sting of his defeat than to say that Grant's terms were ungenerous and unchivalric, but that necessity compelled him to accept them. That day Grant was enabled to telegraph to Halleck, "We have taken Fort Donelson, and from 12,000 to 15,000 prisoners, including Generals Buckner and Bushrod R. Johnson, also about 20,000 stands of arms, 48 pieces of artillery, 17 heavy guns, from 2,000 to 4,000 horses, and large quantities of commissary stores." By this brilliant and important victory, Grant's fame sprang suddenly into full and universal recognition. President Lincoln nominated him Major General of Volunteers, and the Senate at once confirmed the appointment. The whole military service felt the inspiriting event. Many of the colonels in Grant's army were made brigadier generals, and promotion ran like a quickening leaven through the whole organization. Halleck also reminded the government of his desire for larger power. "Make Buell, Grant, and Pope major generals of volunteers," he telegraphed the day after the surrender, "and give me command in the West. I ask this in return for Forts Henry and Donelson." End of Chapter 11. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Compensated Abolishment. The annual message of President Lincoln at the opening of Congress in December 1861 treated many subjects of importance: foreign relations, the condition of the finances, a reorganization of the Supreme Court, questions of military administration, the building of a military railroad through Kentucky to East Tennessee, the newly organized territories, a review of military progress towards the suppression of rebellion. It contained also a vigorous practical discussion of the relations between capital and labor, which pointed out with singular force that the insurrection is largely, if not exclusively, a war upon the first principle of popular government, the rights of the people. In addition to these topics, it treated another question of greater importance than all of them, but in so moderate a tone and with such tentative suggestions that it excited less immediate comment than any other. This was the question of slavery. It had not escaped Mr. Lincoln's notice that the relations of slavery to the war were producing rapidly increasing complications and molding public thought to new and radical changes of opinion. His revocation of Fremont's proclamation had momentarily checked the clamor of importunate agitators for military emancipation, but he saw clearly enough that a deep, though as yet undefined, public hope clung to the vague suggestion that slavery and rebellion might perish together. As a significant symptom of this undercurrent of feeling, there came to him in November a letter from George Bancroft, the veteran Democratic politician and national historian, a man eminent not only for his writings upon the science of government, but who, as a member of President Polk's cabinet, had rendered signal and lasting service in national administration. Mr. Bancroft had lately presided at a meeting in New York called to collect contributions to aid the suffering Loyalists of North Carolina. As it happened on all such occasions, the patriotism of the hour sprang forward to bold speech and radical argument. Even the moderate words of Mr. Bancroft on taking the chair reflected this reformatory spirit. If slavery and the Union are incompatible, listen to the words that come to you from the tomb of Andrew Jackson. The Union must be preserved at all hazards. If anyone claims the compromises of the Constitution, let him begin by placing the Constitution in power by respecting it and upholding it. In the letter transmitting these remarks and the resolutions of the meeting to Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Bancroft made a yet more emphatic suggestion. He wrote, "Your administration has fallen upon times which will be remembered as long as human events find a record. I sincerely wish to you the glory of perfect success. Civil war is the instrument of divine providence to root out social slavery. Posterity will not be satisfied with the result unless the consequences of the war shall effect an increase of free states. This is the universal expectation and hope of men of all parties." Such a letter from a man having the learning, talent, and political standing of its author is of itself historic, but Mr. Lincoln's reply gives it a special significance. November 18, 1861, he wrote, "I esteem it a high honor to have received a note from Mr. Bancroft enclosing the report of proceedings of a New York meeting taking measures for the relief of Union people of North Carolina. I thank you and all others participating for this benevolent and patriotic movement. The main thought in the closing paragraph of your letter is one which does not escape my attention, and with which I must deal in all due caution and with the best judgment I can bring to it. This language gives us the exact condition of Mr. Lincoln's mind on the subject of slavery at that time. He hoped and expected to effect an increase of free states through emancipation, but we shall see that this emancipation was to come through the voluntary action of the states, and that he desired by such policy to render unnecessary the compulsory military enfranchisement which Fremont had attempted and which his followers advocated. The caution and good judgment which President Lincoln applied to the solution of this dangerous problem become manifest when we re-examine its treatment in his annual message mentioned above. Not referring directly to any general plan or hope of emancipation, he nevertheless approached the subject by discussing its immediate and practical necessities in phraseology which gave him room for expansion into a more decisive policy. It is worth while not merely to quote the whole passage, but to emphasize the sentences which were plainly designed to lead Congress and the country to the contemplation of new and possible contingencies. Under and by virtue of the act of Congress entitled "An Act to Confiscate Property Used for Insurrectionary Purposes," approved August 6, 1861, the legal claims of certain persons to the labor and service of certain other persons have become forfeited, and numbers of the latter, thus liberated, are already dependent on the United States and must be provided for in some way. Besides this, it is not impossible that some of the States will pass similar enactments for their own benefit respectively, and by operation of which persons of the same class will be thrown upon them for disposal. In such case, I recommend that Congress provide for accepting such persons from such States, according to some mode of valuation, in lieu pro tanto of direct taxes, or upon some other plan to be agreed on with such States respectively, that such persons, on such acceptance by the General Government, be at once deemed free, and that in any event steps be taken for colonizing both classes, or the one first mentioned, if the other shall not be brought into existence, at some place or places in a climate congenial to them. It might be well to consider, too, whether the free colored people already in the United States could not, so far as individuals may desire, be included in such colonization. The war continues. In considering the policy to be adopted for suppressing the insurrection, I have been anxious and careful that the inevitable conflict for this purpose shall not degenerate into a violent and remorseless revolutionary struggle. I have therefore in every case thought it proper to keep the integrity of the Union prominent as the primary object of the contest on our part, leaving all questions which are not of vital military importance to the more deliberate action of the Legislature. In the exercise of my best discretion, I have adhered to the blockade of the ports held by the insurgents, instead of putting in force by proclamation the law of Congress enacted at the late session for closing those ports. So also, obeying the dictates of prudence, as well as the obligations of law, instead of transcending, I have adhered to the act of Congress to confiscate property used for insurrectionary purposes. If a new law upon the same subject shall be proposed, its propriety will be duly considered. The Union must be preserved, and hence all indispensable means must be employed. We should not be in haste to determine that radical and extreme measures, which may reach the loyal as well as the disloyal, are indispensable. Apparently, these propositions covered the simple recommendation of colonization, an old and familiar topic which had friends in both free and slave states. But the language, when closely scanned, is full of novel suggestions that the war has already freed many slaves, that the war may free many more, that the President will impartially consider any new law of Congress increasing emancipation for rebellion, that he will not hastily adopt extreme measures, but that finally, to preserve the Union, all indispensable means must be employed. These declarations, in fact, cover the whole of his subsequent treatment of the slavery question. Congress was too busy with pressing practical legislation to find time for immediately elaborating by debate or enactment any of the recommendations thus made. It is not likely that the President expected early action from the national legislature, for he at once turned his own attention to certain initiatory efforts which he had probably carefully meditated. He believed that under the pressure of war necessities, the border slave states might be induced to take up the idea of voluntary emancipation if the general government would pay their citizens the full property value of the slaves they were asked to liberate. And this experiment seemed to him most feasible in the small State of Delaware, which retained only the merest fragment of a property interest in the peculiar institution. Owing to the division of its voters between Breckinridge, Bell, Lincoln, and Douglas, the electoral vote of Delaware had been cast for Breckinridge in the presidential election of 1860. But more adroit party management had succeeded in effecting a fusion of the Bell and Lincoln vote for member of Congress, and George P. Fisher had been elected by a small majority. It is of little importance to know the exact shade of Mr. Fisher's politics during the campaign. When the rebellion broke out, he was an ardent Unionist, a steadfast friend of Mr. Lincoln, and perhaps more liberal on the subject of slavery than any other border State representative. He entered readily into Mr. Lincoln's views and plans, which were to induce the legislature of Delaware to pass an act of gradual emancipation of the 1,798 slaves which it contained by the census of 1860, on condition that the United States will pay to Delaware, to be distributed among its slave owners in proper ratio, the sum of $400 for each slave, or a total of $719,200. Mr. Lincoln, during the month of November, had with his own hand written drafts of two separate bills embracing the principal details of the scheme. By the first, all Negroes in Delaware above the age of 35 years should become free on the passage of the act. All born after its passage should remain free, and all others, after suitable apprenticeship for children, should become free in the year 1893. Also, that the state should meanwhile prevent any of its slaves being sold into servitude elsewhere. The provisions of the second draft were slightly different. Lincoln's manuscript explains, "On reflection, I like number 2 the better. By it the nation would pay the state $23,200 per annum for 31 years. All born after the passage of the act would be born free. All slaves above the age of 35 years would become free on the passage of the act. All others would become free on arriving at the age of 35 years until January 1893, when all remaining of all ages would become free, subject to apprenticeship for minors born of slave mothers up to the respective ages of 21 and 18. Upon consultation with the President, Mr. Fisher undertook to propose and commend the scheme to his influential party friends in Delaware, and, if possible, to induce the legislature of that State to adopt it. One of the drafts prepared by Mr. Lincoln was rewritten by the friends of the measure in Delaware, embodying the necessary details to give it proper force and local application to become a law of that State. In this shape it was printed and circulated among the members of the legislature, then holding a special session at Dover. The legislature of Delaware was not a large body. 9 members of the Senate and 21 members of the House constituted the whole number. We have no record of the discussions, formal or informal, which the proposition called forth. The final action, however, indicates the sentiment which prevailed. The friends of emancipation probably ascertained that a hostile majority would vote it down. Therefore, the laboriously prepared bill was never introduced. The pro-slavery members, unwilling to lose the opportunity of airing their conservatism, immediately prepared a joint resolution reciting the bill at full length and then loading it with the strongest phrases of condemnation which their party's zeal could invent. They said it would encourage the abolition element in Congress, that it evinced a design to abolish slavery in the States, that Congress had no right to appropriate $1 for the purchase of slaves, that they were unwilling to make Delaware guarantee the public faith of the United States, that when the people of Delaware desired to abolish slavery within her borders, they would do so in their way, and intimated that the suggestions of saving expense to the people were a bribe, which they scornfully repelled. A majority of the 21 members of the House passed this joint resolution, but when it came to the Senate on the 7th of February, 4 of its 9 members voted aye, 4 voted no, and 1 was silent or absent, and so the joint resolution went back non-concurred in. This seems to have closed the legislative record on the subject. Mr. Lincoln was doubtless disappointed at the failure to give his plan of compensated gradual abolishment a starting point by the favorable action of the State of Delaware. But he did not abandon the project, and his next step was to bring it through Congress to the attention of the country and the States interested. On the 6th of March, he sent to the Senate and the House of Representatives a special message recommending the adoption of the following joint resolution: Resolved, that the United States ought to cooperate with any State which may adopt gradual abolishment of slavery, giving to such State pecuniary aid to be used by such State in its discretion to compensate for the inconveniences, public and private, produced by such change of system. His message explained that this was merely the proposal of practical measures which he hoped would follow. He said, "The point is not that all the States tolerating slavery would very soon, if at all, initiate emancipation, but that while the offer is equally made to all, the more northern shall by such initiation make it certain to the more southern that in no event will the former ever join the latter in their proposed confederacy. I say initiation because, in my judgment, gradual and not sudden emancipation is better for all. Such a proposition on the part of the General Government sets up no claim of a right by Federal authority to interfere with slavery within State limits, referring, as it does, the absolute control of the subject in each case to the State and its people immediately interested. It is proposed as a matter of perfectly free choice with them. In the annual message last December, I thought fit to say, the Union must be preserved, and hence all indispensable means must be employed. I said this not hastily, but deliberately. War has been made and continues to be an indispensable means to this end. A practical re-acknowledgment of the national authority would render the war unnecessary, and it would at once cease. If, however, resistance continues, the war must also continue, and it is impossible to foresee all the incidents which may attend and all the ruin which may follow it. Such as may seem indispensable or may obviously promise great efficiency towards ending the struggle must and will come. To this public recommendation he added some cogent reasons in private letters to influential persons. Thus, 3 days after his message, he wrote to the editor of the New York Times, "I am grateful to the New York journals, and not less so to the Times than to others, for their kind notices of the late special message to Congress. Your paper, however, intimates that the proposition, though well-intentioned, must fail on the score of expense. I do hope you will reconsider this. Have you noticed the facts that less than 1/2 day's cost of this war would pay for all the slaves in Delaware at $400 per head? That 87 days' cost of this war would pay for all in Delaware, Maryland, District of Columbia, Kentucky, and Missouri at the same price? Were those States to take the step, do you doubt that it would shorten the war more than 87 days, and thus be an actual saving of expense? Please look at these things and consider whether there should not be another article in the Times." So again to Senator McDougall, who was opposing the scheme with considerable earnestness in the Senate, he wrote privately on March 14, "As to the expensiveness of the plan of gradual emancipation with compensation proposed in the late message, please allow me 1 or 2 brief suggestions. Less than 1/2 day's cost of this war would pay for all the slaves in Delaware at $400 per head. Thus, all the slaves in Delaware by the census of 1860 are 1,798 times $400. The cost of the slave, $719,200. 1 day's cost of the war, $2 million. Again, less than 87 days' cost of this war would at the same price pay for all in Delaware, Maryland, District of Columbia, Kentucky, and Missouri. Thus, slaves in Delaware, 1,798. Slaves in Maryland, 87,188. Slaves in District of Columbia, 3,181. Slaves in Kentucky, 225,490. Slaves in Missouri, 114,965. Total, 432,622 times $400. Cost of slaves, $173,048,800. 87 days cost of the war, $174 million. Do you doubt that taking the initiatory steps on the part of those States in this district would shorten the war more than 87 days and thus be an actual saving of expense? A word as to the time and manner of incurring the expense. Suppose, for instance, a State devises and adopts a system by which the institution absolutely ceases therein by a named day, say January 1, 1882. Then let the sum to be paid to such State by the United States be ascertained by taking from the census of 1860 the number of slaves within the State, and multiplying that number by 400, the United States to pay such sum to the State in 20 equal annual installments in 6% bonds of the United States. The sum thus given, as to time and manner, I think, would not be half as onerous as would be an equal sum raised now for the indefinite prosecution of the war, but of this you can judge as well as I. It was between the dates of these letters that President Lincoln made the most important personal effort to secure favorable action on his project of gradual abolishment. At his request, such members of Congress from the border slave states of Delaware, Maryland, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Missouri as were present in Washington came in a body to the Executive Mansion on March 10, where a somewhat prolonged discussion of this subject ensued, the substance of which was authentically reported by them. In reading the account of the interview, it must be remembered that Lincoln was addressing the representatives of such slave states as had remained loyal, and his phrases respecting his attitude and intention towards slavery were not intended by him to apply to the states whose persistent rebellion had forfeited the consideration and rights which the others could justly claim. Mr. Crisfield thus relates the substance of the President's address. After the usual salutations, and we were seated, the President said in substance that he had invited us to meet him to have some conversation with us in explanation of his message of the 6th, that since he had sent it in, several of the gentlemen then present had visited him, but had avoided any allusion to the message, and he therefore inferred that the import of the message had been misunderstood, and was regarded as inimical to the interests we represented, and he had resolved he would talk with us and disabuse our minds of that erroneous opinion. The President then disclaimed any intent to injure the interests or wound the sensibilities of the slave states. On the contrary, his purpose was to protect the one and respect the other. That we were engaged in a terrible, wasting, and tedious war. Immense armies were in the field and must continue in the field as long as the war lasts, that these armies must of necessity be brought into contact with slaves in the states we represented, and in other states as they advanced, that slaves would come to the camps and continual irritation was kept up, that he was constantly annoyed by conflicting and antagonistic complaints. On the one side, a certain class complained if the slave was not protected by the army. Persons were frequently found who, participating in these views, acted in a way unfriendly to the slaveholder. On the other hand, slaveholders complained that their rights were interfered with, their slaves induced to abscond and protected within the lines. These complaints were numerous, loud, and deep, were a serious annoyance to him and embarrassing to the progress of the war, that it kept alive a spirit hostile to the government in the states we represented, strengthened the hopes of the Confederates that at some day the border states would unite with them and thus tend to prolong the war, and he was of the opinion if this resolution should be adopted by Congress and accepted by our states, these causes of irritation and these hopes would be removed, and more would be accomplished towards shortening the war than could be hoped from the greatest victory achieved by Union armies. That he made this proposition in good faith, and desired it to be accepted, if at all, voluntarily, and in the same patriotic spirit in which it was made, that emancipation was a subject exclusively under the control of the states, and must be adopted or rejected by each for itself, that he did not claim nor had this government any right to coerce them for that purpose, that such was no part of his purpose in making this proposition, and he wished it to be clearly understood, that he did not expect us there to be prepared to give him an answer, but he hoped we would take the subject into serious consideration, confer with one another, and then take such course as we felt our duty and the interests of our constituents required of us. It is not to be wondered at that his auditors were unable to give him affirmative replies or even remote encouragement. Representing slave-holding constituencies, their natural attitude was one of unyielding conservatism. Their whole tone was one of doubt, of qualified protest, and of apprehensive inquiry. They had not failed to note that in his annual message of December 3 and his special message of March 6, he had announced his determination to use all indispensable means to preserve the Union, and had hinted that necessity might force him to employ extreme measures, and one of them asked pointedly if the President looked to any policy beyond the acceptance or rejection of this scheme. His answer was frank and direct. Mr. Crisfield of Maryland writes, "The President replied that he had no designs beyond the action of the States on this particular subject. He should lament their refusal to accept it, but he had no designs beyond their refusal of it. Unless he was expelled by the act of God or the Confederate armies, he should occupy that house for 3 years, and as long as he remained there, Maryland had nothing to fear, either for her institutions or her interests on the points referred to." The day on which this interview was held, Roscoe Conkling introduced into the House of Representatives the exact joint resolution which the President had recommended in his message of the 6th, and debate on the subject was begun. The discussion showed a wide divergence of views among Representatives. Moderate Republicans generally supported the resolution. Even pronounced anti-slavery men, such as Lovejoy in the House and Sumner in the Senate, indicated their willingness to join in the liberal compensation the President had proposed if the loyal slave States would consent to relinquish their portion of the disturbing and dangerous evil. Since it was not a practical measure, but simply an announcement of policy, the opposition was not strenuous. A few border State representatives and the more obstinate Democrats from free States joined in a somewhat ill-natured dissent. The resolution was passed on the following day, yeas 89, nays 31. The action of the Senate was very similar, though the debate was a little more delayed. The resolution was passed in that body April 2, yeas 32, nays 10, and received the President's signature on the 10th of April, 1862. By his initiative and influence, Mr. Lincoln thus committed the executive and legislative departments of the government to the policy of compensated emancipation, and there is no doubt that, had his generous offer been accepted by the border States within a reasonable time, the pledge embodied in the joint resolution would have been promptly redeemed. Though it afterwards turned out that this action remained only sentimental and prospective, it nevertheless had no inconsiderable effect in bringing to pass a very important practical measure. In its long contest for political supremacy, slavery had clung with unyielding tenacity to its foothold in the District of Columbia, where it had been the most irritating eyesore to Northern opinion. Whatever might be conceded to the doctrine of State sovereignty, anti-slavery men felt that the peculiar institution had no claim to the exclusive shelter of the Federal flag. On the other hand, pro-slavery men saw that to relinquish this claim would be fatal to their determination to push it to national recognition. Hence, the abolition or the maintenance of slavery in the District of Columbia had become a frequent issue in party politics. The prohibition of the slave trade in the district was indeed effected in the Great Compromise of 1850, but this concession was more than counterbalanced by the pro-slavery gains of that political bargain, and since then the abolition of slavery itself in this central Federal jurisdiction seemed to have become impossible until rebellion provoked the change. Under the new conditions, anti-slavery zeal was pushing its lance into every joint of the monster's armor, and this vulnerable point was not overlooked. The Constitution placed the District of Columbia exclusively under the legislation of Congress, and by their rebellious withdrawal from their seats in the two houses, the Southern Senators and Representatives had voluntarily surrendered this citadel of their propagandism. President Lincoln had not specifically recommended abolishment in the district in his annual message, but he had introduced a bill for such a purpose when he was a member of Congress in 1849. And it was well known that his views had undergone no change. Later on, the already recited special message of March 6 embraced the subject in its larger aspects and recommendations. Thus, with perfect knowledge that it would receive executive sanction, the Senate on April 3, yeas 29, nays 14, and the House on April 11, yeas 92, nays 38, passed an act of immediate emancipation of the slaves in the District of Columbia, with compensation to the owners to be distributed by a commission, the whole not to exceed an aggregate of $300 per slave. The act also appropriated the sum of $100,000 for expenses of voluntary emigration to Haiti or Liberia. President Lincoln signed the act on the 16th of April, and in his short message of approval said, "I have never doubted the constitutional authority of Congress to abolish slavery in this district, and I have ever desired to see the national capital freed from the institution in some satisfactory way. Hence there has never been in my mind any question upon the subject except the one of expediency, arising in view of all the circumstances. I am gratified that the two principles of compensation and colonization are both recognized and practically applied in the act." Certain omissions in the law, which the President pointed out, were remedied by supplementary enactments, which, among other provisions, added to the boon of freedom the privilege of education by opening public schools to colored children. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 5, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Monitor and Merrimac. In a great war such as that of the Rebellion, an inventive people like the Americans could not fail to originate novelties and develop progress in methods of fighting. The most critical point of the contest on both sides was the possibility of foreign intervention. This compelled the North to find effective means to enforce the long and difficult sea-coast blockade, while for the South it constituted a prime object to break it. Both sides, therefore, turned eagerly to experiments in the new system of ironclad ships. In the destruction of the Gosport Navy Yard at the outbreak of the war, the United States steam frigate Merrimac was burned to the water's edge and sunk. The rebels soon raised her, and finding her hull undamaged and the engines yet serviceable, they proceeded by help of the Tredegar ironworks at Richmond to convert her into an ironclad. A wedge-shaped prow of cast iron weighing 1,500 pounds was fastened to the stem 2 feet under water and projecting about 2 feet in front. A roof of wood 2 feet thick, with its sides inclining at 36 degrees to the water's edge, was made to cover about 2/3 of the hull, being the central part. This was plated with iron armor composed of 2 plates, each 2 inches thick. Within this protection was placed a battery of 10 guns, 4 on each broadside and 1 each at the stem and stern. The Navy Department at Washington was no less prompt to study the question of ironclads. The special session of Congress appropriated $1.5 million for the work. A public advertisement invited plans and offers of construction. A competent board of naval officers examined the devices presented and recommended 3 of the most promising, which by way of trial were put under contract. Our immediate demands, said their report, seem to require first, so far as practicable, vessels invulnerable to shot of light draught of water to penetrate our shoal harbors, rivers, and bayous. Of the three plans adopted, the one presented by John Ericsson of New York, a Swede by birth but an American citizen by adoption, a man of original genius, of great scientific acquirements, and of long experience in engineering service, proved in the end to conform best to these requirements. The board had doubts of its sea-going qualities, but at once recognized it as a plan which will render the battery shot and shell-proof. The hull, 127 feet long, 36 feet wide, and 12 feet deep, was covered by a flat, overhanging deck, slightly wider but much longer, pointed at both ends, closed and made watertight, and rising only 1 or 2 feet above the waterline. On this stood a revolving turret, 20 feet in diameter and 9 feet high, composed of wrought iron plates bolted together to a total thickness of 8 inches. Inside this were two 11-inch Dahlgren guns, trained side by side and revolving with the turret. Ericsson named his novel ship the Monitor. When public humor afterwards christened his invention by calling it a cheese box on a raft, the designation expressed the exact intention of his model. In observing the movements of timber rafts down the Norwegian coast, he had noticed that they suffered no danger from the waves, which simply rolled over them. So the closed platform of the Monitor, which would permit the waves to roll freely over its surface, required only its comparatively thin edge above and below the waterline to be protected with heavy iron armor. By this clever device, weight, which is the main difficulty in armored ships, was reduced to a minimum, and enabled him to combine great thickness of mail with the utmost lightness of draught. Information concerning the progress of the work on these first American ironclads reached both belligerents. The officers at Fort Monroe reported in October 1861 that the Merrimac, she was named the Virginia by the rebels, would probably make an effort to get to sea. This proved a premature rumor. Late in the following February, the Navy Department had more trustworthy information through a Union mechanic then at work upon her that she was nearly finished. The rebels doubtless had similar information concerning the ironclads building at the North, but in each case such clandestine knowledge was necessarily vague and fragmentary. Enough, however, was known in Washington to make it probable that the Merrimac would prove formidable in a naval contest. Delay had occurred in the work on the Union ironclads. The time of their possible presence there could not be fixed with certainty, and their ability to meet such an antagonist was purely a matter of speculation. When the Monitor was recommended by the Naval Board and put under contract, even the most experienced and most sanguine officers had no expectation of the remarkable fighting powers she afterwards demonstrated. On Thursday night, the 6th of March, 1862, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy was called to a council of war, then being held at the Executive Mansion, at which the President, Cabinet, and various military officers were present. The Peninsular Campaign had been substantially agreed upon, but its details were yet under discussion. President Lincoln once more explained that taking the whole army first to Annapolis to be embarked in transports would appear to the extremely sensitive and impatient public opinion very much like a retreat from Washington. It would be impolitic to explain that it was merely a first step by way of the Chesapeake Bay and Fort Monroe towards Richmond. Could not, he asked, 50,000 or even 10,000 men be moved in transports directly down the Potomac? This would be a self-evident forward movement, which the public would comprehend without explanation. The objection was that transports could not safely pass existing rebel batteries on the Potomac. Could not the Navy destroy those batteries? Assistant Secretary Fox replied that the Navy could silence the batteries, but that unless held by our Army, they would immediately be reoccupied, rebuilt, and again armed and manned by the rebels, and we needed a prolonged, not a temporary respite. The army officers objected that to occupy, hold, and defend those batteries from land attacks would produce a local and partial movement and diversion, only to cripple and delay the main and distant expedition. Lincoln finally decided that the Navy should in any event engage and silence the Potomac batteries, even if only for a temporary and moral effect. There being as yet no telegraph to Fort Monroe, orders were transmitted by sea directing that certain ships of war and the Monitor, which that day sailed from New York, should ascend the Potomac for this duty. The Merrimac was for the moment forgotten, but being remembered next day, supplementary orders were sent directing a suspension of action till Assistant Secretary Fox could visit Fort Monroe and consult the naval officers in command. When he arrived there on Sunday morning, an important naval engagement had occurred, the renewal and conclusion of which he witnessed. 3 Union frigates lay at anchor under the guns of Fort Monroe, and 2 others under the guns of the Union earthworks near Newport News, 6 miles to the southwest, when on Saturday, March 8, about noon, the Merrimac appeared in the mouth of the Elizabeth River channel, which enters Hampton Roads about midway between the points named above, and headed directly for Newport News. She was accompanied by 2 small tugs armed with 1 gun each, while 3 other side-wheel steamers out of the James River, respectively of 1, 2, and 12 guns, also joined the Merrimac after the attack. The ships at Fort Monroe immediately slipped their cables and started for the encounter, following the Merrimac towards the southwest. The Minnesota, twin ship to the original Merrimac, under steam, the St. Lawrence sailing frigate, in tow of a gunboat, and the Roanoke with a broken shaft towed by tugs. But owing to a recent northwest gale, water was low in the channel, and all of these vessels, being of deep draught, soon grounded. The Minnesota north of the middle ground, 1½ miles from Newport News, the St. Lawrence near her, and the Roanoke still farther behind. Beyond an occasional exchange of fire at long distances, they were therefore unable to join in the main fight. The sailing frigate Congress and the Razede frigate Cumberland, anchored at Newport News, saw the Merrimac coming and prepared for action. Plowing up the bay with her sloping roof and her low prow, she looked to them like a huge half-submerged crocodile. Her warning shot was given when yet a mile away. Exchanging a broadside with the Congress as she passed her at the distance of 300 yards, she rushed full speed at the Cumberland, which had opened on her with her pivot guns, and now greeted her with broadsides as she neared. But neither the broadsides of the wooden ships nor the fire of the shore batteries had any apparent effect. The showering iron hail glanced and bounded from the sloping tortoise-shaped back of the Leviathan like India-rubber balls. On and on she came with accelerated momentum, till within 15 minutes after the first shot was fired, she struck the Cumberland forward of the starboard forechains. The crash of her iron prow through the timbers and hull was distinctly heard above the din of battle. The attacked vessel was forced back upon her anchors with great violence, and a hole the size of a hogshead was opened in the hull, into which the water rushed in a deluge. Pumps were of no avail against such a flood, and the good ship was doomed. And besides this, the shells of her iron-cased destroyer were spreading death on her decks. As she backed away, but yet hovered over her victim at convenient nearness, her guns continued to belch forth irresistible havoc. History records no more determined bravery than was displayed by the officers and crew of the Cumberland. Neither present disaster nor impending danger checked their devoted heroism. With men cut down at their guns and the ship settling to her fate under their feet, they answered broadside with broadside, shot with shot. When the water in the hold rose and drowned the forward magazine, they still passed up powder from the one aft. The last gun was fired when the sea was already running into the muzzle of the gun beside it. After 3/4 of an hour of such fighting, the gallant ship, with the dead and wounded of her crew, and some even of her heroic defenders who clung doggedly to their posts after orders had been given to save themselves, went to the bottom in 50 feet of water, with the stars and stripes still flying from her masthead. Her antagonist did not come from the encounter entirely unharmed. The blow which sunk the Cumberland wrenched off her iron prow and slightly twisted her stem. The Cumberland's solid shot broke the muzzles of 2 of her guns and killed 2 of her men, wounding 19 others. Ebb tide having begun, the Merrimac steamed a short distance upstream to turn, and then attacked the Congress, which lay several hundred yards east of the Cumberland. The Congress, seeing the fate of her companion, slipped her cable, and by using her sails, and with the help of a tug, ran ashore and grounded where the iron monster could not follow. But the precaution was futile. The Merrimac, returning, took up a raking position off her quarter at 2 cables' length, soon silenced the few guns that bore upon her, and after an hour's fight, creating frightful carnage, the commander having been killed and the ship set on fire in several places, the Congress struck her colors. Confederate officers charged that fire was again opened from the Congress after surrender, which Union officers deny. The conflict of assertion is probably explained by the circumstance that fire was opened upon the rebel boats from the shore with both cannon and musketry, a proceeding perfectly justifiable by the laws of war. The event caused the Merrimac to open once more on the Congress with hot shot and incendiary shells, and whether from these or other causes she burned till midnight, when the explosion of her magazine ended the conflagration. The Merrimac with her consorts withdrew from the field of conflict, firing at both the Minnesota and St. Lawrence as they passed down the channel at the distance of a mile. But the Merrimac offered no serious attack, probably expecting to capture them the following day. At nightfall, the rebel flotilla anchored under the guns of their shore batteries on Sewell's Point, at the entrance of the channel to Norfolk, whence they had come. Among the Union commanders, the gloomy disasters of the afternoon were heightened by the seemingly hopeless apprehension for the morrow. With great difficulty the tugs had hauled the Roanoke and St. Lawrence back to Fort Monroe. The Minnesota was hard aground, but what ship, ashore or afloat, could stand before this new and terrible marine engine that moved unharmed through the repeated broadsides of the most powerful naval armaments? Telegraphic news of these events reached Washington the next morning, Sunday, and the hasty meeting of the Cabinet and other officials who immediately gathered at the White House was perhaps the most excited and impressive of the whole war. Stanton, unable to control his strong emotion, walked up and down the room like a caged lion. McClellan was dumbfounded and silent. Lincoln was, as usual in trying moments, composed but eagerly inquisitive, critically scanning the dispatches, interrogating the officers, joining scrap to scrap of information, applying his searching analysis and clear logic to read the danger and find the remedy. Chase, impatient and ready to utter blame. Seward and Welles hopeful, yet without encouraging reasons to justify their hope. The possibilities of the hour were indeed sufficiently portentous to create consternation. What might not this new and irresistible leviathan of the deep accomplish? A fleet destroyed, Fort Monroe besieged, the blockade broken, the Richmond campaign thwarted, New York laid under contribution, Washington City and the public buildings burned, and the government in flight. Foreign intervention would surely follow, a succession of events like these, which heated imagination easily called up. Even at the risk of creating a momentary panic, it seemed necessary to warn the authorities of the seaboard cities to prepare all possible resources of their own for defense. The best available provision to make Washington City secure that could be suggested was to prepare and load barges and canal boats to be sunk in the channel of the Potomac at Kettle Bottom Shoals and other points. Quartermaster General Meigs and Captain Dahlgren were charged by the Secretary of War with this duty. Since guns were of no avail against the Merrimac, it was decided to have recourse to her own process of ramming. For this purpose, the strongest and swiftest merchant steamer in New York, the Vanderbilt, was chartered, strengthened by filling her bow with timbers and plating it outside with iron, and sent to Fort Monroe under orders to try to run down her antagonist at the first opportunity and at whatever risk. But more effective help had arrived, and even while these councils were in progress, was bringing the question to a practical solution. By the light of the burning Congress on Saturday night, a rebel pilot saw a strange craft glide into the waters of Hampton Roads. It was the Monitor, which, safely towed from New York, arrived between 9 and 10 o'clock. So little was the new system and model in favor that the older officers of the Navy had generally condemned it in advance and manifested no ambition to command her. Lieutenant John L. Worden, however, had accepted the duty and was immediately informed that a critical trial was at hand. A little after midnight he moved to a station near the Minnesota, which was still aground. On Sunday morning, March 9, the Merrimac once more came out and steamed towards the Minnesota, with the expectation of easily capturing or destroying her. But as she approached, the Monitor went out to meet her. The contrast was that of a pygmy to a giant. The Merrimac was twice her length and breadth, had more than 4 times her displacement, and 5 times as many guns. But her great draft, 22 feet, confined her maneuvers to deep water, while the Monitor, drawing only 10 feet, could run where she pleased. The huge tortoise back of the Merrimac was an easy target, while her broadsides passed harmlessly over the low flat deck of the Monitor, only 1 or 2 feet above water. The shore spectators now witnessed a prolonged and exciting naval duel. The small rebel gunboats withdrew. The Merrimac occasionally exchanged fire with the Minnesota, but her principal fight was with the Monitor. The 2 ironclads moved fearlessly towards each other, firing as favorable opportunity offered, but the 9-inch and 11-inch shells glanced without effect alike from the sloping roof of the Merrimac and the round side of the Monitor's tower. The superior mobility of the latter proved a great advantage. She and her turret, says the rebel commander, appeared to be under perfect control. Her light draft enabled her to move about us at pleasure. She once took position for a short time where we could not bring a gun to bear on her. Another of her movements caused us great anxiety. She made for our rudder and propeller, both of which could have been easily disabled. We could only see her guns when they were discharged. Immediately afterwards, the turret revolved rapidly, and the guns were not again seen until they were again fired. When we saw that our fire made no impression on the Monitor, we determined to run into her if possible. We found it a very difficult feat to do. Our great length and draft, in a comparatively narrow channel with but little water to spare, made us sluggish in our movements and hard to steer and turn. When the opportunity presented, all steam was put on. There was not, however, sufficient time to gather full headway before striking. The blow was given with the broad wooden stem, the iron prow having been lost the day before. The Monitor received the blow in such a manner as to weaken its effect, and the damage was to her trifling. 3 hours passed in this singular contest. The Monitor had fired 41 shots. She inflicted no direct damage, neither did she receive any. On both sides, the shells only made slight indentations in the thick iron armor. Yet it was apparent to the rebel officers that the little cheese box on a raft was gradually wearing out her bulky antagonist. It became evident that if the Merrimac were by accident struck twice in the same place, her shield would be penetrated. she was already leaking badly. Her loss of prow, anchor, and consumption of coal was raising her so as dangerously to expose her waterline, where the iron plating was only 1 inch thick. A chance shot here would send her to the bottom. But at this time the Monitor met with a serious accident. Her pilot house was constructed of great iron logs, 9 by 12 inches thick, laid up after the manner of a log cabin, leaving spaces of half an inch between them, through which to observe the enemy and steer the ship. Lieutenant Worden, the commander, was standing in this pilot-house giving orders when one of the Merrimac's shells struck the outside of the logs between which he was looking. The concussion drove the smoke and iron dust through with such force as temporarily to blind him, disabling him from command and causing a short suspension of all guidance of the Monitor until he could be properly cared for. When, however, after the lapse of some 20 minutes, Lieutenant Green, the second officer, who had by Worden's direction assumed command, turned his vessel again to face his antagonist, he saw that the Merrimac had already started in the direction of Elizabeth River. He fired a few shots after her, but she continued her retreat, refusing further combat. If, as the rebel commander states, the Merrimac was yet willing to have continued the fight, she was equally ready to consent to its cessation. Making no further effort to shell the Minnesota, which still lay aground within easy reach of her guns, she quit the waters of Hampton Roads at noon, 3 hours before high water, and steamed back to Norfolk, whence she had come. In reality, the contest had been decided by the evident prospective superiority of the Monitor, rather than by any present necessity of either combatant. Counted merely by blows received and given, it was a drawn battle, but practically a victory, which seemed providential in its sudden relief and immense results, remained with the Monitor. The whole event was even still broader in its effect. That 3 hours' battle in Hampton Roads changed the naval warfare of the civilized world. A quarter of a century has elapsed, and still the great powers of Europe are testing the yet unsolved problem of the largest gun to destroy and the strongest armor to protect a ship of war. The welcome news reached the Washington authorities that same night by the newly laid telegraph, changing deep anxiety into lively exultation. Lincoln, always prudent, at once saw clearly the immense value of the Monitor's victory, and resolved it should not be placed in jeopardy. He therefore sent orders that she should not be unduly exposed, and that on no account should she attempt to go to Norfolk alone. The preparations for blocking the Potomac Channel were completed and held in constant readiness, and several additional swift merchant vessels were soon after stationed at Fort Monroe to make the destruction of the Merrimac reasonably sure by running her down. It turned out that she was never in a condition to go to sea, and that her great draft prevented her ascending the Potomac. After the Peninsular campaign was begun, there was always an immense number of Union transports in the adjacent waters to which she could have done incalculable damage. For about 2 months she thus remained a vague terror, though the menace was effectually neutralized by the Monitor and the merchant war vessels assembled in triple and quadruple force to oppose and annihilate her. On her part, the Merrimac profited by the blockade to which she was subjected by being repaired and much strengthened by a new steel and wrought iron prow, by iron plating on her hull, and improved ammunition. On the 11th of April she descended again to Hampton Roads in company with 3 rebel gunboats and 9 small tugs. But beyond getting the various unarmed vessels out of the way, the Union fleet made no movement, for its orders provided that the Monitor and other vessels should not be separated, but that if the Merrimac came out into favorable waters, they should all go at her. The position is one of defiance on both sides, wrote a newspaper correspondent. The rebels are challenging us to come up to their field of battle, and we are daring them to come down. The Union fleet understood too well its primary duty of keeping the Merrimac from any possibility of reaching the army transports in York River, while on their part the rebel officers were also restrained by orders to remain for the protection of Norfolk. No battle grew out of this game of strategy, and at night the rebel vessels withdrew. We must anticipate somewhat the chronological order of events to bring within the present chapter the final fate of both the Monitor and Merrimac. In the progress of the Peninsular campaign, when the Confederates found McClellan's army advancing against Richmond in such powerful numbers, it became necessary to draw in all available detachments for the defense of their capital, and on the 1st of May the evacuation of Norfolk was determined upon. On the 4th of May, the Merrimac was ordered to take station where she could prevent the Union forces from ascending the James River. Huger, the rebel military commander, however, obtained a postponement of this duty till his preparations for evacuation should be further advanced. It happened by a curious coincidence that President Lincoln, Secretary Chase, and Secretary Stanton started in the evening of the 5th of May for a visit to Fort Monroe. So far as is known, it had only a general object, to ascertain by personal observation whether some further vigilance and vigor might not be infused into the operations of the Army and Navy at that point. Delayed by bad weather on the Potomac, they arrived at their destination on Tuesday night, May 6. Late as it was, they immediately proceeded to the steamship Minnesota, and held a conference with Commodore L. M. Goldsborough, the flag officer, about the condition of things and military and naval movements in connection with the dreaded Merrimac. Next day, May 7, the party visited the various places of interest: the Vanderbilt, the Monitor, the ruined village of Hampton, the Rip Raps, and Fort Monroe, with doubtless a running council of war among themselves and the naval and military commanders. For two important orders appear to have been given by the President that same Wednesday evening, preparations for executing which were made during the night. In pursuance of these orders, on the morning of Thursday, May 8, the new ironclad Galena, with two other gunboats, were sent up the James River, and a considerable section of the remaining fleet moved across the waters of the bay to an attack on the Confederate Sewell's Point batteries. This was a reconnaissance in force. Troops were already embarked in transports to push across and effect a landing if it appeared practicable, with a view to advance on Norfolk, but the cannonade from the ships called forth a spirited reply from the rebel batteries on Sewell's Point, and after a while the Merrimac appeared to take part in the fray. All the big wooden vessels, writes Chase, who with Lincoln and Stanton witnessed the bombardment from the Rip Raps, began to haul off. The Monitor and Stevens, however, held their ground. The Merrimac still came on slowly, and in a little while there was a clear sheet of water between her and the Monitor. Then the great rebel terror paused, then turned back, and having finally attained what she considered a safe position, became stationary again. That was thought to have shown the inability of an attempt to land at Sewell's Point while the Merrimac lay watching it, says Chase in another letter, and the troops were disembarked from the transports. But all this commotion had stirred up inquiry and elicited information, and a pilot suggested that a landing might be found to the eastward beyond Willoughby Point. Against the general incredulity of the officers, Chase on Friday morning, May 9, took the revenue cutter Miami, on which the party had come from Washington, and a tug, and went on a reconnaissance to the shore indicated. Here, some 5 or 6 miles from Fort Monroe, soundings disclosed a feasible landing, undefended by batteries or even pickets, and a boat sent ashore obtained valuable information of passable roads leading to Norfolk. When I got back to Fort Monroe, continues Chase, I found the President had been listening to a pilot and studying a chart, and had become impressed with the conviction that there was a nearer landing, and wished to go and see about it on the spot. So we started again and soon reached the shore, taking with us a large boat and some 20 armed soldiers from the Rip Raps. The President and Mr. Stanton were on the tug, and I on the Miami. The tug was, of course, nearest shore, and as soon as she found the water too shoal for her to go farther safely, the Rip Rap's boat was manned and sent in. We had again found a good landing, which at the time I supposed to be between 2 and 3 miles nearer Fort Monroe, but which proved to be only 1/2 or 3/4 of a mile nearer. It is probable that these opportune discoveries were supplemented by other important information. On the previous evening of Thursday, a Norfolk tugboat seized the favorable opportunity to desert from the rebel service and run into Newport News. Its officers reported that Norfolk was being evacuated by the Confederates, and that the 2,000 or 3,000 troops yet there would probably soon be gone. When, therefore, the officials and officers were once more assembled at Fort Monroe, an immediate advance to Norfolk was agreed upon, and troops were again embarked on transports, and other preparations hurried forward on Friday night. On Saturday morning, May 10, a successful landing and debarkation was effected at the point examined by the President, and General Wool marched to Norfolk with a force of nearly 6,000 men. It is easy to glean from the various accounts that there was great want of foresight and confusion in all the military arrangements, and the Secretary of the Treasury who accompanied the advance was probably gratified by the entirely unexpected role of being for once in his life the generalissimo of a military campaign. They met only the merest show of resistance and delay at a burning bridge, which was overcome by an easy detour. By evening they passed through the strong but abandoned intrenchments and received from the Mayor of Norfolk the official surrender of the city. The navy yard at Gosport was in flames, but the heavy guns which armed the earthworks remained as trophies. A military governor was appointed and protection promised to peaceful inhabitants, and from that time forward Norfolk remained under the authority of the Union flag. The most substantial fruit of the movement soon followed. The officers of the Merrimac observed on Saturday morning from their moorings in the mouth of Elizabeth River that the Confederate flag was no longer flying over the Sewell's Point batteries, and investigation during the day proved the landing and march of the Union forces, the precipitate retreat of the rebel troops from all points, and the final surrender and occupation of Norfolk. The unwieldy crocodile-back ironclad was thus caught between two fires. The ship, reports her commander, was accordingly put on shore as near the mainland in the vicinity of Craney Island as possible, and the crew landed. She was then fired, and after burning fiercely fore and aft for upward of an hour, blew up a little before 5 on the morning of the 11th. The President, receiving the welcome news at the moment of departure for Washington, prolonged his stay to accompany the delighted dignitaries and officers on a flying trip up Elizabeth River to the newly captured town, and then the prow of the Miami on Sunday evening plowed past Fort Monroe and up the Potomac. So, writes Chase in conclusion, has ended a brilliant week's campaign of the President. For I think it quite certain that if he had not come down, Norfolk would still have been in possession of the enemy, and the Merrimac as grim and defiant and as much a terror as ever. The whole coast is now virtually ours. Like the Merrimac, the Monitor also had a dramatic end. After various services, she was in the following December sent to sea under sealed orders, and foundered in a gale off Cape Hatteras, nearly all the officers and crew, however, being saved by boats from the Rhode Island, which was towing her. Thus the pioneer ships of the new system of iron armor did not long survive their first famous exploit that so astounded the nations of the earth. Other Union ironclads of a different model had joined the Hampton Roads squadron before the destruction of the Merrimac, and before the Monitor went down she had given her name as a generic term to a whole fleet built after her model, her first successor, the Monitor Passaic, having already reached the seat of war for active service. End of chapter 13.